Learn how to use the T3 stack to build a full stack video streaming app similar to YouTube. The core components of the T3 stack are Next.js, TypeScript, and Tailwind CSS. You'll also incorporate TRCT, Auth, and Prisma and learn how each technology comes together to build an end-to-end web application. Jerome McCree is a software engineer, and he is great at breaking down complex topics to help new developers.
This is going to be an absolutely massive course of over 15 hours long of us using a popular technology stack called the T3 stack. In it, we're going to be building a very similar service to YouTube, but just has a completely different user interface. We're going to be building everything from the video page to playlists to dashboard to allow the user to actually upload these videos, etc. All that will be showed in this tutorial. So without further ado, let's actually just get to the demo. So here is vidchill.org. If we come here, you're looking right now at the homepage. And as you see, if we scroll down, this is just a whole bunch of random videos that we have gathered and we are querying from our database. So we scroll down, you see a whole bunch. If you refresh the page, so we can refresh, and then we get a whole bunch of different ones, and we can even refresh again. You have a whole bunch of different ones. On the left-hand side, you have a sidebar. We have liked videos, history, your videos, library, following, settings, help, etc. If right now we are not signed in, so when you push this, it'll automatically go straight to the sign in page. We can go to something like help. This is our help page. So for FAQ, etc. Let's go back. And now we can search something. So we say phone for that matter. And then we get a whole bunch of different videos for phones, just like this. And then we can go ahead and if we click it, it'll take us to our actual video page, just like that. And on the side of it, we have a whole bunch of random videos that we're also querying right here on the sidebar. And then we have our comment section where we can actually make comments. Now, if I try to add a comment, it's going to also take me to the sign in page. So let's go ahead and sign in now. I can go ahead and say testing@vidchill.org. Then it gives me an email, says check your email, etc. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm gonna go to my email and we'll come back. Cool, now I'm signed in and now I'm put back onto our regular page. We scroll back down with our comment section. So now let's try to make a comment. I can say, hello, let's do that again. Hello, this is an awesome video, just like that. And then I can push post. Then you see here, right here, is our new comment. Hello, this is an amazing post. Right now I'm following this person. I can unfollow, I can follow him. I can also put this to, I can also like the video. I can also dislike the video. And one cool thing is let's just like it. And also I can save this to playlists. So I can push save and then I can say favorite videos. And then I can push create new playlist. And then I can add this one to my favorite videos, just like that. And now if I come back to here to our library right here, so this is our actual library, you end up seeing that favorite videos is right here and I click it. Here's the actual video that I just added to this playlist. Cool. Let's go back to this video real quick. I can like it. Let's like the video and I'm also following him. Let's keep doing that as well. Another feature is every single time I go to another video, so let's just click this one right here. It refetches all the data on the other side, just like that. Cool. Now let's actually look at the channel of this person. So we can click this, and then you're greeted with profile picture. You're greeted with the name, the user name, how many followers, and following, how many people he's following. And this is the background page, background image as well. And you can see that we're following him. We can unfollow and then follow him if we want to. And here's all the videos that this man has posted. Just like that, we can go over to playlists. And then he has a playlist that he has. He has an entire description with it, a couple other videos. And the playlist was created 2 years ago. Next thing we can do is we can go to announcements. And any announcements that this guy has made automatically comes here. So he has made announcements 3 months ago, a month ago, 22 days ago, 18 days ago, 13 days ago. We can like his announcements and we can also dislike them. Very similar functionality to Twitter. You can sort of think about it. Just like that. Next thing we can do is we can go to following and we can see every single person that this person is following. So he's following Carmatics and Explore God, etc. We can, and it also gives us, it also tells us if we are following him as well. So for example, I'm following Explore God, but I'm not following this person. I can go ahead and I can say follow, and now I'm following him as well. Just like that. Now, if you've seen that we have this sidebar here, let's explore a little bit of what this is. We go to liked videos. This is all our liked videos. Now, we haven't liked any videos yet, so let's go and like a video. Let's say, I like this video. Now we come back to like videos. You see, this is the video that I just liked. Let's go ahead and try that again. Let's go ahead and we're going to like this video. And we're also going to like this video. If we come back to it, you see now we have 3 videos that we have liked, all right here in our like videos playlist. Next thing is history. This gives us every single video we have looked at so far. We have viewed this video 4 times, so that's why it's here. And we can scroll up to all the other videos that we have ever watched. So far, we have 21. Next thing I'm going to do is we can go and look at your videos. So all the videos that we have posted, here's some of them that we have. I love Wizard 101, so we have like Wizard 101 from back in the day. We have a whole bunch of different videos for that. I have my own playlists. We have already looked at some of this where we created a new favorite videos. And then I have announcements right here. So this is all the announcements I have made. I can go ahead and I can create a new announcement and I can say, hello, YouTube. This is a vid chill tutorial, just like that. And I can go ahead and post it. And then you see, hello, YouTube, this is a vid chill tutorial, just like that. And then I could come here, very similar to what we already looked at, where we are looking at who this person is following. So all the followings. Or who are we all following? Simple as that. We come here, we have a couple other things. So we have things such as the help page where we have an FAQ, and help is also right here. So where the user can see, get help if they need. We have a privacy policy. So a little bit here. We have help, Creator Studio, etc. Let's actually go and look at Creator Studio now. So this is our Creator Studio. This is how we upload videos, and this is how we take down videos. So let's actually explore a little bit about this. Right here, you see that this is the total views. Right here is the total followers, and this is the total likes. We can go ahead and click publish or unpublish. When it's unpublished, if we go ahead and try to search this up, you see that no videos is shown, just like that. But if we go ahead and now publish it, let's just refresh our page, and now it comes back up. Now if it's unpublished, now we go ahead and republish it, and then we type it. You see that now it comes up, the same video title, just like that. We can go ahead and change the names of this. So if I don't want this anymore, I can say, this is a YouTube test video. Just like that. Change the name of it. And remember this thumbnail, right? The thumbnail we have. If I go ahead and copy this, and then I push the status published, and I run this. Oop, let's try it again. There you go. This is a YouTube test video. You see the same thumbnail, etc. It's all searchable. Cool. Next thing I'm gonna do, we can also trash some videos. So if I no longer want this video in my uploaded to my channel, I can go ahead. I can say delete. So let's go ahead and try that. I can say delete, and now the video is no longer here, just like that. And now let's go ahead and upload a video. I can come here at the top right. I can push upload. I can upload a video that I would like. Let's just upload this one. Just like that, your video has been attached. And then I say upload. Then it's uploaded. And it's right here. It's unpublished and it's given no name. Let's change that. I'm going to say Dragon. This one's going to be a Dragon Ball Z one. Dragon Ball Z is the best. Cool. And then I can upload a photo, so a good thumbnail. Let's give it a thumbnail of this, just like that. And I can come here and I can crop how I would like this thumbnail to look. Just make it full width, just like that. Crop image, there you have it. And then I can write, this is a description, just like that. I can save it. And there you have it. Let's go ahead and publish this. You say Dragon Ball Z is the best. If I go here to the search bar and search it, there you have it. I have it right there in the search bar. Last thing is the settings page. And here you can go ahead and change. You can change anything that you would like. So if I would like to change the name, and change the name, I can say save. Do you see it's changed? I can change the thumbnail to anything I would like. Let's change this. We can come here. We give it this background. Pretty much that. You have this background. We can also do that for the profile picture. Just like that. We have that changed. We can change the our username. We can change the about me. We can change our email, etc. All things that you could change to say Dragon Ball Z. Just like that. And now the channel name is Dragon Ball Z. So yeah, this is pretty much everything. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. One last thing is that if you're interested in actually seeing the code that was, or actually the designs of the website themselves, I have a complete Figma UX built, and I'll link this in the description below, where you can see the home page, search page, the video player, the save video, the profile announcements, the profile library, profile videos, etc. All right here. If you're interested in seeing the actual designs for the actual project. Here's dashboard right here. It's like that. Cool. So the technology that we're going to be using to actually build this website is something called the T3 stack. And if we go here to create.t3.gg, we see here will be the documentation and actually to build that. So if we scroll down, we see that here's all the technologies that are we utilize in order to build this. We use Next.js, TypeScript, TRPC, Prisma, Tailwind CSS, and Auth.js. And let's actually go into some of these, and I'll show you a little bit about what they have done if you're not actually familiar with it. So we go to Next.js, which is here. We see that Next is really a way of building, it's a framework for actually building a full stack web application. So some components that it allows you to do is we could do data fetching. We can do things like dynamic routing. So for example, let's just say we go back to vidshow.org and then we click on one of the videos. We can see how it says video /51, and if we click another video, it says 253. That's an example of dynamic routes, where the route is dictated based off of the video or the data that is being rendered. Right. So very similar to like a blog website. Blogging website, you have many different blogs. You go to a different blog, it pulls up, it'll render another ID, etc. We go here, you see 196. That's the user ID for this channel right here. We have things like middleware, so it allows us to build middleware. Couple other things, we have client and server rendering. So if you're, it's really good for SEO if you're doing things such as get server side props. All these things, really good framework, and I highly recommend it. This is one of the things that we'll be using. The second thing that we'll be using is TypeScript. So everything is going to be type safe. I won't go too much into this. I'm sure that most of y'all are already familiar with TypeScript. And then we're going to be building something or utilizing something called TRPC. We go to TRPC. TRPC basically allows us to make sure that our API routes are actually type safe. So for example, as soon as I do something on the front end, so this is client. So once I do something on the front end, it'll be replicated on the back end, vice versa. So for example, if I add another property to one of our API routes here, right? So I change message to name, it'll automatically change this message. It'll automatically give me an error if it's not reflected, right? So we changed message to name, and then you see it change right here. And there's a bunch of documentation. We could do things such as query. So that means get information. We can also send data to the database. So that's in form of a mutation, etc. Very good. Very good. Love TRPC with this. Next thing that we're going to be using is Prisma. So this will allow us to actually write our database models. So this is a way of, instead of having to write, so in this project that we're going to be building, we're going to be using MySQL. Instead of actually having to write the MySQL, we can just write a Prisma file just like this, how you see it. So we can say database.source, data source DB. We divide what the provider is, the URL. The URL will be the actual database that we're connecting to. In this case, that will be PlanetScale, and I'll show you that in a little bit. Then we have the actual model. So we have a model post, model user, etc. You can see some more of this. And we never have to actually write MySQL by ourselves. We just defined it into this Prisma schema file, and then we can just push that up to PlanetScale, and there you have it. Right, so very good, highly recommend it. And we also have things with this such as Prisma Studio, which allows us to manipulate data by making us a separate server, etc. Very good thing. Love Prisma, etc. Next, we're going to be using Tailwind CSS. So Tailwind CSS, if you're not familiar with it, allows us just to write CSS a lot easier. So instead of having to make a separate .css file, all we have to do is just take a div or whatever, and then we just write the CSS classes right inside of our given element. So for example, if I make image, I just say width is 24, height is 24, it's rounded. We say MX means margin, on X axis would be auto. We can manipulate the when the width is going to be changed. So when the screen size is medium, the width is going to be 48. When the screen size is medium, we're going to say height is going to be auto, etc. Really good thing. Makes writing CSS a lot easier. And another technology we'll be using is Next.Auth. So we go here to Next.Auth. This is the way that we actually handle authentication. So for example, we'll be using something called an email provider, and we'll go into this very soon. If we come here, we can say email, and we scroll down. This is the way that we'll be using it. And the email provider, and actually I can just come here to vidshow.org. Email provider, we can come here to sign up. What's being handled here is just primarily Next.Auth. So we put our email in, and then it'll send us an email, etc. That's all being done on the back end by Next.Auth. So yeah, these are some of the technologies that we're using. We'll be using PlanetScale for our database, and we'll also be using Cloudinary in order to push all of our data up to the cloud. PlanetScale, if you don't know, is a really good way of building, really good way of making databases. It's very easy. You can do things like such as put load balancers, etc. It's all working on through AWS. So the code that the database that we're writing to is all being hosted on AWS. So yeah, PlanetScale, I love them. It's really good for working with MySQL, etc. And then the last thing that we're going to be using is Cloudinary. This is the way that we're going to be uploading all of our images and videos to. So all we do is just upload to the database, or upload to Cloudinary our video, and then they return us a URL, and we store the URL into the database. So that's another thing. We'll also be using, if you don't know, something called Vercel. Vercel is really good for actually hosting. For hosting web applications. I've hosted a couple of them now. Very good, highly recommended, etc. So this is basically our tech stack. Everything that you see in T3 stack, and then also we'll have PlanetScale, Cloudinary, and Vercel as well. And later on in the tutorial, I'll show you how to actually get all of these set up, because we need to do things such as seed the database, etc. So one honorary mention is something called Tailwind UI. And Tailwind UI is actually developed by the Tailwind team themselves. And what this allows you to do is they'll give you a whole bunch of like examples of HTML and CSS, or even React code for that matter. So for example, take a pricing section. and you scroll down, you say, oh, I like how this looks. I can go here with the code and I can switch HTML to React. And it gives you an example of how this could be written with JSX in the JSX. This helped a lot in the building of vidshield.org for that matter. And I highly recommend picking this up if you actually have some extra cash. But this is definitely not a requirement for our tech stack or anything for that matter. Just an honorary mention. Cool. Now, so what we're going to get started with is actually downloading T3 and actually beginning the project. So first what we can do is copy and paste the command npm create T3 app. We want to push Y for yes. Just make this a little bigger. We then want to name our project. So I'm going to name mine vidchill_tutorial. Let's select TypeScript. Then we want to select A for all, and then we're going to push enter. And we want to push no for get initialize get repository. We're going to set this up ourselves. And you want to push yes for npm install. Just push enter, and there you go. You got the project set up. Then now we want to open our project. So I'm gonna push open folder. I'm gonna go to vidchill tutorial, and it's already set up for us. Now let's open up our terminal. We can go to source and you can see all the files and all the folders that we have. Boom, it's already set up. Now we can run npm run dev, and this would actually run our development server, our develop server. Boom, we can push localhost 3000. We can refresh, boom, we have it all up and running. Now let's hit the GitHub and then let's push new. Then we're going to name our repository. So I'm gonna name it the exact same thing we named our project, vidplay_tutorial. And I'm gonna make this private and I'll make it public after we finish this. Then we can push create repository. Now, what I'm going to do is actually copy the top commands. So to create a new repository, I can simply just push paste, and boom, we have a new GitHub. We have initialized a new GitHub repository. Let's give it a second. Boom, enter. And then if we refresh now, we see that our README is here. Let's see if the rest of our project is here. Let's actually commit to GitHub. I have a extension here where I can push this. I can just put a message, and then I could push commit and push yes. Let's go back. Let's refresh. There you go. We have our project is now 100% uploaded to GitHub. Cool. Now let's head over to Vercel. If you don't have an account, create an account. We're going to push add new and then project. And then we are going to import our new project from our GitHub. So connect your GitHub to this. Once that's finished, you'll be able to import the new project that we have just created right here in Vercel. And I want to add that we are just trying to deploy to all of the services that we're going to be using first. And so later down the line, if there's any issues, we know that it was configured correctly and deployed correctly first. Now we have an error. The error should come up as that we have failed because of environment variables. So let's scroll down. Boom, invalid environment variables. We don't have a database URL. So we're going to change and add that now. So now we're going to head over to Planet Scale so we can actually add in our database. If you don't have a Planet Scale yet, actually just add in your email address and password. And I'm going to do that now. Cool. So once you have created your Planet Scale, push on the create button. Then you'll have a whole bunch of different things. We're going to first put in the name of our database. So I'm going to call it just database. The location or the region that you want it in is the closest one to you. So I'm in the East Coast. So I'm going to push East in Ohio. And then we want to go down and push create database. And make sure that you also have the free tier selected. Cool. It's running an instant of our database now. Boom. It's good. Then I'm going to push connect to your database. There you go. Then you have the name, you have the branch, you have the role. And now we're going to push create password. Cool. Then you want to actually select on, you want to go down and you want to first select Prisma because that's what we're going to be using. You want to copy that. Then you want to go to your environment variable .env file and then just paste that into the database URL. And then you want to do the same thing with password. And we're going to go to next auth secret. We're going to unhighlight that, unhighlight it, and then paste that in there as well, the password. Cool. Now you want to save. Cool. Now let's go to our Prisma, our schema.prisma file. And then this is basically how we're going to actually be writing all of our schemas to the database. We have some configuration to do. I can go to prisma.io and under their MySQL section, there is some configuration. So I can copy this and I can replace the provider from SQLite to MySQL. So let's do that now. Let's copy it. And then right under data source, we can replace it with our new MySQL provider. Cool. Now we also want to add one more thing. And then we're going to put Prisma. There you go. Let's save it. And we also want to get rid of the JSON protocol. Perfect. Now we can push npx prisma db push into our terminal. We can push enter, and then that will push all of our entire schema.prisma file up into Planet Scale and start creating our database. Prisma client. Then we can push npx Prisma Studio, and this will run Prisma Studio so we can actually see all of our models. Perfect. It's at localhost 500555. Let's go to it. Cool. Now you see all of our models for our database, our account, example, session, user, verification token, etc. Now we go to Next Auth documentation, and under that we're going to copy the environment variables that we need in order to set up Next Auth. So let's go to our .env file. Let's replace the Discord client ID with all of our email information. This is what we're doing here is replacing the Discord provider just with the email provider. We can go to auth.ts, and we're going to replace the Discord provider with the email provider. We can also copy the theme configuration. And let's just paste that right underneath email provider. And yeah, we're going to come back to this. We're going to check, we're going to set the logo, the button, text, etc. You also want to remove process, like how I'm doing here. Save it. There we go. So now next go to our invariable.mjs file. And what you're seeing right here is anytime we want to create a new environment variable, we have to first make a validation for it. So right here where you see z.string, we're using a library called Zod, and Zod allows us to do validation. It allows us to transform some of the variables that we have, some of the values we have, etc. Right here you see strings, everything we can do with that. We can validate them. We can also throw down messages if there's an error with it. So if you're not familiar with Zod, check it out. Cool. So let's go back to our environment.mjs file, and instead of taking Discord client ID, we're going to delete that and actually put all the variables from our email and paste that into the file. Cool. And let's also do that with our runtime environment variables as well. Cool. Now, in order to actually send emails to the user, in order to validate their email address, we have to have some sort of email server. So what we're going to do is actually use our Google account as an email server. So let's first head over to our email, our Google account. And what we're going to first do is scroll down, and I want you to activate your two-factor authentication. So enter your password, enter the step you want to do, and I'm going to skip this part for me, and then once I have it finished, we'll come back. Cool, so I finished it. We have two-factor activated. Next, I want to search up app passwords. Boom. Then I want to go down, I want to select other, the custom name. I want to type in the name of my project. So I'm going to put vidchill_tutorial. I want to push generate, and then I want to copy this password. Then push done, Now we're going to go over to VS Code. And then into our environment variables, right where we see email server password, we're going to paste in that password that we just got from our Google account. I want to also change email server port to 465. Also, email from, we want to put that the email from and the email server user, we want to put those our actual Gmail account name. Then we can change example to Gmail. Then we can go over to an SMTP tool to actually see if our server that we're using for Google, our email server, is actually working. So all the information that we put into our environment variables, we're just going to put into this tool. So SMTP Gmail, our password, port 465, and then the email address that we're going to be sending it to is one that we're going to temporarily make on Gorilla Mail. So here in Gorilla Mail, I just set the email to vidchill, and then I get an email called vidchill@sharklasers.com. I can put it right into Gmail, test it, and then here you see the test is being sent. So we just sent the email. Let's go back over to Gorilla Mail. Boom. Let's wait. Boom. We got a new email, and it says that it has successfully sent the email. Cool. So now let's test this actually in VS Code in our web application. So first, I want you to push npm I node mailer into your terminal. This will allow us to actually send email address from the web application. Then I want you to restart your development server. So now we're just going to run npm run dev after we install node mailer. Cool. Let's go to localhost 3000, and now let's push sign in. Then I'm going to go and put in vidchill@sharklasers.com, push sign in. We're going to go to Gorilla Mail to see if it's working. Let me click the email. We have got it. Let me push sign in on the authentication email, and it leads us back to localhost 3000, and boom, we are logged in. Cool. So now let's transition back to our Prisma file. We are going to start writing in some of the models in order to construct our database. So if we first scroll down, you'll see verification token session and stuff. These are all for next auth. Then our user, that's the thing that we are going to be modifying right now. And then we're going to also add video and playlists, etc. The question mark you see is actually saying that this field is optional. So what we're going to start doing first is put in background image. We're going to say that this is a string. Then we're going to say db.text. This allows us to write much more characters inside of our attribute. So now we're going to also write handle. Then we're going to make this string, and then with a question mark, making it optional, and unique, saying that each handle that we have must be unique, so none of them can be duplicates. Next, we're going to go to model. We're going to make it video. Create one that says model video. We're going to have ID. We're going to say that ID is a string. And its default is going to be a unique generated ID. That's what that CID means. Next, we're going to do title. We're going to say it's a string. We're going to say db.text, which allows us to have much more characters. Next, we're going to do thumbnail, string db.text. Next, we're going to do description. We're going to say string db.text. Next, we're going to do video URL. string db.text. Then we're going to do publish. This will allow us to publish our videos. Our default is going to be true. And if a user wants to switch that to false, then that video won't be able to be seen from anybody anymore. Next, we're going to do user ID. We're going to say string. Then we're going to do created at. We're going to do date time default now. This will, as soon as a video is created, the created at time would automatically generate the time that it's set. Next, we're going to do user relation to user ID. So this means the user ID field references the ID at the user. I'll show you this now. And do at index user ID. Let's change this thumbnail URL. Thumbnail to thumbnail URL. Some of these I'm gonna make optional. I'm gonna make title optional. Make thumbnail URL optional for the time being. Cool. I'm going to make I'm gonna put videos. I'm gonna make that array. Videos, because this is a one-to-many relation. Oh, I made a mistake. Let's change that to user ID, and boom, we should have no more errors in our video model. Cool. So now let's do model. Let's do video engagements. We're gonna do ID string. We're gonna say user ID string, and we're gonna make it optional. And we're gonna do video ID optional. Now the reason I make these optional is that just in case a user views a video and they're not signed in, right? We would have no user ID to actually give. Now we're going to add the user ID relation. Let's just do add index, and then video engagement array automatically pops up at user and video, because this is a many-to-many relationship. Now we're going to do enum. We're going to say engagement and then type. And then this is all the engagements that we could have. We can have like, dislike, view. We're going to say save. And follow. And these is all the engagement types we can have. We're going to post that right here inside engagement type. And there you go. So now if a user does a video engagement, it can be a like, it can be a dislike, it can be a view, it can be a save to a playlist, etc. That enum, we're going to be using that for things like a user engagement. So if a user follows another user, we're going to be using that engagement type, and I'll show you later. Next, we're going to make model comment. Let's put ID string, similar to what we did before. Let's say the actual message that the person is writing. We're going to say it can be optional. We're going to say db.text. We're going to say video ID string. Then we're going to do user ID string. Created that, updated that. And then we're gonna say the actual with video ID and user ID is relation to. Cool. You see that it automatically pops up in the video and the user. Comment automatically pops up a user and video. Now we're going to do model. We want to say announcement. And these is going to be similar to the comment, except we're not going to have video ID. So we're going to say message. We're going to say user ID. I'm going to say created at. And then we're going to say what it's referencing. Of course, it's referencing the actual ID at the user model. Then remember we had that like and dislike. We also want to have an announcement engagement. Let's not forget at index first, user ID. Boom, we're good. If we can now make model announcement engagement. User ID, announcement ID, create that. Oh no, engagement. We want to write engagement type first. I'm going to delete string. And just have engagement type. Then we're going to say created at. Date default now. Updated at. And then we're going to say what it's relation to. It's relation to user and announcement. Now, notice that we don't have an ID here. And the reason we don't have an ID is because the user can only have one announcement engagement. That announcement engagement can be like, or it can be dislike, but you can't have 2 or 3 engagements for the exact same announcement. And this is how we write that here. And then you can see at the model announcement, it automatically pops up. We have an announcement array there. Announcement engagement array. Cool. So now let's make a new model. We're going to say this one is going to be follow engagement. So anytime a user wants to follow a new user, we're going to say follower ID string. We're going to say following ID string. We're going to say created at. Oh no, we're going to say engagement first. Say engagement type. Then we're going to say created at, updated at. Followers. And I'll show you with this, with followers, we're going to add followers to the user model in just a second. Add ID, follower ID, and following ID. at index and at index. Let's go up to the user model. Now you see that these are auto generated. We're going to change this to followers and then followings. So this will allow, this is basically saying for this user, this is how many followers they have. And for this user, this is how many people they're following. Followings means following. How many people they are following. We want to say at relation to followings, at relation to followers, and let's delete the auto-generated code. Perfect. Perfect. Now let's make a new model. We're going to make this one playlist. ID string at ID default. Let's say title db.text description user ID created at and updated at. At the index user ID. Let's make another model. This one we're going to call playlist has videos. This will allow us to, because playlist and video will be a many-to-many relationship. This is the reason why we have playlist has videos. A playlist can have many videos and a video can have many playlists. So this is why we define the model right here. Video at relation. Video ID, playlist ID. Then we're going to do npx Prisma db push. This will send this all the way up to planet scale. Cool. Let's go to Prisma docs. Let's do Prisma generate. npx Prisma generate. Cool. And now let's do Prisma Studio. Cool. So now let's use Prisma DB pool to make sure that we have the right database. Models, all the models are generated. So now let's just run npx Prisma Studio. And I recommend naming your the web server and Prisma Studio, like how I have on the right, in order to make it a lot easier for you. I'm gonna refresh this. Boom, you see all of our models are here right in Prisma Studio. There's video. There's a publish field. There's a Boolean. Cool. So now for the next part, what we need to do is actually seed our database. So we're going to put development dummy data in the database so we can actually, it makes it a lot easier for us to actually develop with. So I already have it up. I have a drive called cloudinary_data. I'm going to be putting this link in the description so y'all can download it. Once y'all download it, unzip it, it'll say cloudinary_data. We are going to be loading this up into Cloudinary, and we're going to use that in order to Cloudinary is going to be serving us our images and our videos. So go ahead, I want you to sign up, make you a quick account. You can use GitHub, you can use Gmail. Let me use my Gmail. Cool. I want you to say developer. Let me turn dark mode off. Done. And here is Cloudinary. Cool, and this is all our library. So the first thing I want you to do is I want you to go to settings, push that. Then I want you to go to upload. I want you to scroll down, and I want you to push edit on this ML_default. And I want you to turn this unique file name. I want you to turn this off. So if it's on, I want you to turn this off. I want you to save it. Here you go. Cool. So the second thing I want you to do is we're going to delete all of this. We're going to delete all this data inside this folder. This is all things that were generated from Cloudinary. And what we're going to do is we're going to upload ours. So let me make this double screen for you. And just paste it in there just like that. Cool. So once it's finished, you'll see all the assets that we have in there. You want to push done. Let's refresh. And here's all the assets all ready for us. Cool. Let's make this full screen. You can go to folders so you can see Cloudinary data. You can delete this samples folder if you want. Next, I want you to go to settings. Then I want you to go to account. I want you to take this Cloudinary name, right? I want you to copy this. And then we're going to go to our .env file, our environment variables. And we're going to make a brand new environment variable for Cloudinary. Let's call this next public underscore Cloudinary underscore name equals, and then the value that we have. Cool. And the reason why we put next on before it is because it'll be seen on our front end and back end, specifically our front end. And we need to have next in order for our front end framework to understand it. Next, I want you to go to our env.mjs file. I want you to go to the bottom, runtime and variables. And then I want you to paste in the new Cloudinary that we have. Boom. Then I said we're going to have it on a client and server. So we're going to put it on a client side and we're going to put it in a server side as well. Cool. So next thing that we're going to do is actually add our dummy data into our actual project. So I have the completed project already here up on GitHub. If you go to our GitHub, you go to Prisma and you go to data, the folder. I want you to git clone the entire project and add this data section to your Prisma folder. Simply like that. This has all the JSON that is needed for the entire project. All the models, user, playlist, announcement, comment, bunch of data already packed in there for you so we can develop this project. User model, we have thumbnail, everything, all attributes for all models already packed up in that data folder. Cool. So now let's set up the necessary packages we need in order to actually seed this database. So here's a good blog from PlanetScale on how to do this. If we scroll down to this place, we're going to copy this and we're going to put this into our package.json. We can go ahead here and we can paste this command, Prisma seed.js. Next, we're going to make sure you have a seed.ts file. Next, what we're going to do is start adding some things in order to actually seed our database. So first, I want you to say import. I want you to do Prisma client. I want you to import user. User is going to be a type. And I want you to say from @prisma/client. Then I want you to import fs from fs. This allows us to work with different files and directories. The same thing with path. Then I want you to write const prisma equals new Prisma client. Then I want you to do const user file equals path dot join underscore directory. This allows us to select the actual user.json file. Let me not forget data/user.json. We're going to parse our JSON data in order so we can read it. And then it's going to be type of user, right? So each JSON array is going to be type of user. Cool. So now let's write async function process in chunks. And what this would allow us to do is process many different objects, JSON objects together. So we can process 10 of these at once, right? And this should speed up how fast it'll take for us to upload everything to PlanetScale. Say process item. And I'm writing out the types first, all the types that we're going to be using for process chunks. Cool. Next, we're going to say async function main. And then this is going to be where we put all of our functions that we're going to be calling in order to parse each file, in order to process each file. So we're going to be doing this for user. We're going to make a function for video engagement, etc. First, we want to make sure that if there's any type of errors, that it'll catch it, and then it'll actually disconnect from our database. So we're going to say Prisma.disconnect. We want to say void because we're not returning anything. Cool. So first we're going to do this for user. Before we go and process any data and start uploading it to Planet Scale, we're going to delete all the rows for each model first. So we're going to say await Prisma.user.delete many. It'll delete all data. Then we're going to say await process in chunks, users 10. The 10 will mean that this is how many users objects that we can give at once. So we're going to do 10. We can up this to even 100 if we wanted to, but no need because we don't have crazy amount of data that we need to see. Upsert means if there is a replica of the data in the database, it will actually just update it, and if there isn't, then we'll create it. Next, we want to do const cloudinary name. This is going to, we're going to give it our environment variables. Environment variable we're going to give it is next underscore public cloudinary cloud name. And if there is none, then we're going to just say, or just an empty string. Next, we're going to say ..user. So this would just say all the information that is in user. Say email verified, user.email verified. If it's true, it's going to be a new date. If not, undefined. As for image, it's going to be another if conditional statement. So if we have a user.image, then we're going to actually make a cloudinary link. And our cloudinary link is going to be composed of our cloudinary name and then this image link as well, right? So let me show you. So it'll be https://cloudinary.com. Then it's going to be your environment variable name, so your cloudinary name. Then it's going to be user.image. Put a money sign there. And if we don't have a user image, then it's going to be null. We want to do the exact same thing we did for image. We're going to do for background image as well. We could create, and we're going to do the exact same thing. Like I said, for upsert, we can update or we can create. Let's just add a curly bracket and a parenthesis there. And let's just add this to 1 just for the first test because our data set is pretty small. And let's also add a comma right after. All right, so we have user. We finished user. Next, we're going to add await process and chunks for video. And we're going to basically do the exact same thing. Where ID, update, all video, created that, updated that. Then we have thumbnail URL. We're going to do the exact same thing that we did for image back in users. And we do the same thing for video URL. Cool. Let's do the same thing for create. Do we also want to add the video file and videos JSON parse as well? Cool. Let's just add video type. Cool. So now let's just put await prisma.video.delete mini. And let's just make that video. Let's first go up here and add video engagement, the file, and the path name, similar to what we did with videos and users. Then we're going to do json.parse. Now we're going to do this for each one of the models that we want to import. So let's do video engagement. Let's do follow engagements. Cool. So now let's go back to process and chunks. And we're going to just do the exact same thing, but for playlists, many users, or playlists has videos. We're going to do this for announcement engagements, etc. Cool. And now what we're going to do is just do process and chunks for each one of them. For video engagement, since we're not uploading any images to Cloud in area, there's no need to do anything more complex than just say video engagement.create. Now for follow engagement, just because of how our data is created in our JSON files, we're going to first search the database for an existing follow engagement that matches the follower ID, the following ID. And if we get, if existing follow engagements equals a length of 0, or if it's non-existent, then we're going to create it. If anything else, we're just going to return and then move on to the next JSON object. Now we're going to do announcement engagements. We're going to do the exact same thing. We're going to first search if there's an existing announcement engagement that matches the announcement ID and user ID. And if there isn't one, then we're going to create a new one. If there is one, we're just going to return. Else return curly bracket. Let me just go back to model. There's a typo. Cool. And we're good. Next, we're going to do comments. We're also going to add some new thing, and I'm saying this is only just because of the nature of how our data is added in our JSON files. We're going to do get next video ID, and what it's going to do is automatically generate a video ID for us, and we're going to do the same thing for user ID. Let's make this let current equal start. We're going to add cool. So what's going to happen with this is that it's going to first go through 1 all the way up to 31 or whatever the numbers is, and once it hits 31, then it's going to restart back to 1. Now I said we are only doing this because of just how our JSON data is set up. Then from video ID and user ID, we say get next user ID. Cool, now let's make playlist, do ID, update, We're going to do the same thing for user ID. Same thing for playlist has video. But it's pretty simple, so all we have to do is .create. And we are finished. Now we have our entire seed file in order so we can seed our database. Cool. So now we're going to go back to Prisma.io, and there's this command that I want you to grab. And we're going to actually put this one into package.json. Right there. Then next, we are going to grab this package, then install it. And then we can put npx prisma db seed. Cool. So now once you have that finished, we're going to go to Prisma Studio, and then you should see, we refresh, you should see that all our models are filled, and we have tons of different data: announcement engagements, follow engagement, user, etc. Let's select user, and we see some of the names. We have ADHD, chops, etc. Let's go to video. We see thumbnails, title. Let's try looking at a thumbnail. Here you go. Let's go background image. You have another one. Already all loaded up the Cloudinary. Let's try this. There you go. Cool. So now we're going to transition to tailwind.config.ts, and we are just going to set the colors for our theme and also the fonts for our theme. So let's go to theme extend. We're going to first do colors. Then we're going to set primary. And all these values for the colors are straight out of Figma. It's that now error. These are all the colors for different errors. It's the colors for warning, success, then font family. Let's do plugins. There you go. Then we're going to put a Tailwind CSS forms. Cool. And looks like we have all the files. We're going to change export to const. Perfect. And yeah, these are all things that are exported directly from Tailwind or from Figma. Cool. Now I want to change this config.ts file. I want to change this to CJS. I next want to take npm install Tailwind CSS forms, and I'm going to download this. I'm going to add this because we have a plugin. And now we should be up and running. Cool. So now we're going to go to our source folder, and we're going to make a new folder called components. inside components, I want you to make a new folder, and we're going to call this one buttons. And then inside that, I want to make a new file called buttons.tsx. Then I want to make a new folder, and I want to call this one icons. Let me move this. Perfect. So now you should have a new folder called buttons and a folder called icons. Now let's go to our buttons file, and we're going to first import React. We're also going to import a couple different properties, a couple different types for our button. Next, we're going to import link from Next.js, and this will allow us to link the different tabs a lot easier. We're going to also put in button or anchor props. These are types that we're going to be using for our button. Next, we want to extend one of the types using an interface. We're going to name this interface button props. We have different variants and size, and we're going to also have a href. The variance and size come straightly from Figma itself, right? So for our design system, we have primary, secondary, tertiary, gray. These are the variances for our button, and we will show you in that in a second. Next, we want to do const button. We want to do on click, variant, size equal medium, href disabled, etc. These are all things for our button that are going to be set by default. So for example, variant equal primary, that is going to be the default value for any button that we create. So let's say const size classes, and then we're going to write in the CSS for each one of the sizes, right? So for example, we're just going to write medium, just to give you an example. We have padding, we have text small, etc. And we'll have one for each one of them. We're going to do variant classes. So we're going to write one for primary. We're going to do that for secondary gray as well, and Tatahiri gray. So to start off, we're going to do background primary, text white, just to give you an example. And then with button classes, we're just going to say class name, size classes and size. And what button classes does is that these will be all the classes that the given button would have. Every single class. Return. If it's href, we want to do link. Common props. Just put button common props. And there we have it. And the reason why you're seeing size classes and variant classes have an error is just because we don't have every single type inside of it. So we don't have secondary gray, or in the size classes, we don't have medium, 2x, large, etc. We just have to add those soon. But I just want to just show you what this will look like in Google Chrome first. And then we'll come back to it. Cool. Now let's go to our index file. Do we want to change button to our button components? You can right click and then you can just say add all missing components, and it'll automatically pull in the button from the button components. Cool. So now when we import it, we automatically see that the button turns green. And the reason is because we have it set to green as our default. Primary is set as our default. Cool. So now let's just add in some of our types to our button. So we can create secondary gray, Tetahiri gray. We can make it size large, size 2x, etc. So let's do that now. First, I'm gonna do variant primary. Then I'm gonna do size medium. Cool. So now we're gonna add a couple more properties to our button. Some more classes to our button. Let's do small. We have small here. And you see that it got smaller. Let's do large. Boom, and you see the button got bigger. Cool. I'm gonna add in something called rounded dash large. There, you get a better looking button. Then I'm gonna do font dash semi bold. Then we can add some more some more classes to the size class. Let's do XL. Let's go back. Let's look what it looks like, XL. There you go. And the last one, we have 2x. There you go. Next, I'm going to change some of these variant classes. So we're going to add some more attributes to, some more classes to the primary variant. I'm going to do background primary 700 for hover. We're going to do shadow, give it a shadow. We focus it. We want to give it a ring. And we're going to add some things just to outline it as soon as you select it. There we go. Works perfectly. Now we're going to add secondary gray. We're going to add a different variant type. Let's add background white. Let's do text gray 700. Let's have it, when we focus on it, it actually gives us an outline. We want to make shadow. Cool, now let's go back to our index page. We're going to change primary to secondary gray. And let's see what pops up. Boom, we got our white button now. We're going to add another class name. Boom, give it a ring behind it. Cool, so now when you hover over it, you'll see that the text, and there should be a ring behind it. Next, we're going to add another variant called Tetahari Gray. Let's say hover. Background gray 50. Text gray, background white. You focus on it. Cool, now let's go back to index. Let's change secondary gray to Tetahari gray. Cool, so now what I want you to do is I want you to go to the components folder, and I want you to make a new file. And we're going to call this one navbar.tsx. TSX for TypeScript. Cool. Then I want you to go back to your index file. We're going to delete every single thing that is in this home page. And I want you just to keep the head. Next, what we're going to do is just put some brackets here, a closing bracket. We're going to put a parenthesis. Cool, and we're just going to put an H1 tag saying hello world just to make sure that everything is still running. We refresh it and we see hello world here. Next, we're going to go back to our navbar, and then we're going to start putting in some of the defining some of the interfaces we're going to be using. So first, we're going to use interface navbar props, and we're going to have some children that we're going to be passing to the navbar component, but we will show you that later. We're also going to do interface navigation item. This is going to be for each any navigate for the pop-up menu that we're going to end up having. We will get to that later. I want to also put export default functions navbar. and we're going to pass all the navbar. We're going to pass the navbar interface straight to this component. Then we're going to do return, and there you have it. Next, I want you to go to the components folder, and then we're going to make a components.tsx file. Now, this file is going to be similar to the files that we made for buttons and icon, where we import all the different icons into one folder, or into one file, and all the buttons into one file. In this case, we're going to be doing that for the component. So we're going to just export everything into one file. This makes it a lot easier to, instead of writing import from each different file name, we can just import everything from components/components. And you can see right above it, the import button is the same where we do components/button.button. In this case, we're just going to do components/components. There you have it. And to make sure that the navbar is working, we're just going to put H1, and then we're just going to say navbar. Cool. All right, we can delete that. Now we're going to start writing some of the class names that we're going to be using for this. So first we can make a div class name, and we can say fixed. We can say Z-50. We can say it's full width. We can say that it has a border. We're going to say that the border is gray. We're going to say that the background is white. We're going to say that we have a small shadow. And we're going to say if there is any type of overflow in this, the overflow will still be visible. Next, we're going to make another div. We're going to say margin is auto. We're going to say flex column. We're going to say max width is full. We're going to say padding is 6. And we're going to add just a little bit things for our grid as well. So when it's extra large, we have some things to make it for a grid. Cool. Next, we're going to make another div. Let's say class name. We're going to say flex shrink. We're going to say item, all the items is center. We're going to say that it's static, and we're going to say the column span when it's extra large is going to be 2. Next, I want you to make a link, and then I want you to call it inside that link. We're going to put the logo, and we're going to say that the height that the logo has is 10. So logo is one of the icons that we're using. If you go to GitHub and you go to the source folder, and then you go to components, you go to icons, you'll see that I have over 15, 20 different icons that we all are that we're using. One of them is logo. What you can do is download this project, and you can just import those icons. And I'm doing this, I'm going to just drag and drop, and I'm going to push replace. And then I have all the different types of logos that we need already written up in TypeScript. Each icon has some sort of props that we can give it, either for higher height or better width, or even, a better color. And we also have an icons. We import all the icons into the icon TXX folder, and then we can just import all of them from there. And as you see, we have a icon. We have our logo. Let's make another div. let's say class name equals. Let's do width equals full. We say the minimum width is 0. We say flex. We're going to say when it's large, there is no padding. And we're going to also give it a background just to make sure, background of red, just to make sure that we're looking at the right thing. Cool, so now let's make another div inside that one. We're going to call this as class name. Say flex, say items dash center, and give it a padding of 6. Padding of the padding 4. There is no max width. For XL, we say that the margin of the x-axis is going to be 0. Cool. Then we can start writing the actual search bar. So let's say label HTML4 equals search, and let's make class name. We're going to say SR dash only. Let's say width dash full. And we can close the label and we can call it search. Cool. So now we have to make the actual input field now. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's first call div relative. It's none, absolute. Item dash center. Padding. Third. Now we can have the search icon. And what you can do is right click and then you can import the actual icon. Cool, let's just close the div. Let's get rid of this background one and let's see. We have one more thing to add. Actual input field. ID equals search. We're going to call it name equals search. We have some class names we're going to give it. We're going to say block. We're going to say width equals full. We're going to say that it's rounded, and we're going to say medium. We're going to say there's a border around it. And the padding height, we're going to put it at 1.5. Cool. We're going to just add a couple other things such as like ring, the color of the ring that's beside it. We're just going to add, the text just being small, etc. Not too much. Cool. And then we're going to put placeholder and then search. We're going to say type equals search. And then we're going to close it. Then we're going to put on change. E would be for the change event would be the type. Do we say imply? Do we want to say set search input? And then we're going to pass the event value into the set search input, and we're going to make the state in a second. Then we're going to do on key down and then handle key down. And I'll show you this now. Let's have change event. So const handle key down. We're going to say if e.key is equivalent to enter, then we're going to handle search. And let's just make sure that we put it inside the actual navbar. Then we want to do handle search. I'm going to do const handle equals async. Then we're going to try. We're going to do await router.push. We're going to do path names / search page. We're going to do query. And as soon as we search something, it'll go / search page and then / the search input. And I'll give, we'll see an example of this when we actually build the search page. Then we want to do catch for any error. And then we're going to console.error, showing us if we have an error. Cool. We're going to right click and say add import. And this should add the actual router. Cool. And then a change event. Cool. We can right click and we can also add state from React, use state. Then we can add stroke, and then we go to our navbar and we see that it's working perfectly. If you look at the actual search bar, it says search page and then it has Q equals ASDFAD. That is our actual search result, and that's what that router.push was resembling. Cool. And let's go back to our VS Code. And what we're going to do is add a class name called flex items. And then when it's large, it's going to be hidden, right? This is going to be the mobile navbar. And then we can close it like this. Cool. What we're going to be using for the animations and the transitions and the pop-ups is something called headless UI. And here's an example of just a drop down that we can use for this. And we can use menu.button, transition, etc. I highly recommend that folks go and check out some of the cool things that you can do with it, because you can do, pop-ups, dialogue, modals, checkboxes, switches, toggles, tabs, transitions, etc. Many different things that we can do here. And with the code we're going to be replicating is the one that you're seeing right now. Cool. Let's go back to our VS Code. And what we're first going to do is write a div class name. Then we're going to have some CSS in this. What we're going to be doing is we're going to make it hidden. We're going to have it max width. We're going to have it at large. It's going to flex. Justify, a couple other ones. Then we're going to write menu. We're going to say relative. Then we're going to say menu.button. So this is the button that we actually push to make something happen. Rounded full. Here's just some CSS just to make it look nice. We'll say focus, etc. We also need to add, we need to actually import Tailwind or headless UI. If you don't, and then we're going to copy npm install, and then we're going to run that in there. Then we want to add use session. Cool. And I just want to reiterate, the menu that we're doing is that as someone pushes this, it's going to drop down a whole bunch of different selection tools, a whole bunch of different selections. The first one we're going to do is if there is session data, then we're going to have it as just a user image. And if there isn't, then there's just going to be 3 dots. So the user image, we are going to build this now. Let's go up. I'm going to say dots vertical, and those are going to be the 3 dots. Cool. For now, we're going to create a new component, and we're actually going to put this called video component. Now, this is where all the video components are going to go, but one of the main things that we use for the video components is user image. So that's the reason why we're putting it here. We want to do export function user image. We're going to have the image, and then we're going to have some class names that we're going to be giving it as well. Then we can return, then we can say div, and then all other class names that we use as props. Then we can make, we can say image from next image. We can say source image or /profile.jpg. So if we have an image, it's going to be a regular image, but if we don't have an image, it's just going to come up blank. That's what the profile.jpg means. Now we need to import next image, and we'll do that now. Return. Cool, just like that. Then we want to go to the components. We want to import this new user image. User image from video component. We can go back to Navbar, and now we can import it. Cool. And now you see three bars. And then if we say not session data, then you'll see like the small little user image. Now, we have to make sure profile.jpg is working. The reason why it's not working is because we have this public file with no images in it inside of it whatsoever. Up on the GitHub, we have a publics folder that we can use that I put, and I have logo, I have fave icon, I have profile, I have a bunch of different properties. When we put that and replace that into public, you'll finally have the profile.jpg image pop up. You can also look in the top left hand corner that we have a fave icon as well. Cool. And if we change that back to normal, the 3 dots comes back up. Now, like I said, we have menu and menu.button because this is going to be a drop down for many different other for many other things. Next, we're going to make transition. And then the properties that we put in transition, we can get directly from Headless UI. We could just copy this chunk right here. Boom. Now it's time to write the actual tags for the actual drop down, the actual items, menu items. So we're gonna do menu.items. Say class absolute. We say right 0. We'll say z-10. Width 48. Origin top right. And we got some background white. We got the shadow color. We're giving it a ring. We're saying that it's rounded as well. And we have some other properties that we're going to give it as well. Then we can close menu item. Cool. We can say session data. But first, make sure that this is working. Cool. We're going to make this a div and we're going to call it a class name. Inside of it, it's going to be, if there is a session data, then we're going to say user image. We forgot fragment, to import that from headless UI. So let's do that. Import fragment from React. Cool, let's go back down. Save, should run now. Then we're giving it another class, another div with full, and then we're going to say give it a paragraph tag. Let's say session name. It's going to give the person its name. Then we're going to give it. Then we're going to close the paragraph tag. Cool. Do we have a profile? We have the profile image. Now, usually you would have session data.username, but because we haven't, for this user that we're signed in now, we haven't added an image or a name to it yet. This is the reason why you can't see it. However, we will add this in the into the future. And we can also do this for their email address. So they can, when the user is signed in, they'll also see the email address down in the drop-down menu. Cool, let's close it. Now we could go back down and we can just say class name. If there isn't a user, if a user is not signed in, then we just call it menu. And there you go. You see menu right there. Seems like our drop down menu is working, our session data is working, etc. Cool. So the next thing that we're going to do is use we're going to make a login and sign up button in replace of the profile picture. And because we're using Next.Auth, when the email is sent, regardless if the user is a brand new user or a returning user, it will still show the same thing. So, there's no there's in our application, there's no really difference in between login and sign up when it comes to the pushing the buttons, because they basically, it really at the end of the day, it really wouldn't matter. First, we're going to do is button. We're going to call our button component. We're going to give it a variant of Tahiri gray. We're going to say size medium. We're going to say on click. On click, if it's not session data, then you're going to sign up. Other words, nothing. And then we want to make sure that we import this. We want to make sure that we import sign in and our button components. We're going to make a new file. We're going to call it buttons.tsx. And the reason we're doing this is simply because we did something similar with this with components and icons. We're going to now do this with the buttons. Do import button. Cool. And like I said, and you see the login button right here. And then we push it, it actually just gets us to our login, telling us to log in. Now, we're going to, like I said, we're going to also do this for register. Even though they're both going to the same page, but it's just give a little bit of assurance to the user. And we're just going to call this sign up. Like I said, they both go to the same place though. But you may get a scenario where the user may start looking for where is the login button, where's the sign up button. They basically, it doesn't, for our applications, it just goes to the same place. Cool. And next, what we're going to do is customize the theme for Next.Auth. So we can go to our auth.ts page. We're going to give the color theme, the color scheme is going to be light. This value, this hexadecimal value is exactly the color of green, our primary color. If we refresh it, you see this. The logo we're going to get from public. So /logo.svg. Make sure we save that. And then our button text is going to be white. Just make sure we save, make sure we refresh, and then boom, you see this. Let's make sure we have white. There you have it. And we can go to Gorilla Mail just to test this out. Let's do testing vid chill set. Let's do that. And then we put it back in the sign in. We can refresh, give Gorilla Mail just a time. Boom, we got this. Then we're going to sign in. Cool. So now we're going to go ahead back over to Prisma Studio, and we're going to add in the name and email and change some of the actual user data. So we can first open up the model user. And if you look at our bottom, this is our sign in value. So we can actually change the name of this to Ryan Cena for that matter. We can save it, and then we look back onto our site. You see Ryan Cena, you see the email right under that. We can also add an image and background images as well. But I have something much more easier. We can go to session, and you see how the session says user ID. We can go to one of these users that we have already from seeding our database and just give it the value 164. And I'll change basically all the data that we have for this session. And then you'll see that there's an error popped up saying that the Cloudinary image is wrong. The reason this is happening is because we haven't told Next that you're able to import images from Cloud in there. So we can go to nextconfig.mjs, and we're going to first, tell Next that it's okay to have an image from this type of domain. So we can go to domains. We could say res.cloudinary.com. Boom, save it. It didn't allow us. Let's refresh. Let's restart our terminal. Boom, then you see that ADHD Mastery is the new user. And we can do this again. We could go back to Prisma Studio and change the user again. So let's say we don't want user 64. Let's use user 69. And now our session is for chops, for that matter. Or user 170. Cold Steel is now our user. And like I said, this is just seeded data that we already put in the database, and we're just changing the session. Cool. If you go over to Chrome Web Store, there's a really good plugin that you can get. It's called Web Developer, and it allows us to do a little bit of things that you see, like disable cookies. It has some things that you can do with CSS and forms and images, etc. We're going to download this in order so we can help us disable cookies really easily and then re-able cookies. Cool. Now we can head back over to our web application, and if we push disable cookies, boom, it disabled the login state. If we go back and re-able cookies, boom, it puts us back we're back to sign in. It makes it very easily for us to manipulate our web application based off of if a user is signed in or not. Cool. So now let's go back up to the top, and we're going to add in some of the navigation items for the drop down menu. So let's go under use session. We're going to say const user ID, and all this is just doing is just getting the session the user's ID. Then we're going to say const sign in navigation, and all the items below this are going to be if the user's already signed in. So we're going to first say icon class name implies user, and that user is actually just the icon. So we're passing the icon directly in there. Then we're going to say name equals view profile. Then we're going to say path we're going to say user ID / profile videos. This part we're going to come back to in the future when we actually make profile videos. So don't worry about it too much now, but we will go into it later. And then we're going to say line above equals true. Cool. We're not going to put all of them. We're going to close the array right now. We just want to first see if it's working. Then we can say const signed out navigation. Just give it an icon. Say icon help circle. Say name help. Path, we're going to say blog / help, and then we're going to say line above true. And when I show you the example, I'm going to show you what actually line above actually means, so don't worry. Then we're going to say const navigation. If the user signed in, then it's going to be signed in navigation. If not, then it's going to be signed out navigation. we can go back, and then we're going to import some of the icons. And you see, just importing them like this makes it so much more easier than having to import each one from each different file. So we're going to say user, and then we're going to put help circle as well. And right here, you see the icons that we have. User, help circle. Now we're going to scroll all the way down, and we're going to actually map all of the navigation items. Let's go navigation.map. Make sure we put close the brackets. And do menu.item. We're going to give it a key, and each key is going to be called item.name. Let's do link. On click. We're going to say e.prevent default. So it will prevent the website from automatically refreshing. Then we're going to say if item.path is equivalent to sign out, then we're going to say void sign out. It actually will hit the sign out. We're going to say else. Then we're going to say void router.push. Item.path or slash. And link is referencing, like we said, next link. Do we say href item.path? Do we close it? Cool. Now we scroll down, we can open up this link. We can say div class name flex items center. Then we can give items.icon. We can give the icon a height of 4, width of 4, and the color 700. And then we can say items.name. And then we go here, you see the icon, and then you see the name. And then if we actually disable the cookies, we see the same thing. Cool, let's scroll. So we're going to make a new function called class names. And what this function is going to allow us to do is to conditionally render class names. So, and you'll see this when we start to use it. Let's scroll down. Let's go class name equals class names. Then we say active. It's active. We're going to give it a background of gray 100, else then nothing. And then block the class names below that are just true no matter what. Those are going to render whatever, regardless. Then we're going to have item.line above. Then if it is, we're going to give it a border at the top, and we're going to give it a color of 200. And you'll see this in a second. Cool. So that's an example when it's true. Then this is an example when we put false. False. You no longer see a border at the top of it. It's the same thing with profile. Yep. True. Cool. So the next thing we're going to do is just add the rest of the navigation items that we have. So let's do that now. Copy this. We're going to change this to Creator Studio, and then we're going to change the icon as well and the path name. We're going to call the path dashboard, and we're going to say line above false. Then we're going to give it an icon of a brush, of like a paintbrush. Next, we're going to do help circle, block help, line above true, closing it. Next, we're going to do icon settings. We're going to name settings, of course. Give a path name / settings, and then we're going to say line above false. We can right click and we just say update import, and it'll automatically import the icon names. Did we go here? Boom, you start to see these. View profile, creator studio, help, settings, etc. Do we say message plus square? Then we could say file for terms of service and feedback. The one that has a path of a number sign and message square, I will show you what that means in just a little bit. And then we go out, we put lock, privacy, and then you go down all the way to log out. We have it set to sign out. And remember, we have item.path is equivalent to sign out. That will force us to sign out. Cool. We can go back down to sign out navigation. Then we can do a feedback one, malito@chill.com for the path. That will force an email to pop up, and I'll show you that in a little bit. Then we can do terms of service. And we could do lock as well. And this is all of our icons. Oh, and let's import our icons. Perfect. And these are all the ones here. Let's check to see if we have any errors. Nope, seems good. We looking like we're missing user. Go to the top. Type in user. Boom. If we do this, see we have all the icons here. If I push log out, boom, it logs me out. And yeah. Then if we go to the top and then we push disable cookies, let's look at signed out navigation. Let's refresh. Let's click help, privacy, etc. Now, this one where I said feedback at, it has an email pop-up. If we click this, do you see how it automatically pops up in an email from Apple? There we go. We can click disable cookies once more. Cool. So the next thing that we're going to do is actually build out our sidebar. So let's first make a new file that's called sidebar.tsx. And then let's give it some, make an interface called sidebar props. Then we're going to say is open a boolean. We're going to say set sidebar open. Then we're going to say close sidebar. We're going to say that's a boolean. And then we're going to close the sidebar interface. Now let's create our sidebar component. So we say export default function sidebar. Then we give it all the props. Then we're going to pass it sidebar props. And then let's just write a little test to make sure that the component is actually rendering properly. So first we're going to do return. Give some brackets. Let's say h1 sidebar test. Now let's close this. Cool. Get rid of those. I'm gonna now go to our index page. Or my mistake. I'm gonna first go to our components page and I'm gonna create a new sidebar, export a new sidebar component. Then I'm gonna go to our index page. And then I'm going to call sidebar. Cool. All right, so let's go back to sidebar, and I want to comment these properties out first because we're not actually passing any props. And now I just want to test, just write, just the basic background, change the background color just to make sure that sidebar is actually working. So we'll first make a div. We'll call class name. We're gonna give it equal. Then we're gonna say background dash red dash 300, and then we're gonna say width 100 or width full. My mistake. There we go. Nope, we're not seeing anything yet. So let's try another test just to make sure this sidebar is working. Let's say absolute. Let's say left. Let's say top. I'm gonna say class name, and I'm gonna make this a little bigger. 3x. Dash red 400. Nope, we're still not seeing anything for some reason. So let's just comment navbar. Let's refresh. Okay, there we go. Now sidebar is working. Okay, just want to make sure, just run a little test just to make sure that our sidebar is working. Cool. So now let's start building our sidebar. We can first delete all of this. And we're going to import that function class names in order to give a conditional class name, similar to what we did with Navbar. We can make a return, and then we're going to make some brackets. In those brackets, we're going to start with a div. This div is going to be a conditional. Let's say close bar. If close bar is true, the width of the sidebar is going to be 20. Else, then it's going to be 56. So this will allow us to open the sidebar and close it. And then below are just the default values regardless of the conditional. We're going to add one more thing, background red 400, just to make sure it's working. Perfect. You're starting to see the emergence of a sidebar. Not sidebar, boom. When it's not sidebar, you see the width is much smaller. That allows us to open and close the sidebar. Delete that. Next, we're going to make a new div. And then we're going to put some class names inside of it. Just put grow, flex column. We're going to give it a gap of the height will be 5. We're going to give it overflow. We're going to give it a border gray 200. We're going to say the background is white. We're going to say the padding on the x-axis is 6, and then the padding at the bottom is going to be 4. Well, we can close it. Next, we can make nav. We'll give it flex column. We're going to say the padding at the top is going to be 8. Cool. Now you're seeing this. Then we're going to say not. Let's just change this to back to the regular sidebar size. Next, we're going to open a nav. We're going to say UL. Let's say row list. We're going to give it a class name of flex column, and then we're going to say the gap on the y-axis is 7. Then we're going to have a list item, li. It's 1. Do you make li class name, and do you want to say margin top dash auto for the second list? And what this margin top dash auto is going to do is that this is going to be where we put the elements at the bottom. So when you have, and we will see this in the future, but when you have settings and help at the bottom of the sidebar, this is where those would be located at. Cool. We can delete this hello world. Go back to sidebar. Let's see. Oh, it's also uncomment out navbar. Boom. So now you see the navbar and then you see the sidebar right beside it. Cool. We can say UL one more time. Cool. And before we actually finish this, let's scroll back up and we're going to make a navigation item. And we're going to be putting many different navigation items into this, sort of similar to what we did with Navbar. So we can make a new interface. We can call navigation item. We can say name is string. We can say path. We can say icon, and then we can say current, which is a boolean. This is very similar to what we did with Navbar. Cool, and then now we can just start making some of the navigation items. We can say cons desktop, and then we pass in the navigation item as props. We can say equal, and then it's going to be an array. And then we can say, here's our first icon. We're just only going to make one. We're going to say name. We're going to give it a path that. We're going to import home. And then for the current will be would depend based off of the router.path from Next.js. So Next has a way of checking the path name. If the path name is equivalent to whatever value that we put for current, then that would determine true or false. So now we can do const router equals use router, and then we can import this at the top of our page. So we can say import use router. And then we have icons. Of course, we want to import those as well. Let's right click. We can say add import from icon/icon. There. And next what we have to do is actually map this. So we're going to do desktop navigation.map. Very similar to what we did with Navbar. Then we're going to close it. First, we're going to say li, and then we're going to give it a key. And each key is going to be called item.name. Then we could close the list. So I'll make sure you close it. Then inside the values, we're going to import link from Next.js. After we have link, we can do item.current. Similar to what we like, it's exactly very similar to what we did with nav. As an item, if an item is current, then it's one color. If it's not, then it's another color. So if item is current, then we have it the stroke as primary 600, right? So that'll make it like a dark green. And then if it's not, then it's just going to be a gray color, grayish. Then when it's hovered over, we want to switch it back to the primary color. Now let's import link from Next.js. Last thing, we're just going to add an empty href tag right here in link. And then if we go over to Google Chrome, we see that it is highlighted. Our icon is highlighted. And then you see that when I push not, then it goes back to gray. We can make a paragraph tag, and then we can make a conditional class name saying that if close sidebar is true, then this paragraph is hidden. The name of it will be hidden. We can go not sidebar C. There you go. Then we can do item.current. We can say if item.current, then the background dash gray, and then we can give it the text of color, primary color 600. If not, then it's just going to be text gray, background 50. And in the bottom ones, like I said, that's the class names regardless of what happens. There you have it. Let's just say not, and do you see it? And do you see how we hover over it and then it highlights? There you have it. Just go back. And then now what we're going to go do is just add some more names to the desktop navigation. So the first one we're going to do is liked videos. Now we're going to import use session. And then we're going to say const user ID equals session ID dot user dot ID. Now what this will do is just get the user ID from the session. And then let's also import it just like this. And then we're going to say path. We're going to say if user ID is available, then we're going to go to playlist like videos. Else, then we're going to go to sign in. Then we can give it an icon, a thumbs up. Then we can say if router.path name is equivalent to like the page playlist / like videos, then it'll light up. Then we can do the same thing with history. We can do the same thing with your videos. Now, at your videos, you notice that the path is a little different right here, where you see string user ID. When we make the pages, the actual pages for your videos and library, you'll see that we started off with / the user's ID and then the profile videos. So, but for right now, you don't have to worry too much about it. We can right click and then we can just add all imports. And then you see we have liked videos, history, your videos, all of this. Next, we're gonna go back to our link tag, right at desktop navigations, and we're gonna make on click. Then we're gonna say e.prevent default. So this will stop the page from automatically refreshing. We want to make an if statement saying that if item.path is equivalent to sign in, then we're going to say void sign in from next auth. If else, then we're going to push the user directly to that path. This is very similar to what we did with Navbar. Cool. Now if we click like video, let's actually go back to our plugins and let's disable cookies. Let's refresh. Then if we click like videos, you notice it sends us right to the sign in page. And the same thing with your videos. Same thing with following. Now we're going to go back to VS Code and we're going to import useEffect from React. Then we're going to call useEffect. So useEffect. Then we're going to say desktop navigation for each. And then what this is doing is this going to check whatever the current is, and it will just see if it's the equivalent to the router.path name. And let me just add, it will also update anytime that we switch to another page. So now let's go down to the bottom, back to our list tags. And what we're going to do is write in settings and help that navigation items that are all the way at the bottom of our sidebar. So what we first can do is just call Next.js link tag. Then we could call settings icon. Then we have some class names that we're going to pass it to. We're going to give it a height of 5, a width of 5. We're going to call it gray. And then we're going to say whenever it hovers, we're going to put it to primary. Now I want to highlight the class names we're giving it is pretty much the exact same class names that are located above. Right. Same with our paragraph tag. Let's import settings. And our paragraph tag is conditional. So whenever if closed sidebar is true, then it will actually hide the paragraph tag. Then we want to have an empty href tag. Go and you see it's at the bottom. Cool, let's go back to VS Code. Now we're going to make another link tag. So first we could call Next.js link. We're going to put an empty href in there. We're going to say some class names. We're going to give it group. We're going to give it flex. We're going to give it rounded -md. We're going to give it a gap up on the x-axis of 3. We're going to give the font, make it semi-bold, and then we're going to say the text is small. We're going to give it a padding of 2. And that's it. So we can save it. Do you see that it is right like that? Now we just want to fix this one. We just want to add some primary. Yeah. And it will say hover text primary 600. And then this should work. Perfect. Just like the same CSS that we have right above. All right, so now we're going to say on click, and then we're going to say when a new event happens, we're going to stop it from refreshing. Then we're going to call session data. If session data is available, then it's going to send us to the right page. If not, then it's going to send us to the sign-in page. Then we click it. Let's send us right there. All right, now what we're going to do is basically just copy this and then just paste it there and then change the values, convert them so we can make a help navigation item. So we're just going to change settings to help. We're going to change the icon. Help circle. And because we don't have an import, if we right click on it, we can just update our imports. Then we can remove this on click actually. And then just send it straight to, we can use our href set tag and send it straight to blog/help. And we'll be making these pages soon. There you go. You see blog/help sends us right to it. And if we disable cookies, you can see the settings work perfectly. One more thing I want to show you is that if we scroll up to one of our CSS tags where it says hidden, and then where LG equals fixed, if we go and manipulate the resolution of this, you'll see that the sidebar is actually hidden when the web page becomes much smaller. So large, you see sidebar. When it's smaller, it's not. What we're going to do is add a button right here where my cursor is. Then when you click it, it'll open up the sidebar. Now what we're going to do is actually make a new component called layout. And what this layout component is going to do is, instead of importing navbar and sidebar, we're just going to import layout. And it makes things a lot more easier. And then we can go to the top. We can put layout. Now let's go to our components page. We are going to export layout. Now let's add layout. Like I said. Cool. So let's go to our layout component. And the first thing we're going to do is actually make an interface called layout props. And inside there, we're going to have children and we're going to have closed sidebar as a Boolean. Then we're going to export the function layout. And then we're going to pass the props to this function. And then we're going to return. Now, with this return statement, we're going to have a div. And we're just going to have, we're just going to pass children into it. Simply like that. Cool. Now we can go to our page and then we can just call layout simply like this. And then we can pass any information that we want to it. So let's just make a basic paragraph tag saying this is from the home page. We go and you see that this is from the home page. Cool. And for all information from there, that's how we're going to render it. Next, what we can do, we can go back to our layout and we can just make navbar. And let's import our navbar as well. So we can right click and we could just say add import from components. Cool, and you see our navbar is rendered. Now let's also do this with sidebar. Cool, and now we wrote sidebar. Before we actually render it, let's go back to navbar real quick. And you see where this mobile menu button says, where it says children? This is exactly where we're going to put our button at. Our button as props. So now let's write button right here. We're going to pass this button as props. Like I said, button, type. Let's give it button. Close it. We can give it a class name. We can give it incline flex, item center, etc. You can give it rounded and focus outline none. Then we can close it. And then inside this button, we're going to give it an icon. First, we're going to do, the icon that we're going to do is menu, right? So we can just start writing menu here. We'll push enter. It will automatically import it. You can see at the top at line 2. Then we can give it a height of 6 and a width of 6. We can say Arial hidden. And then voila, you see that we have, from our layout component, we have passed this button down as props. And now it's showing up. Then we're going to make, we're going to use state, sidebar open, true or false. We're going to go to sidebar, and then we're going to pass some items down as props. We can say is open, close sidebar, and set sidebar open. We're going to pass all of these down. And you'll see what we're doing in a second. So now we're going to head over to Headless UI. And we are going to be using a lot of these transitions in order for a sidebar. And you can see right here, here's a sidebar example of something that we can do. And I think this is a good one to use. Let's go back up to our sidebar and let's do the navigation items really quickly. So let's do const sign in mobile navigation. For signed in, we're going to give it a profile. And then now let's do signed out navigation. And the reason we're doing a sign in mobile navigation and a sign out mobile navigation is because these are not going to be shown when the user is signed out. We want items that are not always shown. This is the reason why. Similar, we did something very similar to this with Navbar. We had two different navigations for signed in and signed out. So right here we can do const mobile navigation. If it's signed in, then we return signed in mobile navigation. If it's signed out, we do signed out navigation. Let's go ahead and right click and let's import our icons. now we can, similar to what we did with desktop, we can also use state for mobile navigation. So it'll automatically light up. Cool. So if we scroll down here, we're about to make a sidebar that automatically pops up when you push it. So for example, if we go over to vidchill.org right here, where the completed website is, you see that the nav bar is very small. But when we push this button right here, we end up having basically a pop-up and a pop-up sidebar. And then it has all of our information here, profile, etc. In order to do this, we use something called Headless UI, which I talked about a little earlier. And I can come down to our transitions section where it says coordinating multiple transitions. And the way that we do this is we have to make basically two transitions. One is for the background overlay, right? So the background overlay will be this black overlay right here that you see. And if I move out a little bit, this black overlay. And then the second transition is going to be for our actual sidebar. So for the transition for our actual sidebar to pop up like that. Cool. And we will be doing that now. And one more thing to add is this button right here. We're going to be passing this button in as props for our nav bar. I will show you how to do that in just a little bit. So let's get started. Cool. So we're here back at sidebar. And the first thing I can write is I can actually come here, grab some things from Headless UI. We can say transition. We can grab this. We can say transition show setter. We can put this here. And then in fact, we're going to say dot root. Put that right there. Just like that. We can go ahead and close this. Just like that. The next thing that we're going to write, because this is going to actually be a dialogue right here. So we come down, we see dialogue, and I can show you. A dialogue is sort of a modal, right? So you push on it, it pops up. This is exactly what we're doing here in vidchill.org. When we push it, it basically pops up. So we're going to be writing dialogue. Let's do that now. So I can say dialogue, and I'm going to say as div, just right here. And I can say class name is relative, and I can give it a position of Z50. This just means that it's going to be if we have to layer multiple different items on top of each other. This is going to be the higher the number, the higher the element is when it's being positioned to other elements. So yeah. So then when this is large, of course, this is going to be hidden because we don't want to see this one. Next, we can say transition child. Right here, we can say transition child, and we can go ahead and close this simply like that. And what we're doing is we're saying transition opacity. We're saying ease linear duration is 300. Couple of different properties that we're just adding to this. And then inside here, I'm gonna give it a background, and this background I'm going to say background grade 900. In fact, just to make sure everything is working well, I'm gonna say background green, and I'm gonna say 500, just like that. And this encapsulates the first transition. So the background, like that background color that I was talking to you about. And let's close this. The next thing I can go ahead and say is I can make a div. I can say fixed, and I can say transition dot child, and pretty much the same properties that we have here, I'm gonna put down here as well. Put that right there. And inside here, we go back to our documentation where we see we have the first transition like that. And then we have our second transition. Inside here, we say dialog panel. Dialog panel is the actual pop-up that you see right here. right? So let's do dialog panel. We are going to say dialog panel, and let's give it some properties. Let's say dialog panel, and we're going to say position relative. We're going to say the margin right is 16. We're going to say display flex. We're going to say width is full, max width max width extra small, etc. Let's go ahead and close this. Just like that. We open this back up. Then we can say transition child. Cool. So the next thing I'm going to do, I'm not going to say transition child. We'll get to that in 1 second. We'll say paragraph, and I'll just say hello right here. And all of these tags, such as transition child, dialog, etc., we're just going to come here down below, and we are going to close it just like that. Now we can go see, we can save it, make sure everything is working well. If we come back to create T3, we see it's not working. And the reason why it's not working is we have to import our button, our props for our sidebar button. So let's do that now, and then we'll come right back to this. If we head back over to layout, we can see that our button, we don't have an on click for it. So let's go ahead and say on click. On click, just like that. We're going to say set sidebar open to true. And if we go and follow this, just to make sure, because I want you to stay with me, I want you to make sure that we're on the same page. We say set sidebar to open. We go ahead to our, we track where this prop goes in our sidebar. You'll see that is open is all the way down here. We pass this into our sidebar. That is open right here. So we pass it in here as props. Set sidebar is open. And then we finally open it right here in our transition.root. Right here. So now if we come back to this, we push, you see that now our background is green. Cool. Let's head back over to our sidebar, and we're going to change this back to gray, and we're going to change this back down to 900. And if we look at it, we see that now we have a dark one, and if we zoom in, well, hard to zoom in, we see the hello right there. So we make sure everything is working. Cool. Now we're going to delete this hello, and then we're going to make a transition. We're going to say div. So we'll make a div right here. And then the class names we're going to give it, we're going to say absolute. We're going to say left full. We're going to say top is 0, flex, width, justify center, and padding top. What we're building in here is actually the close button, right? So if I actually show you real quick, when we come here, you see this X right here. We're building that now. Now we can come back over here and then close this this div, just like that. We can open it. Then we can say button. I could say button right here. And inside here, we're going to say type button. We're going to say class name, margin, negative 2.5, and then padding is negative 2.5 as well. Then we are going to say span close sidebar. And then one more thing is that, remember our icons? Our icons, we have our list of icons here. We are going to import an X icon or a close icon. So let's do that here. We can say close, and then we can pass in the height and width of it. So we say close, height, width, 6, area hitting true. And then we can go ahead and then close this, save it. Prettier automatically makes it nice. We come back over. We see that we have an X right here. And if we push the X, it automatically exits out of our web page. Cool. So the next thing that we're going to build is the actual sidebar. So we can come here, we can say div class name, and I'm gonna give it a bunch of classes right here. I'm gonna say div, I'm gonna say flex, I'm gonna say grow, I'm gonna say flex column, I'm gonna say gap. Let me close this so we could just see a little bit better. Border gray 200 and background white, and we're giving it a padding of everything on the x-axis is 6, and then padding on the bottom is going to be 4. We can go ahead and close this. Next thing we can say is we can make a navigation menu. We can say nav, we can say flex -1. We'll say flex column, etc. We can close this just like that. Then we're going to make a list, very similar to what we already have done. Very similar to what we have already done with our other sidebar. Say UL gap, just like that, and we'll close this. Now the first element that I'm going to put into the sidebar is I'm going to end up saying we're going to put our logo. So that's going to be at the top of this logo, and I'm going to give it a width of 24. Let's go see it. We're here. Let's push it. Perfect. I can move this right there. Perfect. Just like that. There. Okay. I'm at full width. There you go. Now push that. You see vid chill right there. Let's go back. Okay. Next thing I'm going to add is I'm going to add a list, and this is where we're starting to add our navigations. So we'll say li, and we'll say class name border is going to be top. Side here, we'll close it. Just like there. Now we have a top of the border. And then I'm going to make another list item. Just like that. And I'm going to give it a class. Everything on the x-axis is going to be -2, space, and padding. Then we're going to close it. And then inside here, I'm going to say mobile navigation.map. Then we can close this. Just like that. And inside here, I'm going to say pretty much the same things that we have already have done. I'm going to say li, and then I'm going to say key, and it's going to be equal to item dot name. Then I'm going to go ahead and close this. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say inside of here, I'm going to say item dot name, just like that, to see if we're displaying any names. Cool. And we see profile here, and this is only one of them that we have. At least we have a lot of CSS to write. We can actually scroll up back to our desktop navigation, right? Some of our CSS classes can become very useful here. We can say, we can start here and then just work our way up, because these are going to be pretty much the exact same properties. And I'm going to stop right here at link. Just like that. And then we can come down, bring this, these properties down here. And we can paste these right here. And let's just make sure that we close our link. So if we scroll down, just make sure that we close it just like that. Save. Let's go look at this. We see We have the icon and we have the name right after it. Let's go and add some more properties to this. And one more thing before we go off, I just want to change some of the padding here. Instead of saying padding -2, we'll just add padding on the x-axis is 2, and then padding on the y-axis is 1.5. Cool. And then if we come up and we scroll all the way back up to our actual mobile navigation where we're listing this, we're going to add some more. We're going to import some more things. So I'm going to say when it's signed out, we have help, but I'm also going to say feedback. Let's see. I'm going to say feedback right here. So when it's signed up, you can say help, and we can also give feedback. Very similar to what we have already done with our navbar. And then when it's signed in, we can say help feedback, or you know what, actually let's just list these this way. We can say profile, we can say creator studio. Just like that. And in fact, let's import some of this stuff from Navbar. If we go to Navbar and we look at what we have listed, we say profile, we want creator studio, we want help, we want settings, and we want feedback. So we can go ahead and copy these two from our Navbar, just like that. And we come down here to sign in navigation. We come here, we paste these in here, so you have the help, you have the settings, and we want feedback. So I'm going to just copy this part right here. Just like that. We can go ahead and save this. And if you haven't, the first error, we have to change line above, and we're going to change that. For these two, you want to put in current.path name. So let's go ahead and do that now. We say name of help. We say whenever you're on the, let's try that again. We say whenever you're on the current, you say help, and then for settings, just like that. And just to keep consistency, we can just put these here. Just like that. We can save it. And just waiting. Hold on, give me 1 second. And just make sure that you import these at the top. I already have these imported here. And if you go back to mobile localhost 3000, you see that we have everything imported right here. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to come back to sidebar, and then we're going to come under desktop navigation. And I want you to scroll down to where you see settings, and then we're going to just grab this. Grab one of these. Grab this link right here. My mistake. Not the settings, what we want to do, the help circle one right here, because it's much smaller. Cool. We grab this. We can come back down to our mobile navigation, and then come right here under near the LI. We can simply say LI class margin top auto. We can go ahead and close it. We can close it, and then we're also going to give it a border -B. We can save it. Okay, now we can open this. We can open this and then paste this right there. We save it. Yep. and we're going to change some of these properties. So here we don't actually need this class name, so we can delete this. Just like that. Inside here, we're going to say privacy. And instead of having a help circle, we're going to have a lock. So we can just say lock, just like that. Just like that. And then the next one we're going to have, we can copy this again. Come down here, paste it. Look, one more thing I want to do is I want to change the href tag. So we say, instead of help, we want to say privacy. Just like that. Now we can scroll down and then we can say, this one is going to be terms of service. So we can say TOS, just like that. And we can say the one that we're going to use is file, the icon. And we can say terms of service, just like that. We can close that. It's like that. Now we come back over and then we click it. Seems like we're running into some issue. Looks like my server shut down. So let's play npm run dev again. Let's go ahead and refresh. Cool. Once it's finished refreshing, we can go ahead and click it. See if it's working. And boom, we have our sidebar pop up. We have privacy, terms of service, just like that. Just like that. And the next thing that we need to add is our actual authentication buttons. So for example, if we come here back to vidchill.org, we look at our design, we see that we end up having this right here. And if the user is not signed in, so we say disable cookies and refresh. Come here, we have the sign up and log in button, very similar to what we had in our nav bar, our navigation bar, right here. Cool, let's go and do that. Right under this LI, I can go ahead and say session data. So we're going to make a conditional. So session data. And let me go ahead and just put these here. Sign. Yeah, we'll say, hold on. We're going to make a paragraph tag inside here. Sign in. Then we're going to, if not, do the same thing. Out, just like that. Now we're going to close it just like that. If you see, refresh, we see signed in right here. Cool. Let's go back over to our code editor. So I'm gonna first make our logged out buttons because they're just a little bit easier. Here, what we're going to say is we're going to say list to list items. So we can delete these right here. We can say li, and then we can close this just like that. And inside here, we can say button with a capital B, so we can pull in our button component. Then I'm going to say variant. Or actually, let's close this first. Then I'm going to say variant. I'm going to give it primary. Then I'm going to say size equals 2XL. I'm going to say class name. I'm going to give it width of full. And then I'm going to say on click, we're going to prevent the page from refreshing. And I'm going to tell the user to sign in. It's going to be a sign in button. We can go ahead and close this just like that. And we can close it, sign. And inside here, I'm going to say sign up. Now, I'm going to make a duplicate button just like this because remember, sign in and log in are pretty much the exact same when it comes to Next Auth. We'll say log in, and we're going to say secondary - gray. Just like that. Go, and then if we go here and look at it, we can go ahead and disable cookies. Refresh. Click. You see a nice sign up and log in button. Now let's go back and disable cookies. And now let's write our other component. So as we're going to come back up here. We're going to first make a new div. We can get rid of these. I can say div. I can come here and then close it. Get rid of this background blue. Inside here, I'm saying margin, everything on the y-axis is going to be a margin of 2. We're going to say flex and then flex row. So we're going to put everything in a row. The next thing I'm going to say is whatever we're going to use the user's image. So we're going to take the session data.user.image and we're going to put it in there. Next thing we're going to do is say, oh, and one more thing. If there isn't one, we'll say, or we can say, if we we can say profile.jpg, profile.jpg. However, I should have this already covered in the user image component. So don't worry, that's not a mandatory to put. Okay, the next thing I'm going to put is I'm going to make another div right underneath this. And let me close this just to make sure everyone can see. I'm going to go ahead and then close this div. I'm going to say margin left of 2, flex, width full, flex column, justify start, and then trunk it. Next, I can go ahead and make a paragraph tag. And one more thing I'm going to add here, I'm going to say text dash small. All right, and then these paragraph tags, I'm going to just say we're going to post a paragraph right here. So we say session data, session.user.name, just like that. And we can close it. And then for the other one, I'm gonna list off the user's email. So we say paragraph text gray, and then I'm gonna say session data and pass in the user's email. Just like that, we can close it in a div. And the last thing I'm gonna add is a button in order for it to log out. So I can say button, I can say variant, I can say Tatahiri gray. Just like that. I can go ahead and close it. And inside here, I'm going to give a log out icon. Just like that. We can come up here. Make sure that you import this. Make sure you import all your icons. If I scroll back down, we have that. Here we go. And then I can re-enable, or I can refresh our page. And there you have it. Now you have the profile picture, the name, and the email address, and a logout button. There you have it. Now the next thing that we can do is we can head over to layouts, and we have some things. We have space, children, etc. We're going to add some more properties. Let's revamp this, and then I'm gonna add div inside here. I'm gonna say class name if closed sidebar. Then it's going to be the padding left is going to be 20. If not, then the padding is going to be 56. And I'll show you what that does in 1 second. Go ahead and close this. In order to make this work, let's head over to Navbar and let's get our function class names. This allows us to give conditional class names depending on what we want. I'll come right here, and I can put it right there. Cool. I'm going to also add some more things inside here. I'm going to say main, and this is going to be padding of y-24. I can close it, and then I'm going to say one more thing. Say div of margin X auto, and I can close this just like that, and I can save these. And now I'm going to show you what this class sidebar thing does. We come here, now we see this is from homepage. If we go ahead and say close sidebar, or not close sidebar, then you see how our page, some of our data on our page got shifted to the left. So this is what the padding over here is doing. If we come over to index, I can write this as a prop. I can say layout, and I can issue this. I can say close sidebar equals true. We come back to this. We see that the entire sidebar is now closed, and all the names that we had right beside it are also hidden. And then if we come back, we say false. Then you see the names come back. And this is sort of what we do right here. We're back to vidchill.org. This is sort of what we do with some of our, when we're on our video page, where we're displaying a video, we actually close the sidebar just to give us a little bit more screen real estate. Let's head back over to layout. And next thing we're going to do is we're going to write a new component, and we're going to call this footer.tsx. And what our footer is going to do, if we go to vidchill.org, and I want you to see this, when it becomes a smaller real estate, we see that we now have a footer right here that says home, history, library, following, etc. And then we click it, it gives us a green, it actually highlights it, very similar to what we had with sidebar. We're going to add this when the screen real estate becomes a certain size. So let's go ahead and do that. First thing I can do is I can say export default function footer, just like this. And then I can go ahead and close it. I'm going to give it a return value. Let's say return. And I'm going to say, just to give it a test, this is footer. Just like that, we can save it. You can also come here. And I can export it. So let's do that. Export default function, or export default footer. And then I can come back to our index, or no, our layout page. And I can say, right here, div class name large. We're going to hide this. Any other time it can be shown, or do we say footer right underneath it, just like that. And we're not passing the props or nothing to, let's try that again. Probably a bad way of doing it, but it's fine. Footer just like that, and then we can, and we can close this div. There you go, just like that. Cool. And we have it imported at the top. Cool. So in order to build this footer, we'll come here. The first thing we want to do, or actually a couple of things we want to do. First, we wanted to have a interface for navigation item, and actually we can pull this from Sidebar. So we come to Sidebar, we have icon, a couple of these things. And also we're probably going to need this as well. So we can copy all of this and paste it right here in footer, the top navigation item, etc. Then we can come inside. We're going to say const router, use router. Very similar to what we already have done. We're going to say const data session data. So this will allow us to see if the user is signed in or not. And then we're going to say const user ID, define user ID. And this is where we end up having our tabs. So we say const tabs, just like that, inside here. And let's import some of this. So we say highlight this. We can say import from Next Auth. Inside here, we can say home. Say home right here. And then let's highlight over this, and then we can highlight this. Give it a second. We say add from icons, and then we have to add from next router. If it's not popping up, we can go to Sidebar. Let's grab router real quick. We say use router, footer, go to footer, paste it in there just like that. Cool, now we have that. And then the next one we're going to do is history. So we can say this one as well, history. And this one we're going to do is we're going to say if the user ID is true, right? So we actually, this would verify if the user is actually signed in. If it's true, then we're going to throw him to playlist/history. If not, then it's going to be sign in. Very, very similar to what we have already done with Navbar. We can highlight this. Say update icons. Next one we're going to do is we're going to do library. Just like this. And this is just going to be the playlist, all the users' playlists. So even if we go to vidshield.org, I can show you, and let's get rid of disable cookies, or let's just refresh. Should sign us in. Nope, we're not. Oh, there we go. We're signed in now. And we see this. We have history right here. It sends us to all the users' history. And then we have library. This is all the users' playlists. Just like that. And then following is going to be all the people that this user is following. Very simple. Just like that. Cool. We come back here. We can highlight. We can say folder. Oh, let's try that again. If it's not working, we can just come over here. And we would. Oh, okay, cool. We'll say folder. And the last one we want to do is following. So we'll say name, following, user ID. We say user check. Come up here. Add that to our icons just like that. We can scroll back down. Cool. So we have our tabs. And now what we just need to do is just write our footer. And it'll be pretty easy. We can just transform this into footer just like that. And I'm going to say, for the class names, I'm going to say class name. Let me make this smaller. I'm going to say fixed. I'm going to push this in the bottom. I'm going to say Z50. I'm going to give it a border gray, background white, etc. Shadow small, just like that. And then I'm going to say nav. I'm going to say nav, class name isolate, flex rounded, large, and shadow. Then I'm going to close this. Next, I'm going to say tabs.map. So I'm going to say tabs.map. We're going to map all the tabs. Very simple, similar to what we already have done. In this tab, inside of here, I'm going to say link. I'm going to say link. And let me just close this really quickly. Just like that, so we stay on the same page. And let me just also close these tabs, just like that, and I save it. So we say tab.name. And inside here, I'm going to give it a class name, and inside here is very similar to what we already done. If there's no user, if the user is not, if this is not his current tab, then it's going to be primary 600. If it, or vice versa. If this is tab.current is true, then it's going to be primary 600. If not, then it's going to be gray. And then all the other CSS to make this work, we're going to put right underneath it. So we're going to say, let me just close that, just like that. So we say group, relative, min, width, 0, overflow hidden, text center. We say a couple more things for font, medium, etc. And we see link is not defined. So let's go ahead and hover over this. And if it's not like highlighting, we can go over to something like sidebar, and then we can say import link from next/link. We can go up and then we can import it right there. We can scroll back down, and now we have our link inside here. And we'll get to the on click. In fact, we can do on click now too. So let's go back to sidebar, because this is pretty much a copy and paste from what we have done with sidebar. We can say on click. Scroll down to your mobile navigations. We can say on click. Oh, on click. Highlight this item.path is equivalent to sign in, void sign in. Etc. Let's go over. We go back to footer, and then we can paste this right here. One thing you want to change is this item. Instead of saying item, we say tab.path, just like that. Ooh. Let's go back in here, and I said rab. Let's say tab. There we have it. We can go back inside here. Oh, one thing you want to do is also go back up here. We say use session, and we're going to say sign in from next auth. Let's go back down. Now we're going to open this. I'm going to go and say make another div, and inside here we're going to close it. We're going to say flex column, and then items is center. We're going to open it, and then I'm going to say tab.current. Well, first I'm going to say tab.name. So it gives us the name, and then let's save it to see if we're working right. Yep. We see home, history, library, following, just like that. And I'm also get rid of this. This is footer. We're going to head back over to sidebar, and very similar to you see mobile navigation, we have this item.current. We're going to copy this as well, and we're going to drop it right here in footer, right above this, and say item. Instead of saying item, we're going to just say tab. We say tab, 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 and we will, in fact, yep. And in fact, we're going to change these to 4 because we don't want them so big. And there won't be any hovering. So we'll say that. I will say it'll be 600, just like that. We go look at our icons. We see home, history, library, following, just like that. Now we have our footer. Then when it's expanded, you see that it disappears, and then now we have a sidebar. And you see that the responsiveness is awesome. So as soon as it becomes to a medium-sized screen, the sidebar disappears and then the footer appears, and vice versa. Cool, and that is what we need to do for our footer. That's the entire footer right there. Cool, so the next thing that we'll be doing, and right now we're here on the vidchill.org website, we can actually we're going to actually build this homepage. So we're going to replace, right now, this is where we are at. We're going to implement the videos and everything like that. Yes. So yeah, let's actually get started. So first things, if we come here, we see api.example.hello. We actually just don't need this anymore. And from now on, also, we won't be doing export default function home. We're actually going to be using next, or next pages. So we can say const home next page, and we can go ahead and export default home at the end of this. Just like that. Now, the next thing that we can do is we can actually delete this. We can just put these here. And we are going to our routers. Now, our routers is where we are actually going to write all of our data, either if we're going to be fetching it or actually querying it. This is all happening on our server side. Right now, we can actually delete all of this. We no longer need it. And what we are going to do, another thing is where it says example routers, we're going to change this, and we're going to change this to video router. Simple as that. And change this example.txs. We are going to change this to video. Just like that. Cool. Next we can do is we can head over to our root, and simple how it says example router, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to say, we're going to call this video, and we're going to say video router, just like that. And as soon as we do this, it automatically implements, and we can delete this example router. Just like that. Now let's head back over to our video router, and we're going to actually start writing some code. So the first thing that we're doing is we're going to actually just call random videos. This is actually what's happening here on the vidchill.org website. Every single request is just a random 50 videos or 30 videos for that matter. So let's go ahead and do that. So the first thing we're going to say is gets random videos, and it's going to be something called a public procedure. Public procedure means that it can be accessed anybody can actually call this API, right? So for example, I don't need to be signed in. I can be unsigned in, not signed in, and still access this. Cool. So the next thing we're going to say is dot input number, and z that number is for Zod. So Z means Zod. And then the next thing I'm going to say is query async. Just like that. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to close these. Just like that. Cool. Now inside here, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say const video with user. Simple as that. And then what we're doing is we're going to say await. We're going to say content from Prisma. We're going to say prisma.video.findMany. So this is our actual query that we can use in order to actually fetch all the data that we want in the database. And then we tell it what we want. We want where publish is equal to true. So where all the data, all the videos equals published, because we don't want a user to have it like unpublished and we're still querying it. Then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to say include user. And what include user means is just that we're including the user model as well. When we fetch this data, we're going to include the user model. So if we go to query, we go to Prisma real quick. We are getting all the video data. And then you see how user is attached to this. We can also say include user, and then it will include everything that's in this user model as well. So now we're getting the video and then the author of this video. We can go ahead and we can close this query just like that. Now, anytime you do an include, you also have to separate the data as well. So that's what we're going to do here. We're going to say const videos, video with user.map. We are separating this data. So we're going to separate user and then the rest of the video data. And then we're going to call this videos. So we're destructuring this videos with user right here. And we can do the same thing with users. We can define users right here. Const videos with user. And if we look at the actual map, the actual data structure for this, we see that const users, and this is all the properties that this has. And now we look at the new videos. This is all the properties that this has as well. Now, some things that we want to add, we want to figure out how many views that each one of these has. So if we go here, this is back-to-vidshow.org. We see that it has 9 views, 3 views, 9 views, 8 views, etc. Well, we actually have to count these. So let's do that now. We can say const video with counts. And then we can say videos.map async video. And then we can say videos.map. My mistake. We can say const views. And this is where we're actually counting the data. So let's do that here. We can say we say const views because we are mapping through each one of the videos. Each video, we're going to count how many views it has. So we say Prisma.video engagement. This is the engagement model. We're on count where video ID equals video ID and where engagement type is equivalent to view. Right here. And then whatever our finding is, we can go ahead and return it. So we can say return, put it in array, or do we say return all the video properties and also return the views. We have like that. And also, if we haven't yet imported this, let's actually import this from Prisma client. And if we see engagement type, we have imported it. Cool. And I'm going to close this just like that. And then I'm going to close it just like that. Cool. So now we have videos with counts. Now what I need to do is I'm going to shuffle. I'm going to write a for loop in order to randomize a lot of our videos. So let's go ahead and do that now. First, I'm going to say const indices array dot from, and I'm going to say the length and videos dot length right here. So generate an array of indices just like that. And I'm going to run it through one of our for loops. Here we go. And then the for loop that we're going to be using, and actually the algorithm we're going to be using is going to be called the Fisher-Yates shuffle. This is the way. And then here is what it's doing. It is going to randomly shuffle our videos. And right here, as you see, is that we ran into some TypeScript errors just because of what we're doing. I just comment those out. You can add these 2 lines right there. Then after that, we can say shuffle videos with counts. And then we can say shuffled users as well. So now it's shuffling these 2. It's putting the data into there. And then we can say, can also add const random videos and const random users. Now it's shuffling the data. and then we would return it. We can say return random videos and return random users, just like that. And if we look at the actual objects that are being returned, we see videos, and you see views was being added to it, and users, same concept. We're shuffling the users and the videos. Cool. So this is our first actual method that we were actually writing. Let's go ahead. Let's head back over to index. So now the next thing I'm gonna write is I'm gonna say const data is loading error, and then I'm gonna say API.video.get random videos use query. So what this does is our actual data, when our data is returned, this is the thing that we have to pay attention to. So it says data. Then if there is loading, then this will be end up popping up. And if there's an error, then we're just going to be given an error. Now, remember 40. We go back to our input that we end up putting here, our number. And I scroll down. Let's see. User, find many. Where I have input right here. This is how many videos that that it's going to actually return. There you have it. Cool. Now we're going to write, the next thing we're going to write is our error. So we're going to allow it to give us an error if there's an error, and also give us a loading page. I'll give you an example. So for example, if we go ahead and just type that into vidshow.org and then run it, you see that we have this error pop up here. But if we refresh, well, not a great. Here we go. If we refresh, you see that this loading, we have a little loading green spinner. We're going to end up, write that now as a component. So to do this, we're going to make a new component. We're going to say new. We're going to say, hold on, let's give it some time. Error message.tsx, just like that. Then we can head to it. And the first I'm going to do is I'm going to write the loading spinner. That's the first thing I think I'm going to write. In order to do this, we have to download something called React Loading. And this allows us to actually get the green spinner. And there's many other properties that you can add to this, such as the color, the delay, the height, the width. And there's many different, you don't have to have a spinner. You can have different types of loading, spinning bubbles and balls and blank and bars, all types of stuff. So let's go ahead and copy this. We're going to run it in npm, run it in our terminal. Run it inside your terminal, just like that. Then we can go ahead and start writing this. So we're going to say export. Inside of our error message, we can go here. We can say export function loading message, and then we're going to say return. And inside here, I'm going to make a new div. And inside here, I'm going to say div class name relative. I'm going to give it a margin top of 16. I'm going to give it a flex. I'm going to say width full, flex column, item center, justified gap, and text center. Just like that. I'm going to go ahead and close this. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to call this React spinner. I'm going to say React. I'm going to say React loading. React loading, just like this. And inside here, I'm going to say the type. I want spinning bubbles. I want the color. The color is going to be the green, our primary color. So that green primary color that we have. And this is the value for it. Inside here, I'm going to say height. I'm going to say 667. And I'm going to say width is going to be 365 375, sorry. And I'm going to close this. Just like that. And let me just make sure we close this as well. We save it. Prettier automatically makes it look nice. Cool. And then right underneath it, I'm going to make an H1 tag. H1. And here, I'm going to just say the text is going to be 2XL, font semi-bold, text is going to be gray 900, and it's going to say loading. And I can highlight this. I can go here. I can say add import React loading, and now we have this. Cool. So the next thing that we're going to write is the error message. Let's do that now. So we can say, let's say export function error message, just like this. And then the imports that we're going to have, we want to say children, we want to say icon, description, and message. And you'll see how each one of these, how we do this error message, how each one of these props gets put inside to make an error message a little later. All right, so now we're going to write our types. We say children is React node. We say icon is a string, message, and description is a string. Next thing we can say is const, or actually, before we even do that, let's just return it. We can say return here. Error message, just like that. And we can go ahead and then we can close it just like that. There we have it. Okay. Cool. So now we're going to write something called icon selection. And this, the user for each one of our pages that we have this error message rendered on, we can choose which type of icon we want. So let's go ahead and do this. So I'm going to say const icon selection. Inside here, I'm going to say icon and class names, just in case if there is any. Then I'm going to give it the types. Just like that. Right here, just like that. And then I'm going to say if icon equals green horns. Then I'm going to return green horn and then the class names that we put down on it. Then I'm going to say else if icon is equivalent to green people. There, and then I'm going to say else, and then I'm going to say green play. Just like that, we can hover over this. And we can say quick fix. And then we can add all these from, let's come back. Hover over this. Let's say add all missing imports. And you see it imports all of it for us. Okay, so this is our icon selection. Let's now go ahead and write this right here inside of our div. So we can say, let's make this div. And inside here, we're going to give it some class names. We're going to say, if class name, we're going to say relative. We're going to say margin top. We'll say flex with full, flex column, and a couple other things. Next, we are going to import the icon selection. Then we are going to have our actual H1 tag. So this is going to be the actual message that the user sees. So we have an icon, then we have message. I'll give you an example of a little bit of what we're talking about. vidshow.org. Here's our loading page. We come here and we see right here is the icon that's selected. Right here is the actual message that we're putting in. So we say icon, here's the message, and then right underneath it is the description. that we're passing, and all this is being passed down as props. You'll see how this works in 1 second. Then we can have a paragraph tag. And then inside here, we can say children, just in case if we want to have a button or anything. And we can close it just like that. So we can pass down props if we wanted to as well. Props right here, and then put it, or children, and then put it down here. So we can put in buttons, etc. So cool. We are pretty much done with this error message components. Let's now go and add this to index.tx or our home page. We come here. The first thing I'm going to write, and actually I'm going to make this 20. First thing I'm going to write is I'm going to say const error. We're going to first write the error page, and I'm going to say if is loading. Then I'm going to return loading message, that loading message component. Just like that. And then I'm going to say else if error or not data. Then we can return, and then I'm going to put into our error message our error message just like this. We can go ahead and we can add all missing imports just like that. We come down, and then we can just say else. Anything else, then we just return nothing. Just like that. So now we're saying if is loading, then we're going to show the loading state, React loading, and else, if there's an error or there's not data, then we show that. Let's close this error just like this. Now we can say, we can come here and we can come inside of our layout, and I can say if not data, we come here and I can say not data or error. Then we're going to render our error component, else hello, we'll say hello world, just like that. We can go ahead and close this just like that and save it. Let's go look at it, and this is vidchill.org. Let's go back to here. You see that now it says hello world. But now let's just look at these rendered states just to see what we did. We want to go into the inner workings of it. If I say data, we say data, and we say data, just like that, just to see what it does. You refresh, you see now it says no videos. So this is exactly what we said. It says no videos right there. We can take what this message says, no videos. We can say no, hold on, let's go back, no followers, just like that. And let's go back, no followers, just like that. And then if we come here and refresh, you see that now it says no followers. And we can change the description. We remember we saying green play, right? If we go back to our error message, and we come down, we have green horn, green people. Let's put in green people and see what happens. We can say green. You can say P-O-O-P-E-O-P. Say green people. We refresh. You see now it says, now it has green people, and it still says no followers, etc. Cool. Now the next thing we could do, we could put this back, set this back to how it was, and we could just say not is loading, and we can also come back down here and keep data open, and now we'll see our spinning state, just like here. And now it says spinning, it's having spinning, and then you see the loading right here. Just like that. Come right here, we can say not, we can change this back to what it was, and we should see hello world again. There you have it, hello world. Cool. So now let's actually get this, let's actually start building this. Hello world. Okay, let's start building this. And now we have get random videos. If we actually come down to console.log and we open this up a little bit, you'll actually see a place where, actually, let me do this, make it a little bit easier. Just like that, let me open this. You'll actually see video.get random videos, the query. So this is our outgoing request. So here's the arrows to the right side is getting is making the request, and then this is the arrows going to the left side is us receiving the data. So we can go here to object, we can go here to results, and we could say data, and you can see users and videos. Do you remember how we had data right here? This is our data. This is our data, and we just destructured it. So now you see nothing but data. And here you have users, and then you have videos as well. Cool. So let's actually start start building our actual video page. Yeah. Let's first head over to video component, and we already have this user image right here. We're going to add some more properties here. The thing that we're going to add is something called multi-column video. So we, and also before we even start that, let's actually create the interface first. So we'll say interface, video component, props, and then we're going to pass it videos. Just like that. Inside, we're going to say ID is string. We're going to say title. We'll say thumbnail URL. Simply as that. Then we'll say created at is going to actually be a date. Just like that. And then the views count. So we say views number. There you have it, and we can go ahead and close that too. Go. So that's videos. So that's videos, and basically what we're doing is everything that we pass down. So everything you've seen in that console.log. If we go back, everything that was in data, every piece of data, right? So we see ID, name, email, image, etc. All this is just being passed down as props. Exactly. So we're passing down ID, title, thumbnail URL. Exactly. So we have thumbnail URL, and then this is going to end up as an array. Like that. We'll close it. Next thing we're going to do is say users. And the only thing that we're going to get from our users that we want is image and the name. String, and also let me add string, just like that. Save it, and this is also an array. We're also going to put refetch. So for example, when you come to this web page, vidshow.org, you see how it refetches. You go back. We have, yeah, and it just refetches. We have a refetch that we can also call as well. So we'll add that as well. We'll say refetch. This is the type. Cool. And then we'll close it. Then we're going to say export const multi-video, and then we'll pass it in these video component props, just like this. Inside here, we're going to pass videos and users. We're also going to, in this case, no, we'll say here, we'll say imply. We'll open that. And now, let me just close this. And in fact, I'm going to just say return just to get it up and running. Return videos, just like this. We can go ahead and add this to our components. We can come here and we can say export, just like that. Cool. We're going to now just come to components. We have that multi-column video. Let's go back to index. And now what we can do, we are just going to say multi-column, and just call multi-column video. However, we're going to pass in all the properties one by one that we want from this. So we say videos, data.videos.map. And it seems like GitHub Copilot has us. So this is all the properties that we're going to map. So each video, we're going to pass it in here like that. So views. And there's some things that we want to add. We're going to say that. We're going to say or blank or that or 0 or due date, etc. We can go ahead and then close it just to make prettier. Cool. And then we're going to say users, and it's the same thing that we already implemented into the interface. Say users. With that right there, data.users.map, and then we're mapping each one of the things that we're going to pass down as props. I can say quick fix, and then I can say update. There you have it. If I come here, you see videos right here. Videos, perfect. Cool. And one thing else we want to do is just change this head. And once we do that, we are pretty much finished. And we want to change this back. We said no followers. We're going to say no videos. And then I'm going to say green play. We're going to set that back to what it was. And here, instead of saying create T3 stack, or 3 app, I'm going to say vid chill. Just like that. And then I'm going to write in here this meta tag or this content tag. Instead of saying generate T3 stack, I'm going to write a little description. Enjoy the videos and music all around with vid chill. And that is pretty much this. And then let's just make this vid chill just like that. Perfect. And now this homepage is pretty much finished, complete. This homepage is pretty much complete. The next thing we need to do is just heavy modify this multi-column video. And if you come here, you'll see that we have the fab icon. We have vid chill right here. Yeah, cool. Let's go back. Let's go back to multi-column video. Cool. The first thing I'm gonna say is I'm gonna actually make a div, and I'm gonna put some values inside of it. I'm gonna delete this. I'm gonna say div, and we can do this, make it a little smaller. I'm gonna say a couple values, and I'll explain what's happening in 1 second. Ooh. Just like that. We're doing a whole bunch of things for grid. So margin, auto, grid, columns 1, and medium is maxed with none. grid columns 2 large, grid columns 3 when it's large, etc. Cool. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say videos.map, and then we're going to have a index. So the index is going to track each individual video. Then we're going to make a conditional, or actually, then we're going to do const user. So we're mapping the video to the user, and then we say if not user, then return null. Just like that. We can go ahead and then we can say return. Just do that. Something simple as that. And then we can close this. And then we can close these as well. And then save it. We have it. Do we have HL, HL, and these HLs represent all the different component videos that we're going to be adding to the UI. Cool. So the next thing that we're going to be adding, I'm going to say link. We can say link right here. And we can click here. If you hit this, when it pops up, we can click it and it automatically adds next link to your import. So we can say that. We can get rid of this here. I can say href tag. Anytime that you hit this, you click this, it's going to take you to video/the video.id. And this is where we're doing dynamic rendering. And you'll see in the future what I'm talking about. If you go to vidchill.org and you click this, you'll see video/ and then this 252 represents the video ID. Cool, let's go back. Next thing we're going to add is a key. Just like that. And the last thing we're going to add is some class names. Class name flex, a couple other things. Flex column, item start, hover background 100, just like that. Now we can add in some of these properties. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say div class name. Then I'm going to close this. Next thing I want to do is I'm gonna call thumb. Oh, we're next going to make another component. Cool. So in here, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna come in here and say in components, and I'm gonna make thumbnail.tsx, and then I'm gonna come here. I'm gonna first import React and the image component, just like that. Import the image from Next/image, and then I'm gonna say export function thumbnail, and then I'm gonna pass it the URL, thumbnail URL in the string, and then what we're gonna return just like that. I'm gonna return. I'm gonna say div. And then we're going to say inset to 0. We're going to say height 0. We're going to say full width. And we're going to say padding bottom is 50%. Cool. Then we're going to go ahead and close this just like that. And inside here, I'm going to say image. I'm going to say source or background JPEG. So for example, if we don't have a thumbnail URL, for let's just say this is null, then it's going to just automatically implement the /background.jpg, and where we get that from is here at public or public folder. We see background.jpg, and there you have it. Go back here. Then I'm gonna say alt. I'm gonna say alt alternative. Say alt equals alternative, just like that. Then I'm going to say fill. And then I'm going to give it some class names. And inside here, I'm going to say absolute, a couple other things. So absolute, rounded, left, and 0. And we can go ahead and close. We can close our image. So like here, we can save it. There you have it. We can go to components and we can export it. Just like that. And now let's go ahead and implement this in right here. We could say video component. We can say thumbnail, and then we can pass it our thumbnail URL. Just like that. And if we come and see it, let's refresh. Looks like it's still not working. Let's come back here. Let's highlight this. It looks like we forgot to import it. So let's go here, add from import components. Cool. Let's refresh again. We refresh and now we see a whole bunch of different images all pop up right here. Cool. Just like that. Now we can come back to it. We're going to add some more properties. Next we're going to do is we're going to say div, and we're going to say max width equals XL. We can go ahead and close this. And inside, I'm going to give it another div. Just like that. And inside here, we're going to call user image. Just right there, and we can save it. We come back. We see that the user image is right underneath the thumbnail, just like that. Cool. Then right underneath this, we're going to make another div. We're going to say with this full. Just like here, we'll close this. We'll open it like that. And then we're going to put some properties inside of here. Let me close this and let's close that as well to make it easier for you to see. And now we're going to make something. We're going to make a new component called video title. Let's do that now. We come down here. We can say export function video title. And then the props that we're going to pass it, we're going to pass it the title, limit height, line height. And don't worry now, you'll see what these are going to be done, what these do in just a second. Each one of these are strings. And we can return it. Just like that, and save it. Cool. Now what we're going to do is we're going to make a big h1 tag. So we can say h1 header tag. Inside here, we're going to give it a class name. We'll go through what these class names mean. We'll say class name. We'll say max width is going to be, this was medium. We're going to say font semi-bold. We're going to say leading, text gray. When it hovers, we have that. And then we're going to say if text size, if limit size equals true, then it's going to be text base. Else, then it's going to be text large. And then if we say limit height, we say limit height, and we're going to say max height. It's going to be 12. Width is going to be full. Overflow is going to be hidden. And we have this. And then we'll pass the actual title in here like this. And like I said, you'll see what limit size and limit height really are going to come into play when we get to things such as like our video page. So don't worry about this too much now. We can come back up here and we can come into this div that I told you to make, and we can actually just import our video title. Right here. You see video title right here. And what limit height does is that it stops it from going over 3 or 4 lines. So it'll cut it off only when it's two lines like this. Cool. Now I'm gonna make another one called video info. So I'm gonna say export function video info. I'm gonna pass it the property names right here. And in here is going to be views and created at. We're going to return it. Just like that. And inside here we'll say, let's make a div. Cool, so we have div. Then we're going to put in some, we're going to give it some class names. We're going to say margin top equals 1. We're going to say display flex. We're going to give it a max height. Item start, overflow hidden, and text is going to be small. Next, we're going to give a paragraph tag. And we're going to implement views, just how you have it. Views, so text is gray, views just like that. And then we are going to make a dot, so a line. All right, so let me just show you first. We come to it. Let's also implement video info right here. Right underneath video title, say video info. Just like that. Cool, I implemented it. And now you can see 102 views, 26 views. Then I'm gonna make a little dot. Oop, let's go down. I'm gonna make a little dot right here, and I'm gonna use a list tag in order to do it, just like that. And then right underneath it, I'm gonna make a paragraph tag. And then we're saying here moment create at dots from now. And we have to implement, and actually let's do that now. Hold on, let's say add import from moment. Just like that. And let's actually implement moment now. If we come here, we say moment.js. If you come here, this is the react.js library that we're using. All we need to do is just say import install moment right here. And now we have the actual library name right here. And what it does is we can implement from now or when or whatever we want in order to manipulate time. So in this case, we put our created at here and we say what date was this created at? And we say dot from now. And then when we come here, we see now it says 2 years ago, 2 years ago, 4 years ago, a year ago, 4 years ago, etc. So now we have our views just like that. The last thing that we're going to create is something called user name. So let's do that as well. Come right underneath this one. And we can say import function username, and then we're going to pass it some props. We're going to pass it the name, just like that. We have name. We're going to call it a string, and inside there we're going to return it with its with a bunch of class names hanging right off of it. We're going to say max height is going to be 6, overflows hidden, text is small, font semi-bold, leading, and text is gray is 900. We can go ahead and close this like that. We can save it, and then we can come back up here, and we can say just say username just like that, and now we have it. Perfect. And now let's go check this out. Now you see here's the title, here's the image right beside it, here's the views and the year, and here is the actual user name right here, user.name. Now the next thing that we need to do is that whenever somebody searches something up, so let's just say we searched up Elon Musk for that matter, because we have a video right there. We searched that up. It should actually bring up a page for that. Let me show you what this actually looks like. Let's show you what it looks like on Vid here real quick. So we go ahead and search up Elon Musk for that matter. And we see we got 2 videos from him. We see right here at the search page, it has search, and then it gives the query right behind it. What we're doing is, I'll show you how this works right now. Let's come here to pages, and we're going to say new file, and inside here we're going to say search page, just like that. Oh, we want to say .tsx as well, so we say .tsx, just like that. And now inside of here, we are going to pretty much copy and paste everything we had in index. However, we're going to change multi-column video to another component we're going to make called single column video. We can go ahead and actually delete this as well. Cool, because we don't need it. We can, and let's just make this 30 for that matter. Cool. We can go ahead and copy this, and then we can bring this entire over to search page. For the time being, we can we'll keep it. And we search up, we scroll up, we see this is our search page. Let's first change search page into, or home to search page. Say search page, just like that. We're going to change this in 1 second. We have green, no videos, etc. This is fine like this. We are going to say, instead of saying that, we're going to say sorry. Try another search result. I'll tell the user that. And we're going to actually export search page just like this. Yeah, and now the first thing I think we should do is actually create our actual query. So let's go ahead and do that. We can scroll down to server, API, routes, etc. video. And let's actually close this one. And what we're going to say is get video by search. And we're going to say it's a public procedure. Just like that, public procedure. The input for this is going to be z.string. Z.string. And then it's going to be a dot query async, etc. And we are pretty much going to copy everything that we pretty much already have at get random videos. So let's do that. We say get here. We separate it, and then we want the videos with counts. So let's just copy this up. Let's give it a second. Let's actually zoom out a little bit. Cool. Let's just copy this part right here. Let's close this. Close this like that. Inside here, we're going to say this. Ooh. Perfect. Just like that. And then, cool, just like that. And then one more thing that we're going to add, we're going to say where publish is true. And we're going to say where title contains the input. Where title contains the input string that we just had. And then we're going to give it a limit on how many we're going to have. So we say 10. So the max is going to be 10. Just like that. Include user, videos with counts. And then we can go ahead and return videos with counts. And then we can return this, close that like that. Let me zoom in. Just like that. Let's zoom in a little bit more. So yeah, here it is. So yeah, pretty much we're still counting each video and then we're returning it. So here's our dot query. Cool. So now let's go back to search page and then we can write something very similar. Instead of saying API title, get random videos, we can just take that and we can say dot, and then we can say get videos by search. That's the autocomplete right there. And then in our query, we're going to pass in our search result. In order to do that, we have to actually import next router. So let's do that here. We can say const router equals use router, just like this. And then we can say search query based off of the thing that was being routed, right? And then inside this use query, I can say search query as string and then save it. And now this passes the thing that we just searched. What was just put up in the search bar by our navbar. So let's go check that out. So we go to our navbar and we go to handle search. You see how router.push, it automatically takes our query and throws it into the to search page slash. It automatically throws it after the search page. Here, we get it. We get the actual query back, and then we're putting it right into our query. Get videos by search query. Simple as that. And one more thing, we have to come and highlight this. We say add next/router, just like that. And then if you come here, this is vid.org. Let's come back here. You search Elon Musk now. You search it, and then it comes up this page right here. Cool. Now let's change the design. We're going to make something called single column videos. So let's go to video column. Video component. We can go ahead and close this. Close this right here. And we can come underneath it. And let's call this single column video. So let's say export, very similar to what we have already done. In fact, we can come here and copy this part. And we're going to change this to single column video. Ooh. Single column video, just like that. And then we can just do this. Cool. So I got this closed just like that. And the first thing that we're going to do, we can come here to multi-column video. We can basically just copy exactly what it says with videos.map, because we're going to map the videos very similarly. Cool. Inside here, I can say videos.map. I can close this just like that. So we have the if statement right there. And then I'm going to say return. Inside here, I'm going to first say link. Just like that. I'm going to close this link. Very similar to what we have already done with multi-column video. Next thing I'm going to say is I'm going to make a div. Call it div. Put this div right here. We're going to go ahead and close it. Save it, and let me just do this in order so we can see the entire thing. Oop. Perfect, just like that. Just make sure that this closed. Cool, just like that. I got this div. Cool. So the next thing we're going to add is we're going to make another div. Right underneath this, we can say div. We can say relative aspect ratio. It's going to be 16/9. When it's small, it's 2/1. Large width. The largest width is 69, etc. Just like that. And inside here, we are going to say thumbnail URL, just like that. And if we save this and we come back to it. Ooh. Let's come back here and we need to change this to single. Ooh. Ooh, let's go back. Single column video, just like that. We come back to it, then you start to see the beginnings of our search page. Cool. Let's go ahead and add some more. We have thumbnail. 2 divs right there. Next, we're going to add video title right here, and we are going to add video views, video info, just like that. Cool. And we can come and see it. Cool, we're starting to see it. Let's put this inside of an empty brackets like this, then encapsulate it. And also let's take one of these divs and put it right here. Let's see if that makes it work. There we go. Now we have it stretched out like that. That's perfect. Then we're going to make another div right underneath video info. We're going to say relative margin top is 2, flex row, a couple more other properties. We can go ahead and close it. Everything like that. And inside here, we're going to say user image and username. Ooh. Just like that, we paste that in there. User image and username, and then we come here and look at it. Give it some time. We're going to refresh. And there you have it. It was pretty much just manipulating some of the CSS. But yeah, we already, since we have all the other video components, here it is, just like that. And we can start search anything we want. HD, you see that we have some components there. There we go. And I adjusted some of the gap so we won't have that gap anymore. But yeah, here we go. WE, W, anything. Here's some more videos just like that. And now if we click on it, it'll take us straight to the video page. Right here. And this is the next thing that we're going to be implementing. Okay, cool. So the next thing that we're going to do is start building the video component or the video page. So what would happen with this is anytime that a user end up going to a new page, so let's just say they click this, you end up seeing that it says video and then slash a number. And this number right here is going to be the video ID. This is something called dynamic routing, and we're going to be doing this in order to route our videos. As soon as a user clicks this page, we're going to get video by ID. So the first thing we're going to do is actually write this function, get video by ID, in our video router. So let's do that now. So I have video.ts up, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to just call get video by ID. And remember, we want to make this a public procedure. Then what we're going to do is say dot input, and we're going to say it's going to be an object, and we're going to pass in ID, and then we're going to pass in viewer ID, which is also a string, and it's going to be optional. Now what viewer ID is going to do is, let's just say you click a video and you're subscribed. We want to show that, hey, look, you are already subscribed to this. Or, hey, look, you already like this video, right? I will definitely show you this in the future when we actually start building up our building this out. So don't worry if you don't understand now. Don't worry, we'll come back to it. Okay, next, we want to write the actual query. So we're going to be querying video. So this is the next thing that we're going to write, and this is, we're going to say const raw video, and then we're going to say find unique, and then we're going to say where input.id. Remember, I said this is basically getting the video by ID. And the things that we're going to include, we want to include the user, we want to include the comments, and inside the comments, we also want to include the user. One way to think about this is if we go to Prisma Studio and then we click on user, then it gives us the actual user and all the information from the user. And then if we want to include the user's videos, we can also do that, and we can click user, and then it'll pop up that as well. If we go back, this is basically what the include is trying to do here. Now, remember when we did get random video? So we scroll down and we see, let's see, where we had videos and users, we destructured that from our include. We're going to be doing the exact same thing. So first, I want to say if there is no raw video, then I wanted to throw an error. Then I'm going to write const user comments video, and this is the destructuring that we want to do. And let's also close this query just so we can have the syntax highlighting. Next, what we want to do is actually count all the users' engagement. So we want to count their followers, their likes, their dislikes, and their views. So let's get these counts now. So first, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write const followers prisma.following engagement.count. And what this is just doing is that it's looking into the follow engagement model that we have. Then it's counting everywhere where a follower ID is equal to the video.user ID. So if we head over to Prisma Studio, and there's a filter where you can go where follower ID equals 164. This would actually determine how many followers that the user actually has. So in this case, the user of 164 has a total of 2 followers. right? And we can do the same thing if we here. This user right here, user 165, has a total of what, 6 followers. So yes, this is exactly what we're looking for. We want to do something very similar with that, but with likes as well. So let's go ahead and we're going to say const likes video engagement.count. And what this is doing is looking at the video ID, where video.id, and then we're looking for all the engagement types where it equals like. So let me show you this in Prisma Studio. We scroll down to where it says video engagement. We can see all the engagement. So some of them are view, and then some of them are like. What we're doing is just counting up all the ones where video ID equals a certain number and has likes. So let me show you the filter for this. So we can say video ID equals 1, and then we can add another filter for where engagement type equals like. And we can see this video right here has a total of 2 likes. Now, some questions might be asked is, why is user ID null right here? Well, the reason that is just because when we, not every user that watches a video is going to be signed in. So in that case, we're just going to write it null. Let's go back over here, and then we're going to also write the same thing, but for dislike. So in fact, we don't have to really, we can just copy and paste this one, and we can just say dislike. Let's make that lowercase. Likes. And then we can just count where engagement.type equals dislike. There you have it. And then we're going to do the same thing, but with views. So we can copy and paste it again. All right, where it says views dot, oh, mistake. Let's go back. Dot view. Just like that. And this will count out the total amount of views that the user has. Cool. So for the next thing we're going to do is to make this and make our data a little bit easier for us to follow. We're going to write something called user with follows, and then we're going to put all the properties that user is. We're going to attach that with followers. So let me show you what this means. So we say const user with followers, and we're basically passing in all the properties for user, and then we're going to be attaching followers to that. We're going to be doing the exact same thing with video. We can say video with dislikes and views, and we're passing in all the video properties, the like, the dislike, and the views, all to this this object right here, this property right here. And to give a little bit more oversight, we're going to return, and the things that we're going to return is video and video with, and this is all the properties that are attached to the video. And we're also going to pass in user with followers. And then we can go ahead and close this, and we're going to add some more properties, but I just want you to see like where we are going with this. Next, we're also going to do the same thing with comments. What we're going to do with comments is comments includes the user. So what we're going to do is comments.map, and then we are going to just make one big comment where there's a user and the properties of comment is also attached to this, and then we're going to return it. So the new data structure, if we highlight this, let's see if we can make it pop up. We scroll down, you see how we have user, and then we have comment right here, all in this comment with users. just like this. We have the actual comment, and then we actually have the actual user. And that's what this is doing right here. Now we can go ahead and return this. So let's just write comments with user. There we go. Now in the future, we're going to come back to this, and we're going to put in viewer ID. We're going to make use of viewer ID, but not now, just because I just want to move on and change some things up in the page thing. So the next thing we can do is, remember I said with video, we have the actual video, and then we have the actual video ID. This is what we're going to be doing now. So let's go ahead and we're going to make a new folder, and this folder we're going to call video. Okay, just like that. Then inside there, we're going to make a new file, and inside that new file, we're going to call it, oh, it closed on me. There you go. We're going to have a open bracket, open square bracket. We're going to say video ID, close it, .tsx. Simply just like that. Now what we're going to do is start writing this page. So we can start with simply just putting cons video next. We want to highlight this quick, and then it's going to add the next page, simply like that. Then what we want to do is use our router. We use router like that. We're going to right click, and we're going to say add import router, next router, boom, just like that. Now off of this router, what we want to do is cons video ID. So we're going to destructure it, just pull out the video ID that comes off of that router. Next, what we want to do is actually call our video ID model. So let's do that. Now what we're going to do is take this info right here, and this is simply what we're doing, right? The data. Remember how we had data with our index.tsx, right? Where we had data. Well, we can call this, we can rename this data whatever we want. So in that case, we're going to name it video data. Is loading, we're going to call video loading. Error, we're going to call video error. And then refresh, we're just going to call refresh video data. Okay, now the next part we're going to write is the ID. That's the thing that we're going to be passing it in. Video ID. Then we're going to close it. Then we're going to add the ID and the viewer ID. So let's do this. There you go. We want to also add viewer ID. And then we're going to add just something else saying that only this part is going to say enable only if both of these are defined. So run this query if both of these are defined. Then we want to close it simply like that. And that's what we're running. So session data, let's import that real quick. Let's import this right here. We got that. And we're going to right click on that. We're going to add all missing imports. Simply like that. Okay, so what is happening here? What is happening is when we pass in, the router is getting the video ID. We're passing that into the model or to the function. And then we're also passing in the video ID or viewer ID, which is going to be session user.id. This is going to allow the user to know if the user has already liked the video, subscribed, or even have it added to a playlist. If it's undefined, don't worry. We don't have to worry about it. That's why in video we made this optional. If we go back up there, now we didn't write the things to check this yet. We're going to come back to this when we actually write our like button or follow button, or playlist button, etc. So you don't have to really worry about it too much now. Next thing you want to write underneath this is this export video page. And next, what you want to write right under this is you want to return this. Just like that. We're going to make some brackets. And inside this, we're going to first call head. Just call this. Simply like that. And what's happening here is that whatever the video is, we're going to say that's the title. So video.title, that's where we're going to have there. And then the user description, we're going to put it there as well. So you'll see what this is in just 1 second. Yeah. And then we're going to right click over here. Let's see if I can make it pop up. Quick fix. We want to add all missing imports. So now we have head. Looks like it didn't import the right head. So what we want to go ahead and do is just say next/head. There you go. And then we want to make, we want to have our layout. So let's import that now. So we want to say layout, and then let's close this. And in this case, we actually want to say true. So we want to give the video, video page as much room as possible. So we're going to say close equals true. And then we're just going to say p tag hello world. Let's also do one more thing. We want to import this. So let's just give it 1 second. It's taking a second. Okay, there we go. Then we want to add imports just like that. And then it popped out layout. Now, the next thing we want to do is we want to start adding variables to this data thing. So what we're going to do here is we're going to say const video, and then we're going to say video data dot video. Then we're going to just do the same thing for user. And then similar to what we did with our search page, where we had error types. If we scroll up, you see how we have the error types right here? We're going to do the same thing. So we can say const error types, and we can say video error or not video, not user. There we go. And now you'll see that we no longer have any errors going right here with video or user. Let's just see how this works real quick. Okay, so we have the hello world. We have the sidebar smaller. But if we right click and we go up to our console, we can see what is actually being called and what is actually being queried. So when I said these arrows is for the request going outwards, and these arrows is for the request coming back inwards. So we go here, we go to result, and then we go to data. We can see our actual how our data actually looks. So this is our video, this is the user, and then there's our comments. We go to comments, you see how it's shaped. We have comment right here, and then the user that created that comment. Simply like that. Okay, so now real quick, you see right here, this is the name of the video that we have as well. We put this up right here as well. So that's what that's doing. And yeah, like our page is working. So now let's add some more components to it. Next thing we want to add is to see if there's any type of error. We're getting any type of errors. So we want to pop up an error message. It's very similar to what we did with search page. So actually what we can do is just call this. We could just take this, copy and paste it. Let's go down here. And we can just paste it just like this. And we're actually going to put data in front of it because we're going to have two of these. We can say if is loading. And in this case, it's going to be video. So it's video loading. there. And then we have error message and loading message. Now we can do right click. We can say update all missing imports. And we go back up. We see error message and loading messages both right here. Now what we want to do is say no video. We want to make it singular. And then we want to say sorry, there is an error. Sorry, there is an error loading video. Simply just like that. All of our error types, just like that. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to come here. I'm going to say main. I'm going to close that main as well. Just like that. We'll open this up. Then we want to make our conditional. We want to say if any error types, we want to throw data error, else. Let's do that here. So we say error types, just like how we had error types right here. So if any error types, is going to throw the data error, else, then we're going to throw the regular component. Put brackets like that, and inside there we're just going to make hello world. And then we want to close this simply like that. Close it. There you go. Have it just like that. We still have it just like that. Hello world. And we can just say to make sure everything's working. If not, see. And let's scroll up, and then we're going to also put the not right here. See if it's working. Boom, no video, sorry. Seems like it's working. There you go. And then let's just refresh the page. And while it's working, you see the loading screen. Then you see the hello world. Perfect. All right, cool. So the next thing I want you to do is I want you to come to React Player. You can just copy and paste this. And you want to paste this right into your command, your terminal. So let's just go here. I'm gonna say npm React Player, enter. Perfect. I'm gonna restart my server. npm run dev. Perfect. Everything's working well. All right, cool. So we have that installed. Next, we're going to delete this, and we're actually going to call a React Player. So let's first scroll all the way up. We're going to import React Player from React Player. Simply just like that. We're going to go back down. Then inside of here, scroll back up. Inside of here, I'm going to paste React Player. I'm going to scroll back down. Then I'm going to change this. We're going to change it. We want to just completely delete that. Then we are going to import React Player. Let's do that. So what we're just going to do is just say React Player, and then we're going to give it some options. So we want to say controls is true. We want to style this right. We're going to say border radius. We want the width 100%, the height 50%, and then we're going to also pass in the video URL from Cloudinary. And then we're going to close this. Now we save it. Like I said, prettier, and prettier is going to make it all right. There you go. There you have it. And then now let's see our video. Cool. We have a big video page right here. We can actually play it. And it works. Similar like this. But obviously this is way too big for our for what we're actually trying to do. We want to make it much more smaller. So what we're going to do is add some class names to it. So the first class we're going to do, just say class there. We want to have a padding of for the y-axis is going to be 4. And then we're going to go right underneath it. We're going to say div closing. Perfect. Next, what we're going to do is I want this to take up 3/5 of the entire screen. I want this to take up 3/5 of the entire screen. So let's do that now. What we're going to do is take this, pass that into the properties. And what we're saying is, when it's large, we want the thing to take up 3/5 of the screen. But besides then, we wanted the width to always be full. Cool. Let's close that, save it. Boom. Got it. Now we look at it. You see how it takes up 3/5 of the entire screen. But when we close it, you see it goes full. That's what we want. Cool. And the next thing we're going to add is all the side videos as well. So let's do that now. We are going to say, similar to what we had, we're going to say padding, class name, and then when it's large, we want the thing to take up 2/5 of the entire screen. We want to sit here and close it. Got you like that. We're going to go down, open it. Before we do that, we want to actually call this. And when calling it, it's not going to be any much different from the things that we called in the past. So let's scroll down, and we're going to call it right about here. We're going to enter. And then what we're going to say is cons sidebar videos, sidebar loading. We're going to give this one error as a sidebar error and refresh sidebar videos. And what we're doing is we're just getting the random videos, and we're giving it, we want 20 random videos every single time we call it. Now, what we're going to add right underneath that is just enabled false. And the reason why we say enable false is, and you'll see in a second, but the reason why we say enable false is just because it won't render until we use the use effect. All right, so actually, in fact, we can do that now. We can say, you do that for both of them. We can go down here and we can say use effect. Or before I even show you that, let me show you the issue with just calling it. So we do this, right? I want you to go to the console. You see how, okay, we have it called once, right? But you see how it just called it again. Yeah, so here we go. We went to our console, and then the issue with we must call use effect on these, because what would happen is, you see how this called it 4 times? So this is sort of the, here we're at video 17, right? So we close this. There you go. You see that the video is right there. But you see how every single time the user goes to, or I go to a different page. So let's say I go to Prisma, then I come back. You see it ran. And then you go back, then it ran. It ran get video by ID again. Then there, ran. So in order to prevent this running, we have to call use effect. And it's the same thing. The same thing would actually happen with get random videos, the sidebar videos, if we don't use use effect. So let's call use effect right now, actually. So I'm gonna say use effect. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna highlight over it. I'm gonna push quick. I'm gonna say add import. It'll automatically import it for me. I'm gonna say if no sidebar videos, then I want you to refetch sidebar videos. I'm gonna make this void, so we're not returning anything. Then I want to close it. And then I'm going to add these over there. Just like that. Okay, that's just for sidebar videos. And now we go over here, we refresh. You'll see that we got get random videos being called as well. This is, remember, this is out calling it. This is it returning. But if we start going back and forth, you see get random videos is not being called twice. We're going to get random videos not being called twice. Cool. Let's do this with get video by ID. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually call another use effect. And we're going to say if video ID, very similar. Then we want to say void refresh video data. And then we want to close it. Simply like that. Very similar. We go over here. We're going to refresh this. Seems like cool. So the next thing that we're going to go to is we're going to go back to our video component, and we're going to scroll down, and we have single column video, multi-column video, and now we're just going to make another one, and we're going to give this one the name. We're going to give this one the name of small single column video. So let's do that now. So we'll say small video. We can pass it videos. We can pass it users, similar to what we did with multi-column. And then we're also going to pass it refetch. And I'll show you why this is really important in a little bit. Cool. And let me just give it some more space. Give y'all some more space so y'all can see. Perfect. We're going to close it. Cool. And then we're going to just add these brackets like that. And then we're just going to close it. Simple, just like that. All right, cool. First thing we're going to do is we are going to call videos.map. Similar to what we did up here with videos.map. And basically the exact same thing. We can actually just copy this entire thing right here. Yep. And then we are going to call a return. All right, then what we're going to return is we're going to start it off with return a link. Let's also make sure that we close this, and also make sure that we close a return statement. Perfect. Let's scroll down a little bit. All right, next we're going to call our div. And also let's make sure we return this as well. Return that. And let's make sure that we go next. I'm going to use prettier to close it. Save it. Boom. It's good. Okay, cool. Cool. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call a div. We're going to make a div right here. And what we're doing here is that we're just making it relative. We're setting the margin, the top 16. We have flex. We're going to say flex column. We're going to say we're giving it a gap of 16. We're saying that the border radius is going to be 1 rem or 16 pixels. Border width, hover, and then when it's large, we want to do flex row. And you'll see more of this, what I mean, in a little bit. Cool. We can close it. Simply like that. Let's open it. Then we can call another div like that. And then this is just basically the aspect ratios that we have. And then when it's large, we want to have a width of 208 pixels. And you'll see that in a little bit. Cool. Let's just make sure that we close it. Simply like that. Save it. Prettier. That's that. Then we want to pass in thumbnail. Simply like that. All right, so now we have like the basic setup. We want to make sure that everything is working perfectly. So we're going to go over here. We're going to go back to our video component, and then we're going to pass in the properties that we want to have it. We got to first import components, the small single column video here. So we're going to export it just like that. Then we're going to go back down to video ID. Then, or in fact, we're going to go to index. I want you to go to index. And simply how we have this multi-column video right here, we're just going to copy this. In fact, you can actually copy this entire thing. Just like that. We're going to go back over to video ID. Then we're going to paste it in there just like that. All right, a couple things we need to change. First, we're going to change, instead of having data, we're going to use sidebar videos. Is right there. Then we're going to have, instead of having error, we're going to have data error. Okay, then after that, then we're going to swap this multi-column video out with small column video, just like that. And then we want to highlight over it. And then we want to, let's give it some time. Hold on. Let's give it some time. If it's not, okay, we can right click. And then we can say update imports. Simply like that. Give it some time. Make this a little bigger for y'all guys can see. Another thing we want to do is we just want to exchange this data one. We want to put sidebar videos there. Let's do that. Sidebar videos. And there you have it right there. All right, cool. We can go. And then you see that we have the list of all of our images right here. And then you see like we have a border over it. We highlight it. It does that. Then we can go ahead and push it. Then it goes to a brand new video. You can push it. It goes to a new video. Now, what we're going to do is every single time that we push this, it's going to refresh and get 20 new videos, 20 new random videos as well. But we're going to implement that a little later. So we'll come back to that. Next thing we're going to go do is we're going to go back to video component. We're going to place in some of these, some more properties. We close div. All right, next we want to do, let's have a class name. Let's make a div right here. We'll do that right there. Then we want to close it. Oop. Just close it right here. Just like that. Then we want to open it. And we did exactly what we did with video title. We can take that, copy that, and we can paste that right down there. Then with some more of these properties, remember what we had with video title, we scroll down, we had limit height, limit size. Well, this is what we're going to really use this for the small single column video. So let's implement some of those right now. We're going to say limit size and limit height going to be true. Paste that right there. Just like that. And then let's just go over to see what it is. Simply like that. Now, if we didn't have these, and we said false, then, yeah, not much. Well, yeah, we'll come back to that. True. There you go. All right, then we're going to do video info. So let's copy this video info down here. We'll just copy that and paste that right in here like that. Let's go back to it. You see that we have the 20 views and the years. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to implement username. Simply like this. We're going to paste this right down there. We're going to write this in right here. And then you can see, we go back to it. we have the user's username right underneath this. Go. All right, and then we're going to add something else in, is the on-click refetch. So this will do is when we click it, we are supposed to grab 20 more videos. We'll see that. We're going to make sure that this works just in a little bit. So cool, and that is pretty much it for our videos. And let's just also make sure that the thing is responsive. Here, when we move in, the video should be big, right underneath it, just like that. Cool. All right, cool. So the next thing that we're going to end up writing is we are going to start adding some more properties down here for it. So we're going to add title, a couple other things, description, the views, etc. So let's do that now. In order to make this work, we're going to start going over the components, and we want pretty much the way that we want the video to look. We want pretty much the same CSS properties that that a lot of the video components have. So we want we really want the same video title, video info, username, etc. And same thing with username and video info, video title, etc. To make that happen, we're just going to export these, and to do that, we're going to just write them right here. So let's just do this. I have a list of them right here. I'm going to just do it like this. Just like that, and we don't need that. We can just simply do that, and then we kind of exported all of these. We're going to manage this video description because we haven't quite built this one yet, so don't worry. Then we save it. We got it. Cool. Now let's go back to video ID, and we're going to start writing in some of these properties. I'm gonna first come down here, write the React player right here, and what we're going to make is we're going to make a div. We're going to call it flex border, give the border gray 200, and give it a shadow. Then we're going to close it just like that. Then we're going to do another one. We're going to make another div. Simply like that. We're going to close it. All right, and inside these, what we're going to do is we want to do video title just to make sure we see what's going to happen. So we want to do video title, and we similar to video info. We're going to do we'll put video info right there. Cool. We're going to save it. Oh, and before that, we're going to right click and we're going to add all missing imports, and it pops up right here, simply like that. And as you see, we're starting to get, we have the border right, we have the columns right because we use flex, etc. You're starting to see the emergence of this now. Cool. Next, we're going to add some more properties here just to make sure that we have the things in the proper row. So we're going to make a div. We're going to post that right here. And then we're going to close it. Then we're going to make another div right here. And close it just like that. And then we come back. We see we have a little bit better. If we see how responsive it is, we have no issues with that whatsoever. Now, what's happening here, you'll see when we start adding more properties, you'll start seeing, because some things that we're going to be putting inside of here, like a like button and etc. I'll explain a little bit more what's happening as we go on. Cool. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to head over to video engagement, and we're going to start dealing. Well, my mistake. we're going to write a new router called video engagements. And then we are going to make a view. So when a user goes to the video, we're going to add a view. And then this is the mutation that we're going to be using. So let's go to here. We're going to say video engagements, TS. We can close it like that. Then what we want to do is you want to just take a lot of the properties that you already have. We can just copy pretty much all of this right here. Similar to that. And then we can close it just like that. All right, cool. This router we are going to call video engagement router. Just like that. And the first mutation that we're going to use, and when I say mutation is just putting data into the database. So the first one we're going to do is we're going to say add view count, and then we're going to say it's a public procedure. We can say, we're going to say a dot input, and then the inputs that we're going to use is just ID and then the user ID. All right, so we have this add view count. Before we go any further, I want to do something before I actually forget it. We want to do something called create engagement. So we're going to come above here, and then we're just going to say async function create. Then we want to say context. We want to give it an ID, user ID, simply like that. And then we want to give it the type of engagement that we have. Let's put a type right there. Cool. And then we're going to close it. Then we're going to give it the brackets. Perfect. And then what we want to do is we want to put return, await Prisma, and then we want to do is put in the rest. Simply like that. Then we save it. There you have it. And before we go, this context right here, we have to add this. We're just going to add a type. Right. Type context equals Prisma client. Just like that. Let's also add something for Prisma client. So we can put in type Prisma client just like that. And we see that all the errors is going away. What this would just do is just that whatever video engagement that we have, either if it's a like, dislike, if it's a follow, if it's a view, well, in this case, it will be like, dislike, and view. Either of those three, we can just call create engagement, and then it'll be passed in there. So when we write things like add like and add dislike, we'll just pass it in right into the create engagement. Perfect. So now, next thing we're going to do is just write the mutation. So let's do this now. We can say dot mutation and do it like that. Let's get rid of this comma. Let's move this up here just like that. Then we can just pass it the entire view. And then what we can do is return it just like that. And then we can give it our closing bracket. So this is just the create engagement. Now you ask the question, where do we use user ID at? In this case, we're going to use this as a history. So as soon as a user uses, or if a user is logged in, right? We're going to create a new playlist called history, and then this video is going to automatically be uploaded to their history. In order to do this, create these new playlists, we can do is say async action get create. Then the things that we are going to pass it is context, title, user ID. Then we're going to just say let's playlist, and let's just close it. Cool. So we're going to first find if the playlist exists, or if there's then we're going to pass in just some more. And what is basically going here is we're going to first see if the user has a history playlist or a like videos playlist, or and then if they don't, then we'll create a brand new one. What we can do here is we can just return playlists like that. We can now go right here and then say if user ID, we can do const playlist. Playlist, right? And you see right here, we're going to just be passing in history. And you know, if history playlist is not made, it'll make it. If it is made, then it will just return nothing. This next piece is going to be the actually adding the video to the playlist. So what we can do is just say await. Let's just put it there. We can just say Prisma.playlist has video, and it'll create it. And what this is doing is it's just taking the ID from the playlist. It's taking the video ID as well. And then in the video ID, and it's just creating the playlist has video. So if we go back to our models really quickly, Prisma, we scroll down. Remember, we had this many-to-many relationship between playlist and video, where if we wanted to add a video to a playlist, we would just use this model right here. We go back to video engagement. This is just basically what we're doing here. So here we are checking to see if the user has a history playlist. So if the user doesn't have a history playlist, then this would be the first video they ever watched. After that, then we just we just add the video to the playlist. Then we actually create the view engagement right here. So then this is actually the view thing. And let's just see how this works here. We're going to go back to our video page. We're going to scroll up a little bit, and I already started writing some of this. What we're going to do is write a mutation, right? So mutation, remember, query, where we say use query, that's getting info from the database. Use mutation is writing to the database. So we can do something like this. And what this is doing is const add view mutation. Then we're using the API. We're going to the video engagement router. Then we're saying add view count, and then we're saying mutation. Then underneath that, we're going to say add view, and then the input that we're passing into it, we're passing ID and user ID, and then we're saying add view mutation. And then here we just say mutate, and then we just pass it the input values that we have. And then what happened is that here I'm gonna just highlight this here. We have add view, and the things that we are actually passing to the add view input, we want to do video ID, right? And then we want to use session data if it's available. If session data, we're getting session user ID. If not, then we're just gonna keep it null. Now, if you're seeing that this is highlighted and it says type of any, what the issue might be, and we almost forgot to do this, we can go back to root and we can actually export the video engagements router. So let's actually do that now. We can write is video engagement router, and then that should be exported. Let's make sure we have that. And we want to also import it. So what we'll do is import video engagement router. Simply like that. And cool, we can go back to our video page, and everything seems to be working in order. So then we can go back to Google Chrome, and then anytime we refresh, 24 views, 25 views, and you see that we're starting to increment it, and we can actually even inspect it. And we scroll up a little bit, you see that the mutation is being hit. So if I refresh, you'll see mutation going in, then we get a response. Simple as that. So the next thing that we're going to do is add the user image and the user name. So as soon as you click it, it actually sends them to the user profile page. So let's do this now. So first we're going to start with a div. We're going to just close this like that. We're going to put a div right here, a flex row, space between, and then we're going to give a gap of 16 pixels. Cool. We can close this just like that. We come down here, and then we want to then make a link, and do we want to close this as well? Ooh. And what this is going to do is, as soon as this link is hit, it's going to send this to a URL saying video.userid and then /profile videos. This is going to be the user page. I'll show you. So here's the vidshield.org website. We go to something like here. And then we click. This is basically what we're making here. If we click this, you see how it has the user ID and the profile videos. And here's all the videos for the page. This is basically what the link is going to be passed to. Now what we want to do is highlight this. We want to right click. Wait for a second. Go up. We want to click this. And then we want to just add the import next. We can open this. Then we want to make another div. The div we're going to call is flex row. We want to close this. Then we can pass in our user image right here. User image not defined. We can, over there, we can do this. And then we can update our imports. If we go back, you should see that we have the user's profile picture right there. We can go back. Then let's make a button. And then we want to close this button. Inside this button, we can have the user name. We can also have paragraph tag. And this is the place where we're going to show how many followers the user has. So we can do user followers, and then we can just say this is how many followers they have, and then we can close it simply like. Ooh. Just like that. Simply just like that. If we hover over this, we have there, we want to update the names. And if we go back, we see that we have the user's name and then how many followers they have. And we click this, like I said, it sends us over to the profile videos, the next page we'll be making. Now I want to go back to our video page, or video routers. And you remember how I said we had a viewer ID. What we're going to do is we're going to actually start building up to see if the user has already followed them or not. Now, if you see how we followed this person, right? If we refresh it, When we refresh it, we see that it still says following. And we want that always to be the case. So even if we, let's just say, just push the home button. And then we come back here, we paste the video back in. You still see it still says the person is followed. Now we can undo that. Refresh it, do you have that? But the point is that as soon as we get to this video, we want to show if the user has followed or not. And we're going to do the same thing with our like button or dislike button. So let's give you an example of like it with that as well. Go here, we can push it back, and you still see it still says that it's disliked. This is the next thing that we'll be building. We're going to be building the buttons, and we're going to also be adding this feature to show what the user's previous choice was. So what we can do first is we can make a new variable. We're going to say let me go right here. We're going to say let viewer has followed. And then what we're going to do is just make a if statement. And that if statement is going to be if input.viewer ID. And remember, like I said, we are in the get video by ID method. We are going to make a mutate. We're going to make a query, and then we're just going to say viewer has followed, and then it's just going to see if the person has followed the video. So following ID, that user ID is equal to the input viewer ID. This just sees if there's a query already inside the database. Now, if not, then we want to say viewer has followed equals false, and then we want to close it like that. And then what we want to do is just say const viewer. We want to say has followed, and then we can close it just like that. And then we're just going to pass in viewer, simply like that. If we do find a follower, then it's going to return true. If else, then it's false. We're going to pass it all the viewers inside of here, the viewer, and then we're just going to pass it back. And we're going to do the same thing with liked. A viewer has liked and viewer has disliked in the future. Next thing I want you to do is go to your routers, and we're going to make a brand new one, and we're going to call it user.ts. Simply like that. And with a lot of the properties we already have, we can just copy and paste this. So we can just copy all of this, and then we can paste it right there. We can close it. We're going to call this user router, and we can go to our root, and we can say user router, simply like that. And we already have it imported like this, so make sure we have a comma right there. Cool. Let's go back to our user. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to go right here, and we're just going to say add follow. And then in here, we're going to be passing in the following ID, right? So the following and the follower, right? So for example, if user A follows user B, user A would be follower and user B will be following, right? So follower, following. And I guess to make this a little bit more easier to understand, I would just say following ID. Yeah, simply as that. All right. User A is following user B. Follower, following. Now we can write the mutation. So we can just simply say dot mutation we could first look if there is one in the database. So let's do that now. We can say cons existing followers, and then it tries to find, and what this is doing is it's trying to find if there's an existing follow, right? Is the user already following him or not? That's what that's doing. Then we can say if existing follow dot length is greater than 0, then we're going to delete it. And the reason why we're going to delete it is because this is going to check first if there is an existing following. If there is an existing following, then we're going to delete it. If there is not one, then we're going to create it. So that's what it's going to do. Anytime this function is hit, it's going to do the opposite. That's the way to think about this. Then we can close it, and then we can say return delete follow, and then we can say else create. If there's anything else, then we're just going to create it. We can say return follow, simply like that. So it first looks for an existing follow in the database. If existing follow exists, then we're going to delete it. If not one exists, then we're going to create it. That's what's happening here. We're now going to go up to our buttons component, and we're going to create a new button, and we're going to call this one I'm going to call this one follow button. Simple as that. And what we're going to do is we're going to first create an interface. This interface is going to have is the following ID. Hi icon. This is something I'll show you a little later. And then you remember that viewer that we added to get video by ID. We're going to pass that viewer if the user has followed or not as a boolean right here. And you'll see what this does in a second when we pass the props down. The next thing we want to do is say export default function follow button. Then we want to pass all the props down to it. So follow button. Then we want to return. And then we want to close it just like that. And oops, like this. And then we can go here, just add some brackets like there and close it. And then we have a follow button. Now we can go to buttons, and very similar to how we have with components, we can just export this. So let's do that here. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna say export follow button from follow button. Next thing we can go do is we can go back to video ID page, and we can actually pass in all the props and data that we need for this. So let's come underneath link. Let's go follow button, and and when you do it like that, it automatically pops up. Then inside of it, we can say following ID. And the following ID is going to be coming from the user ID, right? So remember we have user right here, the guy who posted the video. So user. So we can say user ID. We can then say viewer has followed. And then like that. Oh, oops, we almost forgot to add the viewer property. So we can come back up here. Scroll down a little bit. And then we can just say const viewer ID. Simply like that. And this should be running. And one more thing, you want to also come up here and just say or not viewer, just to make sure there's no error. Then if we come back down right here, no errors created. Cool. So let's now head over to our follow button. What we can do is let's start. We're going to first say session data. The second thing we're going to do is we're going to say what the user's choice was. So let's do that now. So whatever the user choice was, we're using use state. So let's pop this up right here. Say all import all missing imports. And now remember the props that we have with that viewer, right? If we go back, we say how viewer.hasFollowed. We come here, we're setting the user's choice from use state, just like that. Then we're going to add the follow mutation. So very similar to what we did with add view mutation. We can do something very similar to that, just with add follow mutation. So let's just do this right here. We can say add follow mutation, and we want to make sure that we import this. Let's say add imports from utils/API. Then, like I said, very similar to what we did with add video, where you have this right here. We're going to do something very similar as well. We're going to say const handle follow. Const handle follow. So the following, follower. Then we can do this. If the user's choice dot following is true, then set user choice following to false, right? Because we're making because the user is doing this for the second time. Else, then we want to do the complete opposite. And then we can go off and close this. Simply like that. And then we can run the mutation simply like that. Cool. So now what we're going to do is just add in our HTML. So let's do that now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put these back in a curly brackets, or put these back into brackets. And then I'm going to come here. I'm going to call a button, but I'm going to call our button component. So if I do that, I push enter, it automatically pops up here. And then I'm going to say our variant. I'm going to say our variant. The variant is going to be different depending on if the user is following him or not. All right, so I can say variant. I could say if user.choice is following. So the user is definitely following the user. Then we could say secondary gray. If else, then it's primary. Remember, secondary gray is white, primary is green. Cool. We can give it a size. We can say the size is XL. Cool. And then we're going to say on click. So on click. And what we're going to do is we're going to make a conditional. And what this conditional is going to do is it's basically going to say session data. So if the user is signed in, then they'll be allowed to do the handle follow. If else, then we're going to be forcing them to sign in. And signed in from Next.auth. If we highlight over this, come here, right click there, it's there. It automatically uploads our sign in. Cool. Now on click, then we can say as name equals flex. And then I'll finally let you see it here. Cool. And then we close the button just like that. Cool. Let's go over to see if it's working. And we made one small mistake. We want to make sure that this is right here. Put the parenthesis right there. Let's go back over. You see our button is just like that. Let's put some text into it so we can see it actually. Let's just say follow. We go back. Boom, you have the follow button. If we follow, you see that it turns white. If we refresh, then it continues to stay white. Just like that. Cool. So now let's just add, you see how it still says follow. We want to do two things. We want to change what the wording is depending on if the user is following them or not. And we also want to add an icon. So let's do that now. So instead of saying this follow right here, what I'm going to do is just say user.following. If the user is following him, then it's going to say following. If not, then it's going to be follow. Let's see how this works out. So see, when it's white, it says following. But when I unfollow, now it says follow. Simple as that. Now, let's go back up a little bit. And we're going to add, we have to add one more thing. Let's add, you remember the function that we called in many different components. Now, let's go back up to our Navbar really quickly. Let's just grab some, we just want to grab a function that we usually use. Here we go. We can just take this and we just copy that, and we can just throw this right here in inside of our function. Let's put it, we can put it right here. Cool. And then we're going to make a conditional icon. So now we can use, we're going to call an icon called user plus, and then we're going to say class name. Then we're going to say hide icon. Simply like this, and I'll explain what's happening in 1 second. Do we want to close this? And do we want to close it just like that? We want to save it. And there you have it. And do we want to import this? Give it a second. Cool, we got it imported. Okay, what's really happening here is if we decide to say hide icon, let's go back. What this is just saying that if we hide icon, which is up here, which is our props, and if we say hide icon, then it will just hide the entire, it'll hide the entire button for us. This is going to be very important when we create some other pages that also use the follow button. As of right now, you don't have to worry too much about it. Now let's go back over to our web page and see how our button looks. Here you go. We can follow, we can unfollow it, follow the user, we can refresh, we can hit that. And remember that it has the same state. That's the really cool thing about this. Okay, cool. So the next thing that we're going to be doing is actually building the like and dislike button. So some of the functionalities that you want to see from this is as soon as I push like, we get 1. As soon as I push dislike, it -1 on the like and adds 1 to dislike. And then we can do that. That's some of the functionality that we want from that. And we can go and do this to another one. So we click that. And it goes back. Like I said, this is the actual vidshow.org website, and you can see it and search it up right here on the using the URL vidshow.org just to see more. The first thing I want you to do this is we're going to head over to our video router. We're going to scroll down all the way to get video by ID. So this method. And if we scroll, we remember that we have let viewer has followed, right? Well, we're going to have something very similar, but viewer has liked and viewer has disliked. So let's add that now. Go here. I say let viewer has liked equal false, has let viewer has disliked equal false. Next thing I want to do is a very similar function that we have right here that we check Prisma with. We're going to do the same thing for has viewer has liked. And basically what we're doing is that we're checking the video ID, we're checking the user ID, and then we're just checking to see if this person has liked this. And we're using the video engagement model. Basically, has a user made a like engagement? That's simply what we're doing here. Has the user, this user with the user ID, has made a like engagement at this video ID? We can simply just copy and paste this, and then we're just going to change this to dislike. So we can go here, say has user disliked. We can simply go here and then just say disliked. And yeah, that's all we have to do. We can then scroll down a little bit to has followed, or else if viewer has followed equals false. So that's if we don't find any engagements in the database to make it true, right? So this statement, this if statement right here makes everything true, checks to see if there is, then we'll return true. If we don't, then we're just going to return false. So let's do that here. We say viewer has liked, viewer has disliked would be equal to false. Then what we can do is we can just export these values right here. So let's do that now. We can say, we can say has liked equals viewer has liked there, and it's all in this object right here is all going to be in viewer, and then we can just export viewer, and it'll just have all of these properties, checking if it's liked, if it's disliked, or it has followed. Let's save this and let's head over to our video page. If we head over, like I said, to the video page and we scroll down to where viewer is, you can see that now we have has liked and has disliked. So now let's actually write the mutations that we need in order to put like and dislike video engagement into the database. Excuse me. So we can go over and similar to our video engagement router, we're going to click on this, and then we have add view count. Okay, we're now going to make add like and add dislike. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to write, you want to do add like, which is a protected procedure. So this one means, like I said, protected procedure means that you have to be signed into the database. Then we're going to say with the, we're going to use Zod in order to say what is required to actually do this mutation. So let's do this. We're going to do input, and we're going to say it's an object. What's going to have on it is going to be the ID and the user ID. And this ID just represents the video ID. Next, we're going to write mutation. So let's do this now. Then we want to close it. Simply like this, and now we have it making sure everything's working well. All right, let's open this. And the first thing that we're going to do is the way that this is going to work is that we're going to first check if there is an engagement. If there is an engagement already, we just want to delete that engagement and return. So let's do this now. I'm going to scroll up and I'm going to make a method. I'm going to make a function outside of here. It says delete engagement if exists. So let's do that. What we can say here is async function deletes if exists. Then we can pass it some properties. Properties we're going to pass it is the context. So this is using, this allows us to use Prisma. This is the ID, which is our video ID, user ID, and also the type. Let's make sure that we close this. Cool. The next thing we can do is we're going to see if there is an existing engagement. So we can do this by saying const existing engagement dot find many. So it looks all throughout the database to see if we have an existing engagement. Then if engagement, if we do find an engagement, what we're going to do is delete it. And how we'll do this is if existing engagement dot length is greater than 0, then we're just going to delete it. Simple as that. Now let's scroll back down over to our add like. And now we're just going to say await delete engagement, and then we're just going to pass in some of the properties. Simple as that. So we pass in CTX, we pass in the video ID, we pass in the user ID, and we pass in engagement.dislike. Now the reason why, and now I think you'll if you have any if you're not understanding completely why we're doing this, it's to if we have if the user has disliked the video first and then they call the add like, we're going to delete the engagement, the dislike first, and then we're going to have the user like it, right? So yeah. In other words, the user just said he wants to like the video. In order to like the video, we're going to search the database. If he disliked it, we're going to get rid of that, and then we're going to keep running through our function. Next, what we're going to do is come down here, and we're going to say const existing like. So we're going to search the database also if he liked the video, if he already liked it. Now, if the user already liked this video, then we could actually just delete the like. And I'll show you a little bit of what I mean in 1 second. So I can say if existing like dot length is greater than 0, then we can say we want to delete this like. The like's already in the database. Sorry, let's run that again. If existing dot length, then we can return, we want to delete the engagements in the database. Then we can say else. If anything else, then we can just return. We can just return create engagement. And I'll try to run through this one more time if you're not fully understanding what we're doing here. We're going to say add like. Now, if the user has recently disliked any type of videos, we're going to just delete them. We're just going to delete that like. Then we're going to search the database if there's any existing likes. If there is an existing like, then we're just going to delete that like and just return. Else, then we're just going to create a new like. And the point that we're trying to do with this is the like button this allows us to give the functionality of liking and disliking everything in this one method. The next thing that we're going to add is playlists, right? So you remember, we can go to vidshow.org. You remember we had liked videos right here, a place where we can like videos. We're going to, anytime the user likes a video, we're going to put this into a playlist. So let's do that now. So the first thing I'm going to do, it's very similar to what I did with add view count. I'm going to say const playlist await get or create. And then instead of saying history, I'm going to say liked videos. So let's actually, all we have to do is simply copy and paste this one. Let's go back up. And I'm going to simply just push this right here. And what this allows us to do is we're creating a new playlist, And the things I'm going to pass into this, instead of saying history, I'm going to say liked videos. And then I'm going to allow it to run similar to the functionality. So we're going to, if a user dislikes or anything like that, we're just going to take it away. We're going to take it out of, we're going to take it away, unadded from our playlist. So let's do that now. So if existing like is greater than, if we find an existing like here, we can simply just, we're going to delete it, delete the engagement and return. And we can also add, we can also delete from the playlist. Now, when we create, we can do the very same thing. So if we create, when we actually create a like, we can do the same thing here. We can just say Prisma playlist has video dot create, and we can just create it. Very similar to the functionality that we have right here. Very, very similar. And there you go. That's simply how we add a like. And this is how we add a like, and we also check if the user has already liked. We can just delete that like. And this is how we add this to that playlist. Now, since we add like, let's also make a new one, and we're just going to say add dislike. So let's do that. Now we say add dislike, which is a protected procedure. We're also going to just copy this, and we can say dot input ID user ID. And then we can also put the mutation and close that. So I could just copy this, put that right there. And then I can close this simply like that. Cool. Now let's start adding some things. First thing we want to do is we want to delete the engagement if it already exists. So if the user has liked the video, we want to delete that like. So let's first do that. So we can simply say await delete engagement if exists. Second thing we can do is that if there's an existing like, we're going to check if there's any, if there's an existing dislike. Let's do that here. So we then check if there's any existing dislike. Then we can go down here and say if existing dislike dot length is greater. So we do find a dislike, we're going to simply delete it. Cool. And then we can say else. If there isn't anything, then we can just create a dislike. Simple as that. Now, what we also want to do is delete it from the playlist as well. So let's go ahead and do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get our playlist. So actually, I can simply just go back to add like, and I can just copy this. Scroll down to existing dislike. I can hit that. And then I can just get the playlist. And then I can delete the playlist, the video from the playlist, if we found one. Simple as that. Cool. So now, since we're basically done for the remainder of the project being in this file right here. Let me just close these for you. And now you see everything pretty much. Get or create playlist, create engagement, and delete engagement if it exists. Cool. So the next thing that we have to do is we're actually going to add a hook. So, and the reason we're going to be adding a hook is instead of just writing like and dislike button by itself, is that we have two like and dislike buttons that we're going to be writing. So let me show you this right here. The first like and dislike button that we're going to be having is this one right here. And then the second one, if we go over to announcements, we see that we have a like and dislike button right here. Now, the CSS that's being used is very different. The components that's being used is different, but the logic is pretty much the same. So this is the reason why we're going to be using a hook. So let's do that now. What I can go over to source, and I'm going to simply make a new folder, and we're going to call this hooks. Let's do that here. Oops, let's grab it one more time. Hooks. Simple as that. Then I can make a new file, and then I'm going to call this use engagement.tsx. Simple as that. Now, in order to do this, we're going to first make the interface. So let's do that now. So what I'm going to say in here is I'm going to say interface use engagement button props. And inside here, we're going to say the engage. Before I even say this, I want to just make sure that we are on the same page on everything that we're going to be doing. All the functionality that happens with this button. First, we have the view counts that we have. We have the and in fact, let's go back over to a video. We have the view the actual button. We have the liking and the disliking of the button. We have the counter. All of this stuff is going to be implemented into use engagement. And then we have the user's choice from whatever he done before. So for example, if he liked it, we can he can go back off to another page and still come back and still have that button be liked. So that's all the functionality that we have and all the things that we're going to be passing into the use engagement props. So let's do that now. So I'm gonna do is I'm gonna first say engagement data. And what this is basically the video ID. This or the ID that we're being used. This either could be an announcement ID or a video ID. I make it very generic because we use it for two different components. Then I say like. So what is the total number of likes on this video? What is the total number of dislikes? Cool. Then I say viewer. And then what that is, I say viewer has liked or viewer has disliked. Then I can close it. This is getting the viewers if he has liked it in the past or not. Third thing I get. Then I get the actual add like mutation. So let's grab this here. I say add like mutation. And then what's happening in this one is this is the actual putting the like into the database. So, and then of course, if I say add like mutation, I got to make an add dislike mutation as well. Simple as that. And then I can close this interface. I can save it, and then Prettier automatically makes it look really nice for me. Cool. So next what we can do is we can actually export this function. Let's do that now. I could simply say export function use engagement button. Then all the stuff that we use for the props, I can pass it into it. Simple as that. I can close this, and then I can pass in this interface. Cool. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to actually import use state. So let's go up here with this. I can simply say use state, and then we're going to write some states as well. So let's do that now. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to whatever the engagement data was, right? So this right here was whatever this was passed in. We're going to set this as the state. We can also do this for dislike count as well, and this is just getting the count, the engagement.data likes, engagement.data dislikes. Okay. Then we can also get the user's choice to see if he liked it or disliked it. So let's do that now. We can make another state. And then we can go ahead. We can say like equals viewer dot has liked. You remember this right here? So we can go back over to video ID. viewer has liked, disliked, etc. All from right here. And now I right clicked on it, and then it gets us the get video ID. This is the viewer. This is the object that we're passing all the way down to use engagement, all the way right here, right? So the viewer object has liked, right? We can make a disliked as well. Viewer has disliked, and then we're going to set this as the state. Okay, let's move on. Now I'm going to write the actual user engagement. So let's do that now. I'm going to say const handle engagement. Then I say that all the things that we're going to be passing into it. So we're going to be in passing, let's have some brackets there. Everything I'm saying is I'm going to pass the engagement type, and the engagement type is going to come from Prisma itself. So let's add import, and you can see engagement type from Prisma client. I can then add the actual mutations, the mutation function. Cool. So now what we're going to do is start writing this. So let's do that. What we're first going to do is just say pass in this, which is the input ID, user ID, etc. Then the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to deconstruct the user's choice. So remember, we have user choice right up here, and we have like and dislike. We're just going to destruct that from there. Then we're going to say is like engagement, and this is just basically saying const is like engagement equals engagement type, which is equivalent to engagement dot like. So we're just checking engagement type is equivalent to like. When we write the actual mutations at the bottom, you'll see a little bit more where this connects at. The next thing we're going to do is, now this is where we get into the if statements that actually makes this functionality work. So if I go here, this is where it makes the makes this functionality work. So let's do that now. Let's say if is like engagement, right? Then we're going to say if like. So if the person clicked is liked and they already liked this video, then we're going to take the like away. So that's what we do. We say like count -1. Then we say set user choice to dislike. So they're basically pushing the button twice. They already pushed, they already got like, and now they're pushing like again. So now that's going to -1. That's what this is doing. I'll close it. And then we're going to say else. We're going to say if dislike. So this is saying if the user is liking this button or pushing the like button, right? So is like engagement, and if they're liking this button, so this is saying if the user is liking this button, pushing the like button, and they have not already done this, already liked it, then we can actually go ahead and put +1 and say like is true. Now, if the user has disliked it already, then we're going to take that dislike away and then run the rest. So this is basically what it's doing. It's basically saying, oh, the user has disliked it. Then he said like, okay, we're going to take this dislike away. We're going to +1 to the like. This is what this is doing. Then we can say else, put that here. And then we can say if dislike, then we can say dislike count is 1 -1. And then we can say set user choice to equal false. This part is doing the complete opposite as this one. So this means if this fails, right? This is saying the user has disliked this. But if he already has disliked it, we're going to minus it by 1. So this is what this is doing. User has disliked this button. He then pushes it again. That's going to run this. Then we're going to say else. Then this means that he actually has disliked the button. And then we're going to say dislike count plus 1. And we're going to say like false, dislike is true. Now, there's one piece of functionality I want to add with this. Is the same thing that we have done right here. Which is saying if he liked it already, if the user have liked this, we're going to take that like away, and then we're going to run this. So let's do that now. And then that gives us a complete functionality of this, doing this. Cool. So now we can go back down. And we're going to add one more thing. Let's make sure this is closed properly. There you go. Got it. This is what we have so far. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, come right here. I'm going to say mutate function.mutate input. And now it's time to actually write the mutations. Let's do this now. So I come down here. I can say const handle like, and then I'm going to run it through. When the user liked it, I'm going to run handle engagement. I'm going to pass it the like, and then I'm going to pass add a like mutation to this. All right. So, and these are the two things I'm running in. I put like, and then I put in the actual mutation of the function. Then it runs through all of this. And then after it runs, then it actually runs this part right here. I can also do this with handle dislike as well. And then it runs all of this, and then it actually mutates the function when it's finished. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to return every single thing from the states that we have used in this, so we can implement this on the UI. So let's do that here. I'm going to say return. And I can say return pretty much all of this. Return the like count, return dislike count, return the user choice, return handle like, and return handle dislike. Cool. So now we can go over, we can actually start building the actual UI for this. So let's do that now. I'm going to head over to buttons. I'm going to push new file, and I'm going to say like and dislike button. Oops, made a mistake. Let's do that. Let's make a new file, and we're going to call it like and dislike button, CSX, just like that. Now to start this off, I'm going to just get some of the initial things first. So let's actually create a new interface. I'm going to say interface button props. I'm going to say engagement data. I'm going to say ID is string, likes the number, dislikes, close it. So this is just the number of stuff. This is our video ID. This is how many likes it has, how many dislikes it has. And we're going to get all of this data from our video page. Next thing we can do is we're going to say viewer. We're going to say if the viewer has liked the video or if the viewer has not liked the video. Or if he disliked the video. Simple as that. We can close this interface. Simple as that. Cool. Next thing we can do, we're going to make an export function. So we can say export default function like and dislike button. We can pass it in everything, all the properties that we're going to be using. So let's do that here. We can say engagement data viewer. Then we can pass in our actual interface simply like that. And then I'm going to close this just like that. Now we're going to come here and all we're going to do is just run a little test just to make sure everything is up and running. Simple as that. I'm going to say like, dislike button. I'm going to save that here. And now I'm going to head over to, we're going to head over to video page and also our buttons component so we can actually export this. So let's do this now. I come over here. All I gotta say is export default like dislike button. Simply from right here, I can save this. I can head over to our video page. So let's scroll down. There's our video page. First thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change this, and I'm gonna come right here, and then I'm gonna write this right here. So we're importing follow button and like dislike button from our buttons page. And now we're going to slide down and we're going to add the like and dislike button. Let's do that now. I'm going to come right here. I'm going to say flex inline. I'm going to say flex. I'm going to say items in. So align all the items at the end. So very similar to what you see right here. Align them at the end. I'm going to justify start. I'm going to put a gap. And then I'm going to say flex start. So then we're going to close this. Then I can come right here. And then I can actually put the button component. So we can say like, dislike button. And then we're going to pass it in all the stuff that we just said. All the stuff. Let's see. Like button. Is it up here? Nope. Let's go back. Let's go all the way back up here. So all these stuff right here, we're going to just pass this right into the like and dislike button. So we can simply say engagement data ID. So this is the video.id. This is video.likes. This is video.dislikes. We can close that. Then we can say viewer, and then we can say viewer has liked, has disliked, etc. And then we can close this. So now we have the like and dislike button. Cool. And we're passing it in. And what we can do, this is, like I said, this is the VidShield, this is the completed website, vidshield.org. We go back to our site, we can see like and dislike button, that little paragraph tag that we end up creating. Cool. So let's go back over to video. I'm going to close all of this just to make life a little easier. I'm going to scroll up, close this, go back over here. Cool. So now we can start building this. Cool. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually say, remember all of these, remember all those properties that we had on use, right here on use engagement, this hook right here. I can just go ahead and copy this, and I can just put this right here, say here, and instead of saying return, we can just say const. Simply like that. And then we can say equals. And then we can say use engagement button. Let me put it. Let's do that and make life easier. So we're going to be passing in all the engagement data that we had. So we're going to be passing in this right there, just like that. We're going to be passing in viewer. And you remember use engagement where we had add like mutation, add dislike mutation. We're going to be adding that as well. So add like mutate instead of having this, we are going to say API and say video engagement. We say dot add like dot use mutation, and then we close it just like that. And we can also do the exact same thing but for dislike, so we can just do that. We can say add dislike, and say add dislike, comma right there, and then we can simply close it just like that. Let's put that there. And let's just put a thingy right there. Perfect. And then we can write over here and we can just import it. If it's not popping up, we can scroll up and we can just say use engagement button. Simply like that. We can just import the hook. Cool. Now we have it up and running. So now we're going to write the user interface, these actual buttons. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to come here, delete all this stuff in here, and I'm going to say div. Then I'm going to close it just like here, save it, put it right here. And what this is doing is just putting this, this is just getting us, putting it in line and getting a shadow right over this. So putting a border and a shadow right over these two buttons. Second thing I want to do. So I want to add an actual button. I can say type equals button. I can say on click, and on this click, we're going to we're first going to see if the user is signed in. So let's actually add session data really quickly from Next.js. So what I can go ahead and do, I can scroll up, I can import this. So I'm importing sign in and use session. Then I'm gonna go down, I'm gonna import use session data. Very similar to what we have done in the past. You can return it just like this. Then I can say session data. So if the user is signed in, let me say this, we're going to run a function. We're going to run handle like. And inside here, the things that we're going to pass into this handle like, and remember, we're getting handle like straight from this use engagement button, straight from our hook. And what handle like does, if we scroll down, this is handle like right here. This is this right here. We come back, we say handle like, and look what handle like has. It has, it's asking for two things. It's asking for the ID and it's asking for user ID. And that's exactly where we're going to give it. So say a handle like, we say ID, engagement data or close, and then we can say user, we want to say session data first. Else, simply like that. There we have it. We want to close it. Then we want to have an else. If anything else is wrong, then we're just going to say sign in. Simply like that. Cool. Sometimes the autofill is not as great as you would appreciate it, but you pretty much have this. This is what we have. So this is just going to check if the user is auth. If the user is auth, then we're going to run this handle like. This handle like before we even do it, we still make sure it's auth, and we have the data, engagement data.id, session ID, etc. We run it in here. This is our input, ID and user ID. Simply like that. Cool. Let's go back over. Now inside this button, we also have class names that we're going to give it. So we're going to give it class. And inside here, we have some CSS we're going to give it. We're going to give it focus and group. Inline flex, we're going to give it a couple other properties as well. We're going to say item center. We're going to say it's rounded. It's a ring. Ring gray 300, etc. This is all properties that we're going to give it. Cool. Now we're going to make some sort of condition, some conditionals based off of the user's choice. So we're going to say if user choice dot like, it's going to be one thing. It's going to be green. The button's going to be green. If the user doesn't, it's not like, then it's going to be white. So let's do that here. I can simply say that. Simply like that. So if the user choice is true, dot like is true, then you see background primary 600, text white, etc. If false, then you're going to say background white, text gray, etc. Let's just do that here. Background white, text gray 600, hover, etc. I'm going to close these simply like that, and then I save it. And one thing we always forget to do is actually close this button thing. So let's close button as well. We save it. There we go. Now if we go over to this, you start to see a button right here. You see how it changes colors. That's liking and disliking. Let's add some more functionality to this. Inside here, we're going to make a paragraph tag, and we're going to say export it directly from this where you see like count. We're going to put the like count here. So we say like count, paragraph like count. And do you see how many likes there is? And then when you like it, it turns to 4. Now we're going to also add the icon as well. So the thumbs up icon. So let's do that now. We can say thumb up. We can close it. Just like that. We're going to give it some class names. And this is going to be a very similar conditional than to how we did it above. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take some class names. We're going to give it a group. Make it a whole group. We're going to say height of 4, width, and then we can say strength flex of 0. Cool. Then we're going to make the same sort of user choice dot like conditional. So we say user dot like. If he likes it, then we're going to say group fill white, group hover over black. And then if he doesn't, we're going to do the opposite, where it's going to be completely different color, etc. There you go. We close it. And let's move this up. Cool. We can write over here. We push quick fix, and then we can say add import from there. And if we go over to this, we have our total like button right here. Cool. So now we have to do pretty much the exact same thing, but just for dislike now. So let's do that. You have button. You can basically copy this entire thing right here because we're using the exact same. It's a class name here. Next, then we want to make a conditional. We want to say user choice dot dislike. When they dislike something, we're going to say background error. Say background error 600, etc. Else, there's going to be background white, text gray, etc. Let's do that here. Let's close it. And we can close it just like that. Cool. Now, then we can import, we can just basically copy and paste this. And instead of saying like count, we can come up here. We can say dislike count. Cool. Next we can do is we are going to make an icon very similar. So instead of saying thumbs up, we can go here. We can say thumbs down. Go ahead and close this. Very similar to this. We say group. We can just copy and paste this. Actually, we can say class name. We can say if user choice is dislike, then we fill white. Else, it's going to be gray. Remember that. Then we hover over this. Not popping up in time. So what we can just do is just write it right in. So let's move up. I could just come up here and I could just say thumb down. Save it. We can head over here. Give it some time to load. Just load it. Cool. And then if we click this, should be working. This is not working. Let's see why. Oh yes, we forgot the on click. Okay, cool. So let's actually just copy and paste this on click right here. We can put this right here, session there, and then say handle. We can say handle dislike, simple as that. And there we go. Then we go back to it. We see that the button is now working. Cool, perfect. Did we go there? Works perfect. Works like a charm. The next thing that we're going to end up making is this description right here. So we push this. You see that we have all this text pop up like this. And then if we go back, it hides it. Now we go to another video. You see how the arrow is not even showing anymore. Right? This is the next thing that we're going to be doing. So let's go ahead and head over and let's make this description now. I'm going to first come over here. I'm going to make new. I'm going to say description.tsx. Perfect. Then I'm going to export this. So we can say export default function here. Now, the things that we're going to take, text. It's going to take text. It's going to take length. and it's also going to take border. Cool. We can close it. Now let's give it, oops. We can close this, give it its types. Simple as that. String, length, boolean. Cool. Now we can write open parentheses, and then all we're going to do is just say return. Then we're going to put these brackets like that and say this is the description. Just want to test it. Perfect. Anytime we do this, we want to make sure that we come over to components and export it. So let's do that here. We can say, let's copy that. We can say description, and we can say from description like that. Now let's head over to video ID and let's import this. So let's do that now. I'm going to come right under follow button like this, and I'm going to just put in description. Put in description, and then the things I'm going to put into it is I'm going to say the text. And I'm going to say the text is just equal to the video's own description. Simply like that. I'm going to say the max length I want this to be is 200. And then do I want to give it a border? So do I want to give it a line? Do I want to give it a line above? Like this, because this is the line above, and we want to say yes. Border true. And like I said, in the future, we're going to go over every single thing that this means, so don't worry about it yet. You're going to close it, save. I can go up to the top. I can simply put that in there like that. We can head over back to our main thing. Looks like we're running into issues. Let's see what it is. There we have it. Cool. We go over, we go down, we say this is description. Cool. So now we can go ahead and start dealing with this. Let's make this smaller. Let's close this for the time being. How this is going to work is we're going to first write an if statement here. So we're going to say if, and then we're going to put it here. We're going to say if text dot length is the equivalent to 0, then we're going to, or text is equivalent to null, then we're going to just return null. Simple as that. Next, we're going to do very similar. We're just going to say else if text.length is less than the length that we passed this in. So the length, if we go back over to video, the length that we passed it in into our description is 200 max. If the length is less than 200, then we're going to it's not going to have that arrow or anything like that. I'll show you this in right. Let's also make sure that we just put a parenthesis or closing curly bracket there. Now what we're going to do is we're going to just say that we're going to say border. If we say border, so border is true, so we're going to give it this little border right here. And let me show you what that does. Give it 1 second. We got to make sure the description is long enough. So we'll come back to that. And then you want to just write a paragraph tag. And inside that paragraph tag, you want to have the actual text that we passed it in there. So the actual description text, and then you can close it. Simple as that. So we have the text and then we have a border. But you see with this one, there's no arrow. We're not putting an arrow that'll let the user know that he can go up and down. Very simple. Remember we had this, right? This, we have the arrow. When it's less than 200, there won't be an arrow. Cool. Then we can say else. Then this is when we can, when we're going to return all the good long buttons and all this. Cool. So let's get started. We're going to make a paragraph tag simply like that. Let's see. That's right. Hello. And you see this description must have been super long in order for it to pop up like this. Cool. All right. So first thing we're going to do is that we are going to write conditional to see if we have a border pop up. So let's do that here. We can simply just copy and paste this right here. Just like that. And voila, you see the border. Oh, the border. And the point of this is, like, if there's no description at all, you don't want to just see this border here because it kind of it throws off the whole URL. So that's the reason why, or it throws off the entire video page. So that's the reason why we end up having a border if we end up seeing a description. If there's no description, then we don't have a border at all. Cool. Next, what we want to do is we make a div. We're going to say relative and we're going to say full width. We're going to go ahead and close this. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to have a new button. So I'm going to call it button. Inside this button, I'm going to say on click. And inside here, we're going to say toggle expand. Okay, what is toggle expand? Let's define that now. So we can go up. We can say const. Go up. We can say, actually before that, let's make a state. So we can say state. We can say is expanded. And then we can have set is expanded. But the initial state is going to be false. So it's not expanded. Then anytime toggle expand is hit, then we're going to do the opposite. So let's do this now. We can say const toggle expand. And then we can say set expanded. Simply write this. And it says not is expanded. So for example, if this is false, then it's just going to automatically make it true. If it's true, if this is true, then we're just going to make it false. That's what this is doing. We can scroll down. Oh, one more last thing. We want to also import use state. So we can go up here, make sure we have state. Perfect. And we can go down here and then on click, toggle expand. Toggle expand, and it'll just do the opposite, whatever it is. If it's true, it'll make it false. If it's false, it'll make it true. Cool. Then we can give this a class name, or give this some classes. So we're going to say class. We're going to say flex robe, couple of those. Cool. And inside here, we're going to have the actual text paragraph. So we're going to give it a class name, give it some classes. Inside here, we're going to check if it's expanded or not. We can say expanded, do the opposite, etc. And then we can close it simply like that. Then we can close it. Now inside of here, what we want to do is we want to actually import the text. So let's do that now. We can say text. right here. And let's also, one more thing, let's also close this button. We almost forgot. Perfect, we save it. Put it, modifies it. Cool, so let's see it. So this whole thing's a button. This entire thing right here is a button. When we click the button, it expands. When we click it, it de-expands. Simple as that. Is expanded is making the line clamp, right? So line clamp, we say line clamp 1. Then you see how we only have one line of text. You say line clamp line 2. It's the same thing. And with this is just checking. And like I said, we first check if it's what the length is. If it's over it, we want to cap it. That's what we're doing. We're basically just capping it at 2 lines. Cool. So now let's give it the icons as well. So we can say span. And close it. And then we can say is expanded. Then we're going to say chevron up. Else, then it's chevron down. These are the icons, the actual arrow icons. And then we can go here, right click, and then we can say all missing imports. We scroll up. We see that it has delivered us our icons. Let's move back over. Now you can see that this arrow button, this arrow, back and forth. There you go. This whole thing's a button, remember. And we have the paragraph inside the button. And then we have our icons right inside the button. Cool. Next, we are going to make our comment section. So let's just show you what all the features is for this. We scroll down, you see how we have the actual thing. We can say hello world. We can post it. Then it automatically refetches the entire comment section. So yeah, we're just gonna make that real quick. Let's do it now. One more thing I almost forgot to add is if we disable cookies and we refresh, then we try to push add comment, the input field automatically takes us to the sign in page. So that's something that we're also going to add. First thing we're going to do is we're going to scroll down and we're going to make a new router. So we're going to just call this comment. Hold on. Comment.ts. Simply like that. And what we can do is we can just take all of the properties we already have from user router. We can just say comment router. We can simply close this, simply like that. And 2 things we want to import, of course, is our create TRPC router. So we want to import that. We also want to import protected procedures, and we also want to import Zod. So we can just simply do that. And now the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say add comment protected procedures. Now all of our inputs, anytime a person wants to comment something, they're simply going to have their video ID that they have, the user ID, so the ID of the actual user, and then their messages, their message. It has to be at least 5 characters long, and it cannot be anything longer than 200, and it's a string. Cool. Then we can say dot mutation async. Then this is pretty straightforward. All we have to do is just say await prisma.comment.create. We can go ahead and put all of this data right into the database. So it's just basically a copy and paste. And let's just make sure that we close this. Simply like that. Cool. And that's pretty much all you have to do. Now here's a catch. Anytime that we make a new comment, we want to get all refresh the entire database, or we want to refresh all the entire comment section. So let's do that now. In fact, we're going to add one more thing. We're going to say, right under this mutation, we're going to say const get all new comments. We're going to say where video ID is. So we're just re-getting all the comments. There, and then the actual thing we return is get all new comments. And let's close it like that. We're running an error. There you go. Simply like that. And we're just refresh. And this is just basically a refresh. This is all this is. Just refreshing our comment section. Next thing to do is anytime we create a new router, we also want to add it to our root folder. So let's do that now. We can just say comment, and we can just say comment router, simply like that. And then last thing we got to do, and it automatically imports it for us. Perfect. Cool. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to make a new file. We're going to call this comment. Oops, let's try that one more time. Comment section.tsx. Perfect, just like that. And we know this protocol. All we have to do is we're going to say, let's make a new interface. So the interface that we're going to do is just comment and user. But before we actually make it, I just want to point out one thing for you. If we go back to get video by ID, right, and we see where you see our comments here, right? You see how our comment is basically a user and a comment, right? Right here and right there. This is basically all the things that we're going to be importing for our interface. Pretty much it. All the things that we will be using for that matter. Right here. Yep. This is what we'll be doing. Cool. So we can make interface. We say comment. We can just say comment. We can say ID. Oops, let's try it again. ID string. We can say message. And we can say created date, and we're going to say date. Simply like that. We can also say user. We can say the important properties we want from users, their name, their ID. ID, name. We can say image, or we can say handle. Simply like that. We can close it. Cool. Now we're going to also make another interface. And this one is going to be just an abstraction, a small abstraction. So in here we can say video ID is a string. We're going to say the comments from comment from this is going to be the entire array of comments. So this is the video ID. This comment right here is just one single comment. This is just going to be the array of all comments. And then we're going to say refetch. And what this would allow us to do is refresh the entire page, the entire video ID page. But I'll show you that later down the line, so don't worry about that yet. Cool. So now we can basically just make our comment section. We can say export default function comment section, and then we can pass it all of our values like that. And then I'm going to simply close this, and I'm going to say return. I'm going to do that simply like this. Hello world, this is comment section. Simply like that. We can go over to components. We can load in our comment section. So I can come right here, push enter, say export comment section. And then if I scroll down and I come down here, I can just say comment section like that. We imported it right into our video. And if I, let's give it a comma. And then now let's actually add our comment section here. If I scroll all the way down here, and let's make this just a tad bit more easier. If I close this one, and if I even close this, we want to go right here. This is where we're going to put our comment section here. And then all we're going to do is just put in all of our values that we had. So we're going to put in our video ID. We are going to put in our comments, and we're going to map each comment. So we say video ID.comments.map. We're going to first put in comment, and then we're going to do user. So let's do that now. So I say comment, then I say created at, and I close it. I can do the same thing with user. So we just say user ID, username, user image, user handle, straight. And we're getting all of these properties straight from here, video data. I can simply close this. Let's do that now. And let's also close this comment section. Simply like that. Cool. And remember I said we have a refetch, right? If I go up, if I scroll up, you remember that we had a refetch right here of our video data. Where we have refetch video data, we're actually just going to take this and we're going to pass this into comment section as a prop. So let's scroll down, do that here. We'll say refetch equals refetch video data. Simply like that. This is how we end up passing in all of our properties. And we head back over to Google Chrome. We see hello world, this is comment section. Perfect. So we have this thing rendered. We can close this like that. Hello, this is comment section. Perfect. Let's head over comment section. Let's get it started. First thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come in here, I'm gonna delete this, and then we're gonna make some divs. The first div that we're gonna have is we're gonna say div class name, and then we're gonna give everything on the y-axis. We're gonna give padding, everything on the y-axis of 5. Then we're going to do another one. I'm gonna say flex. We're gonna give it a border. We're gonna say padding of 6. We're gonna give it a shadow, etc. We're gonna say it's rounded, so border radius. And close it, and then we'll go in here and we'll add one more. We'll just say min width. There's no minimum width. We're gonna say flex there, and we'll say space as well. Make it a little bit responsive. So we close it. There you go. Okay. So the first thing that we're going to end up writing is our comments. We're going to write out our comments. Then we'll actually write out the input. So let's do that here. So since we have our comments, we can simply say comments we are going to say dot sort. So we're going to sort it first before we actually map it. We're going to say A and B, and then we're going to say based off of its date, just like that. Just like that. I'm also just close this like that, and there you have it. You have comments.sort. Now anytime we have sort, we also want to do dot map. So we're going to actually map this now. So we say map there. We want to, since we made one for user and one for comment, we're going to just say dot map user and then comment. Let's also close this really quickly. Simply like this. And now we can start writing in our values. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to make a class name. We're going to close this. Then we want to make a border. And now let's just see how it looks to begin with. So you see each one of our classes, or each one of our comments is going to have a border right on top of it, right? So it separates each other. Cool. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make another div. I'm going to close this. Oop. Say div close. Just like that. The first thing that we're going to do is we're going to do user image. So we'll say user image, right? Because each one of these, and we can look over here. You see how we have user image. Each one of them have user image. We're going to put that there. And we can say user image. And we can just import this. So if I hover over and I say quick fix, we say add import. I save it. Then you see all the users' profile pictures that has made a comment. Cool. Let's go back over. Next thing we can do is we can make another div. In this div, we can put right underneath user image. We can close this. And the first thing we're going to write is we're just going to write the actual message. So let's do that now. So we say paragraph comment.message. And then you can see all the messages that the user has, that these users have. Cool. So the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to make another div. This one we're going to say div flex, close it simply like that. Come here. And inside here, we're going to have a couple things. The first one, we're just going to say right here is user handle. We're going to pass in the user handle. And then this is where you see this right here. We want to say user handle. And then now we have the user handle here, but then we want to put a row and then have the user's name and the time. So let's do that here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say flex row. We're going to make a div. We're going to close that div. Simply like that. Inside here, we're going to say paragraph user.name. So we have width max, font, semi-bold, text, etc. Here, this is where you see the user's name. And then right after that, I want the time as well. So let's pass that as well. We're going to say, make another paragraph tag. We're going to say text.gray. Then we're going to, we're going to pass in moment. And this is where it calibrates exactly the create date and then from whenever it was posted. Then we can close it, and then we can highlight. Let's see if it does this. Add import moment. We go to the top, it's imported like that. And if we scroll down, we see the actual data right here already displayed. Cool. So now we have we have displaying of the comments. Let's also add in the actual creation of the comments. So we have an input tag. Right here, what I'm gonna do first, we'll get to that. I'm gonna make a paragraph tag, and then I'm going to display the lengths of the comments. So I'm gonna just say comments dot length. Then I'm gonna say span comments. Say comments just like that. Then I'm gonna come here and we're gonna close this paragraph tag. We'll save it. And then now you can see the actual length of the comments. Let's do one thing. Let's actually put a space right here. Now you can see that there's 19 comments. Cool. Now let's import session data. And what we're going to do is, if the user is signed in, then they'll actually have an input tag. But if they're not signed in, then it's going to just be a button that just sends them to the sign out or the sign in next auth page. Let's do that now. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to call in import sign in use session. I'm going to come back down here. I'm going to then write inside session data return. Keep scrolling. I'm gonna then come here and then I'm gonna write session data. Say for the time being, we'll write that, and then we'll just say not signed. We say signed in. Signed. Let's do signed. Perfect. And then else we'll do something very similar. Perfect. And then we'll just close it just like that. All right, we have this set up. Signed in. The person signed in. But or not. It would not show that. Perfect. Cool. So the easiest one that we can do first is let's just make the button for if they're not signed in. So since I'm signed in, I can simply go here, and you remember the disable cookies button. I can push disable cookies. I can refresh. Then we're back to the regular thing. You see not signed in. Perfect. Let's actually change this. And I'm going to just say button right here. Just like that. And then some things we're going to say is on click. Oops, let's redo that. We're going to say on click. So we say on click if it's not session data. So on click, the user is not signed in. Send them to sign in page. So if user is not signed in, send them to sign in page. Else there. And then for the class name that we're going to give this, we're going to give it a really good style to make it look like this is the input field. So inside of here, some of these that we have is we have a line. We have it as a block. We have width full. We have it rounded, so the border around it, simply like this. You see the border is rounded, and we're going to add in. We have to add one more thing. We see text.gray, and in fact, let's actually just add a comment, simply like that. And you see it looks just like our input field. Then we click it, see it's signed in. Cool. Let's go back. I want to just explain a little bit of the styling. We have a border. So the border width is 0. We have padding 4. We have text left. The text is gray. We're giving it a little shadow. We're giving it a ring. We're giving it a ring color of gray. The placeholder text, so the text that's in here, that's going to be 400, etc. and text small, etc. So this is a little bit of CSS that we use to actually make this happen. And it looks very replica. It looks like a complete replica of our actual input field. Oops. Let's actually take this off. And this is back to the vidshield.org website. So we go here, you see how it looks very, very similar. The only thing we don't have is just a button. But yeah, very similar. Cool. So the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to go up ahead and we're going to start writing in some of the states and some of our functions that we're going to need in order to build this. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to just say handle submit. So when we submit this, it's just going to have an event. E just means an event, form event. Of course, we want to write e.prevent because we don't want this thing to actually, we don't want the thing to actually refresh the page. And this for the time being, I'm going to just close this. We will come right back to it. Second thing I want to write is I want to write comment input. So we're going to make a new state, and we'll just say comment input set comment input. And this is the actual input that the user has put into the actual form. Cool. Now what I can say is we're going to do something called add comment. All the things that we're going to add. And remember, this comes straight from our comment. So we're just going to pass, when we hit this, it's just going to be video ID, user ID, and message. That's all we're going to be doing. So we just say video ID. We say user ID. And we've got to make sure the user is signed in. So session data there. If not, then there's none. And then we say message. It's going to be comment input. So this right here. And we can close it. Cool. We have to add comment. So we'll do that now. And let's also add the use state. We can say add all missing imports. And now we have the use state. Cool. Next thing we're going to add. Come right here. We're going to add comment. We say add comment to input. All the inputs that we have for this is video ID, user ID, a message. And then we're going to actually hit the actual mutation. So then we say add comment mutation.mutate. And then, yeah. Then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to say on success. When we finally have success with this, and it gives us a confirmation, we're going to refresh the page. On success, we want to say void refetch, and then we want to set the comment back to nothing. There, and then we can close it. We can close that, and then we can close this. Simply like that. So we're first going to hit this mutation, and actually, yeah, one more thing. Hold on, let's just add it from API. Let's grab this. So I'm going to say import API from utils. Give it some time. Maybe I need to refresh the server. Right in. But we hit this comment we first mutate it, and then on success, we're going to refetch the page. Where we're refetching the page from is, remember, from that video. So we're just going to refetch the entire video. Makes it a lot easier than trying to just refetch the comment section. Cool. Now let's start actually writing some of our properties inside here. Last thing, I just realized that I made a fatal error where you had add comment mutation. We have to actually add this, so let's do that now. Let's go here. I'm gonna say add comment mutation, and then this is going to be the thing that we're actually going to do. API.comment.add and use mutation. I'm gonna save this. And once we do that, we see that our errors are no longer with us. Cool. So now let's actually start making this input page. We scroll down. We see this. We're going to get rid of this. Then we're just going to replace this with form. Then here we're going to say on submit. We're going to say whenever the user submits this, we're going to say handle comment section, or handle comment submit. Cool. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to make a div. Inside here, we're just going to add some small little CSS. Let's close this. Inside of here, we're making flex. We're going to put it in row, and we're going to give it a gap of 2, and then we're going to just say margin top, just so we give it some space from the actual comments.length. Cool. Let's open this. Now, remember, we're building two things. We're going to be building the actual input, and we're going to actually be building the post. So let's do that. The post button. So let's do that. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say div with, let's close this. I'm going to open this back up. Then I'm going to say text area. Text area. Then I'm going to close this like that. Cool. Then all the properties we're going to put in here is we're going to just say row of 1. Right. We're going to say name and ID is comment. Let's do that now. Save that. There you go. I'm going to say the value that we're putting in here is comment input. So the value is going to go straight to comment input, the state. So any values that we put in there goes straight to the state. Then I'm going to say on change. Whenever it's changed, we're going to say set comment equals the event.target.value, whatever the user the value from the user was. So on change, that's what the new value is. Then I'm going to just put in some CSS to make it look really nice. We'll go through it. And then I'm going to say placeholder, add a comment. And then, yeah, I'm going to close it just like that. Now, let's go over it. Let's look how it looks. Cool. And this is what we have. You see that we have this. If we write something, so we say, what's up, YouTube? Well, actually, you can't post anything because we don't have a post button yet. So let's make the post button. But this is what we have so far. You see it's row of 1. We can go back up and down. Let's go back over to our comment section. And let's make our button, our actual submit button. So we go here. We say div class name. We say flex strength equals 0. We're going to close this. And inside here, we want to use our button component. So we say button. We just push. Whoop, let's try that again. We say button. We can go here, and if I select enter, it automatically imports it for us. Then I'm going to say the variant. We primary, we're going to say type is submit, and I'm going to give it a size. I'm going to give it a size of equals XL. Nice and big. We have comment. Instead of saying comment, we're going to say post. And then we are going to close this. Simply like that. I save it. There you go. Let's roll over. You see that we have the post button now. And if I just refresh, you see that they match up. Now, I said I was going to go over some of the CSS. Let's do that real quick. I said we have a block, display block. I said that we have a full width. I said that everything, the border around it is border radius medium. So that gives us the nice little curvature around the a curved border. I said that we have padding overall 4. The y-axis we have 1.5. I said text gray. I give it a shadow. I give it a ring as well. Text gray 400, etc. Text small, so forth and so on. Cool. And if I push this to 3, then it just starts us out this big of comment, and we don't need it that big. So let's just put it back to 1. Cool. And this is our comment section. Let's just see how this works. I say, what up YouTube? And I post it. Boom. What up YouTube? It comes back. It refreshes the entire page. So there you go. Or better yet, it refetches all the data from the page. It makes it a lot easier to actually get the comment section. Cool. And we have finished our comment section. Simple and cool. So the next thing that we're going to be making is actually to save video to playlist. And now let me show you this now. So if we click this button here, we see that it says save video to playlist. We can go ahead and say, let's just make a playlist. We say, watch later. Boom. Then you see that it gets the playlist, and then we can add that video to the playlist as well. And then if I go to another video, I can say save, and you see how it automatically just gets the watch later playlist, right? Click, now I can make a new playlist, etc. To give you an example, I can add it, etc. What's happening right here is that we are doing 3 different function calls to the database. One in order to create the playlist, one that gets all the data, gets all playlists, and then one that we can, and one mutation that when we click, it would either add or take away the data from the database. So let's head over to VS Code, and we're going to implement this. Cool. So let's go to buttons. I'm going to create a new file, and then we're just going to call this save button.tsx. Simply like that. We have a new file. Cool. And we know the drill. What we're going to do is just, I'm going to export default function, save button. And what we're going to do is going to be passing video ID as string. Then we're going to close it. And we are going to just say return. We're going to pass there, go here. And inside here, we're just going to say save button. Just like that, we save it. Prettier automatically makes it look nice for us. There we go. Cool. We can go to our buttons.tsx page, and then we can just export this. So let's do that now. We can say export default save button. Now we have exported. Now we can go back to our video page. And what we're going to do is we're going to go right down to this like dislike button, and we're going to put the save button right underneath it. As you see, save button, like and dislike, then save button right here. Let's do that. What we can do is we can just say there, say save button. We can click it. Then we could put in pass video ID there, and let's just make sure that we close it. and we look like we got double. Oops, actually it looks like we put it inside there. Let's just make sure it's outside. Perfect. And let's close this, save it. Perfect. We got save button. We can go back to localhost 3000 and we see a nice big save button right there. Perfect. So we are rendering it. Now let's start adding things. Now this is a quite complex component. However, I'm gonna make it really, really simple for you. So the first thing that we're gonna do, make it simple, is that we are just going to export this a regular button component that we have. If we start typing it, you can see right here /button. We can just click that, automatically exports this for us. Perfect. Then inside there, we want to say the variant. We want to say secondary gray. Okay. Next, we want to give it a size. So we're going to give it a size of 2x. Then we want to say on click session data. On click session data. Don't worry about what this set open is. Right now, we'll come back to it. And then we're going to give it a class name. Class name, items, and then we're going to close that. Simple as that. And then we're going to do that. Perfect. Then the thing that we're going to say is save. Simply like that. Now let's import this session data right here. So what I'm first going to do is I can go to pretty much anything, any page. And I say, let's just copy this. Let's go back to save button. And then I have my session data. Let's just define it. If I come here, if I go here, you'll see const session data. We can use it right here. Perfect. Cool. Now we have it saying that on click session data. If there is, then it'll allow it to set open. Else, then it's going to say void sign in. It's going to tell the user that you have to sign in. It's going to send it the next auth. Perfect. Now we look at our button. We see that we have this right here. All we have to do now is just add an icon. So let's do that. The icon that I'm going to give it a folder plus. So this is the icon we're going to be using. We're going to say that it's going to be margin right. So it gives it some space. We're going to give it a height, a width. We're going to say shrink of 0. And we're going to give it a color of 600. Gray 600. If I go highlight this, hold on, escape. Let's do it one more time. And I say add imports icons. We see that it automatically imports it for us. Cool. This is stage 1. And now you see that we actually have the actual icon here. Cool. And if you push it, yeah, it just says set define. All right, cool. Cool. Next, what we need to do is we need to define this state. So what we'll do is we're going to say open. So it's going to be open or set open for our modal. So as of right now, we're going to set the default state to false. We're going to right click. We're going to say add missing, and this automatically imports use state for us. Okay. The third thing we're going to do is we're going to head over to headless UI, and we're going to get a transition in order to make this modal. So if you look, the first thing that happens is you see that there's a black, like a grayish background that happens. That's a transition of itself. And then another transition we have is the actual modal, the modal itself. So let's actually do this. We head over to headless UI. We see transition and a whole bunch of different things, a whole bunch of different properties. We see transition, a big transition, then a transition child. This is sort of right. And we see background overlay. This is sort of what we're going to be doing. And it's very similar to what we did back at Sidebar. Very similar. the first thing that we're going to do is just say transition.root. Right underneath all of this, we're going to say transition.root. Then we are going to close it. Cool. Also, we need to import. Let's just make sure that this is in the brackets. Perfect. And we need to import some things. So what we're going to do is go back up here. We are going to import dialog and transition, because we're going to be making a dialog and a transition. So we implement a transition from headless UI, and then we'll also need to implement fragment from React. So let's do that here. We go up, just say fragment. Here you go. Second thing that we need to implement is our dialog. And then what we'll do is we'll say dialog, class name, we'll say relative, and we'll just say this is z-index is telling basically where does it lay on the order of how you want to lay it. So the lower the value is, it'll be behind. So if we have a z10 versus a z20, the z10 would be behind the z20. That's basically what that says. Cool. Next, we want to close dialog, just like that. And now this is where we end up bringing up our background, or our transition background. So we can just simply copy this, our background overlay, and just put it right there. Transition.child. And then this is the data that we're going to be putting in it. There's some small things, small tweaks that I want to make. I want to also add as equal fragment. Want to put that in there. We want to get rid of this transition opacity. We all wait, hold on. You want to get that transition opacity. We want to say, instead of ease linear, we want to say ease out. We want to give it a duration of 300, opacity of 100. We want to say ease in. So we'll just say ease in, and then we'll get rid of this. Duration 3, and instead of saying 300, we'll just say 200. So this is the speed, and then we'll say opacity 100, 100 and 0. Looks good. Cool. And then this is where we actually implement the overlay, the background. So now I'm going to just say div class name. We say this is fixed. We say the background gray 500. Just to make sure, we just say red, make it a little bit easier. Background opacity and transition opacity. Cool. And this is just going to be our background overlay. Let's look at it. So now when we click save, you see that we end up having a nice red screen here. Cool. Let's change this back to gray. There we have it. All right. Next thing that we need to do is start implementing parts of our next thing. We need to have this actual dialog pop up. So let's do that here. Cool. If we head back over to headless UI, you see that we have a transition. We have the actual dialog, and then if we scroll down, we say we have the first transition child, and then we give it a background. Then we have another transition child, and then this is where we actually put in the dialog panel and a dialog title, etc. So in fact, we could just copy and paste this entire thing straight in here, and we can save it. Cool, just like that. And for this transition child, I want to add some different properties just to make it a little bit more smooth. So I'm gonna say translate. I'm gonna say small. I wanted to translate a different way. I want to do the same thing with I want to do translate and enter to. And I want to do the opposite. So how I had transition Y 0, we're going to do the opposite here. So we'll say translate 0, and then we'll just say 4. Two other properties I just want to add is I want to just say when it's a small, scale is 95, and then I want to say translate Y when it's small. Perfect. Now, these are the properties that we'll be adding to this. And now, and before we even do this, we're seeing that we have the dialog and a dialog transition, dialog panel, etc. Before we even do this, I want to put this into a div in of itself. So let's go ahead and do that. Well, I'm gonna call this div. I'm gonna say fixed. Then I want to close it. Then I want to make another one. And we're going to give it some values. We're going to say flex, minimal height, justify, text center, etc. And we're just going to close it just like that, right inside this transition child. Now, the first thing that we're going to be doing is just right in this header thing right here. So where it says save video to playlist and this button right here, we're just going to be adding that to our own dialogue. So let's go ahead and do that now. We go back over. Let's just give the dialogue a couple of different names we want to. So first I'm going to say class name, and then I'm going to give it a whole bunch of CSS. Let's just do this now. Cool. And what I'm saying is I want it relative. I want it margin. I want to say its max width is going to be this. So I have max width. And all of this basically gives it this card right here where you see deactivated account. And that's just what we have for a title. We have flex column. We have item start, justify center, overflow hidden, rounded. We give it a background white. We give it a gray shadow. We give it a when it's small, we have different properties as well. And also, I never showed you it being responsive. Let's do that now. If we scroll, well, we have nothing implemented yet, so we'll come back to this. Cool. So this is what this is doing. The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to make another div. So let's head over and do that now. We're going to say div class name. We're going to say this is going to be position absolute. This is going to be the right is going to be 0. Top is going to be 0. It's going to be hidden. We're going to say padding right, padding top, small block. So this is only going to be shown. This is only going to be shown when the button is small. Cool. And then we can make a div. We can say type button. We can give it a class name. Let's give it some classes. We can say, and let me close this to make it a little easier for to see. We can say rounded. We can say background white. We can give it a text gray, hover, focus, etc. Cool. Then we can say on click, because this is a close button. This whole point of this, we're making an X. We just want to close the button. We can just say on click, set open to false. We can close it like that. Closes the button. And also, we almost forgot to close the div, so we'll close the div as well. And here you have this button. Cool. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to write a span. I'm going to say close is asking the user, do they want to close it? And then the third thing we're going to do is we're going to implement a new icon. And this is going to just be an X icon. So I write hover, update, imports. There you go. And let's look at this. There you go. You see it right there. And then when it's small, it won't be shown. Cool. Cool. So now since we basically have all of this set, all of this implemented, looks like we have an error. Let's see what that is. Not find name span. This might just be a TypeScript error. Let's just restart. Yeah, it should go away. Cool. All right, let's go back up. Next thing we're going to do is we need to call a function. We're going to call a function that automatically gives us all the users' current playlists. So let's do that now. Oh, and before we do that, also, let's also finish this title. Let's get rid of this deactivate thing and let's just say save play video to playlist. So let's just pop this in here like that. Save video to playlists. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it some properties. I'm going to just say as h3. So now it'll make it a header, an actual h3 tag. Then I'm going to give it some class names. I'm going to say class name. And then inside there, I'm going to say text base, font semi-bold, line height, text gray, etc. Cool. And one last thing is I'm going to just throw this into a div. So I'm going to just say div class there. Then I'm going to close this just like that. We go back over. This is what we have. And basically what's just happening here is just where we're just saying margin bottom, margin top, the text is at center. And then when it's small, then with, margin T. Now let's head back up. This is the time where we actually start to, we got to call a function, one of our routers, just to fetch all of the users' current playlists. So let's do this now. We're first going to go ahead and make a new router. So we're going to call this playlist. Hold on. Playlist.ts. We're going to push enter. Then we know the drill. We just go ahead and copy something like this and pretty much all of these. All of those. Put those in here. And then we rename comment. We just rename this playlist router. Then we want to close it simply like that. Now we have a router. Then we're going to go over to root and then we're just going to export it simply like this. So let's just call this playlist. Hold on. Caps lock's on. Hold on. Playlist. Playlist router. Perfect. And I automatically imports it for us, which is really, really nice. Cool. We go back to playlist and here we go. Let's start writing it. First thing that we're going to be writing is we're going to say, I want you to say get saved playlist data. This is the name of the method that we're going to be making. Perfect. Get saved playlist data. Then we're just going to say input. We're just going to say z, which means zod string, and then we can close it like that. And then we're going to run a query on this. So we say dot query. Async. Then we're going to close it simply like that. Let's go inside of it. And the thing that we're going to be calling is, I'm going to say const playlist. Then we're going to say where user ID is equal to the input. But we're going to exclude liked videos and history, right? We have those two in the database already. Anytime a user wants to add add a playlist, you don't want to add it, allow them to add it from their history or like videos. It doesn't make sense. So we'll just say not title when the titles is not equal to like videos or history. Simple as that. Then we're going to say include, and all the data we want to include. We'll say we want to include video. And inside that video, we want to include video, and we want to select ID, etc. Do that now. Simple as that. And I'll explain exactly what's happening in just one moment. And what we can do is we can close this entire thing. We can return the playlist. And there we have it. So I got a small error. Let me just close it like that. And I have one too many of those. And there you have it. Let me just delete. I'll deleted one more thing, and then there it is. Perfect. All right. So what is really happening here is that we're including this, but because we're using video, playlist has video. Remember this model that we had? I'll show you real quick. Playlist has video. We first hit the playlist, and then we hit the videos, and the videos is part of playlist has video. So we go there, and then we get the playlist that has video. Then we want to select the video, right? And then that's when it finally gets to video. That's the reason why we have to go through playlists, include videos, include video, and then we select the ID from that video. Now we can head back over to save button, and now let's implement this now. Cool. So we can say const. Oop, made one mistake. Let's go back. Const. There you go. We can say data. Then we're going to say playlist. Simple as that. Then we can here, and then we can say refetch as well. Playlist and refetch. Then inside this, what we're going to do is say API. And and before we even do that, let's also just import this. So we can go up here. We can just import API from utilities, and then we could say API dot playlist dot get playlist. There you go. Get playlist. Then we can say dot use query, and what we're passing in there, remember, the only thing that we're passing in there is just the user ID. So we can just pass user ID there, which would just be session ID. So that's what we can do now. Session ID.user.id. And then what we're going to do in order so we don't automatically get a refresh, we're just going to say enabled false, etc. And then we're going to use effect to when the user first pushes the button, then we call this. We don't want to call this function if the user has never pushed the button. So we're going to implement that now. Cool. Next thing that we want to do is we want to go back up. We want to import use effect. So let's do that. Simple as that. We can come back down here. And how we're going to approach this is we're just going to say use effect. Use effect. And of course, let's just close this for the time being. Then we are going to say open. When it's open, then this use effect is going to be called. So when the user pushes open, when open is true, then this gets open. Remember, this is open is whenever this button on click is set to open, right? Then this is when the use effect actually gets hit. Cool. Now what we can do is we can say if video ID. So we have in video ID, meaning that if the video's ID has been rendered and open is true, then we can go and fetch the videos. So let's do that here. Refetch playlist. Simple as that. Let me just close this. Perfect. Now we want to what we're also going to do is we're going to check the initial if it's checked or not. So this is how we write this. Right, so we basically have the ID and we have the if it's Boolean or not. Now we're going to map we're going to just say playlist.forEach, and then we're going to check to see if the playlist is already part of, or if the video is already part of the playlist. This is the component. This is the function in order to do this. So let's go playlist.forEach playlist, and then we say initial check sum status, or initial check status playlist ID. Then we're going to say is equal to playlist dot videos dot sum, where video item, and then we're going to close it. Now I'm going to explain exactly what's happening here. And the last thing that we want to write is we want to make a new use state in order to and we're going to be putting we'll be putting the check status up there as well. So we can come back up here, open this, and then we can say cons check status. It'll give us if it's checked or not, and then we can set it. Cool. Then I'm gonna come down here. I'm gonna just say set status to initial check status. Cool. Okay, so what is happening here is for each playlist, we're gonna run through this, and we're gonna say playlist dot. We're gonna be looking for this playlist ID, and we're going to look to see if the video or video ID has some sort of is a part, like if they match. If there's some video that is already inside this playlist, this is basically what it's doing. If we get back that it's true, then we set check status in order to be true. That's what's basically happening here. Cool. So now let's run this down. If we scroll down, we're going to actually map out the playlist. So let's do that now. We can scroll down. We can come down to past here where we're going to say is field.set, simply like that. And then we're going to say class name is we're going to give it full. Then this is where we're going to map it. We're going to say playlist.map. Let's also close this. We want to close it. We got the playlist map. Cool. Then we can make a new div. We can give it the keys, and then we're going to also close this div. And let me just close this so we can have more room. Oops, made a small error. Let's go back. Div. Oh, hold on. Made a small error. Hold on. There we go. There we go. We got div. Cool. Second thing I'm going to do is I'm going to just say, I'm going to make another div. Cool, I'm making a new div, and what we're going to do is just close this div right here. Just like that. Cool. And the things that we're going to say is it's going to be relative. We're going to have flex, item start, justify, and text left. We'll see this in a second. Then we're going to make another div inside here. We're going to say margin left, text small, leading. Perfect. Now, inside here, we're going to just give it a label. So we can say label, we can say HTML4 comments, and then we can give it a font medium. And inside this label, we can actually give it the playlist.name. Then we can close this simply like that. And let's also close this div. Simply like that, I can save it. Now let's go over to our button. And we would normally have it pop up. Let's see what's wrong. Looks like we made a small error. Instead of name, let's see, dot. Should be title. Perfect. You see that we have children's educational content as one of our playlists. Now let's go back. I'm going to go over to vidshow.org, and you see this. We want to write, every time we check this, it's actually writing a new mutation to the database. Right? So we want to add this functionality right here. Let's do that now. So I'm going to come back up here. And we're going to just separate this. Oh, first we have to actually write the router. So let's do that first. We come down here. We can go to video actually. And we're just going to add video to playlists. Let's make one now. Cool. Let's get started. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say add video to playlist. We're going to make it a protected procedure. Simply like that. Then we're going to say the input. For the input, we're going to just say playlist ID and video ID. Simply like that. Next, you want to write the actual mutation. So we'll write mutation, and then we'll just say async CTX inputs. Cool. Now how this is going to work is that we're going to first look to see if this playlist already has a video. If it already has a video, then we're just going to delete it from that playlist. Just do that now. I can say const playlist already has video. Simply like that. And what I'm doing is I'm going into the database. I'm saying playlist ID, where video ID, where the input. I'm looking in a database for this. I can close this. Simply like that. Next, if we don't have one, well, here, look. We first check this. We first make this check. Then we'll go on to if playlist does have one, then we're just going to delete and return. This is very, very, very similar to what we did with like and dislike button. So we say if it already has one, then we're just going to delete it, and then we're just going to return. Const delete video, and then we're just going to delete this. And then we're just going to return, and we're going to return out of that function. So return, delete, video. Simply like that. Next, we want to say else. If there isn't a playlist already has video, then we can actually add it to that video. So what we're trying to do is the vice versa with this, right? So with one function, I can I can add two playlists or add take the video from the playlist just with one function. That's very similar to what we did with like button and dislike button. We can do both. We can add two playlists, and if the video already exists, then we can take it from that playlist just with one function. So one function, we can do it both. Next, we can do const playlist has video. Let's do that now. Simply like this. Const playlist has video that create, and then we return. We can do that, and we can do that. Cool. So as soon as this video method is hit, we first look, does the playlist already have a video? If it does, then we're just going to delete it and return. When I say return, that'll be the end of this function, period. Right? Because we can do both. We can add the video to the playlist, or we can take it from, all with this simple method. Then we can have an else, and then an else would just create. Cool. Just want to make sure you get this. Cool. Let's go back. Let's head back over to save button, and then we can actually write this mutation. So we can just make some space. I can say const add video mutation, simply like this. And what it's going to do, API video add video use mutation. And simply with any mutation, we can say handle checkmark toggle. Just do that here. Then inside there will be an event and an input. And then afterwards, we can just close it up just like that. What this is just doing is just what it's doing is that we're passing in the data to this method right here to mutate it. Then it's going to be checking the status of it. As soon as we do something, it automatically re-renders. We'll be hitting this handle checkmark toggle in just 1 second. Let's scroll back down to the field sets playlist.map. Cool. Next, what we're going to do is write a div. We'll give it a class name. We're going to say flex. We're going to say height of 6. And then we're going to say items center. Simply like that. We're going to close this. Yeah. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to do input. Say input, and the ID is comments. We're going to give it name and type of comments and checkbox. Then when we, if it's checked or not, it's going to check the status of it. So this is where the check status comes in at. And I'll explain this a little bit further next. Then we have the on change, and then this is where we actually handle the checkmark toggle right here. And then for the time being, we can just close this up. Let's look back into it. And you start to see that we have the checkmark box. We're going to add some class names in order so we can make it look nicer. Let's do that now. I can say class name. We give it a height of 4, a width of 4. We're going to give it rounded. We're going to say border gray 300. We're going to give it a nice color. This color sometimes doesn't always work on Chrome, but sometimes it works on other browsers, so don't worry. Yeah, and there you have it. And there you have it. I'm gonna just add flex right here, and let's go back. There you have it. And then every single time we hit this, it mutates it. And we can look right here. We go back to our console. We see a mutation. When we click it, you see that it goes and adds this to the database. Then we click it, then it runs another mutation, taking it away from the database. Simple as that. So we have this all working, up and running. The next thing that we need to do is actually add this part where we can actually type anything that we want. We can push create button, and then it'll create a new playlist on the fly. So let's do that now. Cool. So now let's head over to our playlist router once more time. Have this. I'm gonna simply say add playlist, protected procedure. We'll say input. Then what we're going to be importing is title, user ID, and description if optional. So in the future, if another way that users can, there's another way that users can make playlists, they'll have that option to write a description if they want to. Go down here, we're going to say dot mutation. And inside here, we're just going to say const playlist. Just throw that in the database. Let's do that here. Just like that. Return playlist. And then we do that. Very, very simple mutation here. Cool. Let's head over to save button, and we can get it finished. I think it's, we're back here at save button. Next thing that we're going to do is that we're just going to call this. Come back up here. Let's put this right underneath that. Let's say create playlist mutation, and then we're going to say playlist add playlist use mutation. And then right before that, I also want to say I'm going to use a new state, and this is just going to be the input. Right, so as soon as the user inputs new data, it'll automatically set this state. Cool, and then we can handle this here. We can say const handle playlist. We can say if new playlist name. I want you to activate this. Run this. So if new playlist name, create mutation. And then inside this mutation, like I said, we're going to put in user ID and title. User ID and then the title. And then when we say on success, I want you to refresh I want you to refetch all the playlists. So then on this mutation, on success, I want you to refetch all the playlists and then set the state back to nothing. Back to null. We can close this. We can close that. We can close that. And there we go. Let's actually write this input now. I can come down here to where field set is. We're going to make a new div. Div just like that. I can go ahead and close it. And inside this div, I'm going to first make the input button. So I'm going to just say div here. Like this. I'm going to give it a label, and I'm going to give that label a name. Let's give it label. We say HTML4. We say class name block. It's small. We give it a font medium, etc. All we're just going to say is name for this. Ooh. Then we can close this label. There we go. We can come back to it. Let's just see how everything is running so far. Save, and then you say name. Then we're going to actually put in the input. So then we can come here. Let's give it another div. Div like that. We can make an input. And inside this input, let's say input, we're going to say type text. We're going to give it a name equals text. We're going to say ID equals text. We're going to say the value here, the value that the user inputs. We're going to say new playlist name. That's going to be at our state value right here, new playlist name. Next, I want you to say on change. Anytime that we have a new change, the event, we want to set the event playlist name. So you get the event.target.value. Then we can close this up. Simply like that. Now we can also do one more thing. I want to add one more thing. So just in case the user starts to type and you push the enter button, we will also want to account for that. So let's do that too. We can say on key up an event. We can say if event key is equal to enter, we can also handle the playlist, create the new playlist as well. We can hit that as well. And then we can close that. We can say, we can give it a placeholder of enter playlist name. And before we enter the styling, we could just close it and just see what we got so far. Cool. You see how it looks. Now this is without having CSS, but you get the point. We have enter, it automatically does it. Now we don't have the submit button, usually the big green submit button yet. We're about to implement that in a second. Cool. Let's add some styling to this. So I'm going to just say class name, and I'm going to explain exactly what's happening here. We say block, we say width full, we give it a rounded, border radius, we give it a border, we says text is gray, we give it a shadow, we give it a ring, we give it a placeholder, the color of the placeholder, and a couple other, we say the text is small, etc. And then once we put that, then you see what it looks like now. Cool. And then I can add this playlist I want. That's with the enter button. Like I said, we making new things with the enter button. Now let's allow the user to push create new playlists as well with the button. So we can scroll down here to right here. And then we're going to say button. And we just push it. It automatically pops up. We're going to say variant. We're going to say primary. We want to say also on click, we want to run handle create playlist. So when we push that, it automatically comes up here and handles create playlist. It creates a new playlist, simply like that. Next, I want to do class name. Just give it a class name. Oh, oops. Let's make sure that we put this inside. So I say class name. And then I'm going to make it really simple. I'm going to say, give it a padding of 2. The last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say size equals XL. Cool. Then I can close this. Hold on. Let's also close that as well. So close this button. There we have it. Then I could come down here. I can say create new playlist. That's perfect. And come right here and you see this nice green button. You say, hello, is this working? Create new playlist. There you have it. There we have it, create new playlist. And just to make sure that we have the mutations and everything right, let's just come here. We say, hello world, when we say create new playlists, we push it, it automatically goes and says add playlist, and then it'll automatically refetch all the playlists as well. Automatically do that as well. And yeah, that is exactly how we build this save button component. There you have it. Make sure everything is working well. There you have it. We have like, dislike button. We have making playlists. We can add things to playlists. So let's add these to playlist. We can go here like this. We can add some things. So let's just say this is a test. Boom. This is a test. Everything is working for this video component. If you want to see how it works, again, you can go to video.org or vidchill.org and you can see it one more time. So yeah, and this is our local host. Cool. Now we're going to move on to the next thing. Cool. So the next thing that we're going to end up doing is we are going to be building the profile, the user's profile page. So for example, this is the vidchill.org actual website, and as soon as you push the channel, it goes directly to their channel. So it'll have their videos, it have their playlists, it have their announcements and their followings. Okay, in order to do this, first we have to build out our actual profile header. Right, so the profile header will be videos, playlists, announcements, following. This will show regardless of what is rendered underneath it. So that's the first thing that we're going to build. So let's go and do that now. If you notice right here, you see how it has a number and then the profile videos right underneath it. And it's the same thing, or right beside it. It's the same thing when I go to playlists. When I hit playlist, it gives me a number and it gives profile playlist. Well, 170 is the user ID, and then we say / profile playlists. That's how we're doing this. So, so we're going to have a dynamic rendered folder. They'll have user ID here, and then for each page that we want, we're going to say profile playlist, profile videos, profile announcements, profile following. And you go to following, you see the same thing. Profile announcements is the same thing. So let's start doing that now. I can first come here, come to your pages. Come to your pages, we say new folder. What we're going to do is anytime we want to dynamically render something very similar to how we did with our video page, we put square brackets. We can say user ID, and then we can just close it just like that. Push enter. There you have it. Next, we can go ahead and make a new file, and we're going to call this profile, and then we're going to say videos.tsx. Simply like that. Cool. And then what we can do is we can just say profile followings, next page. We can say return. Here we can open this up, open paragraph tag, say hello world. This is profile followings. Simply like that. Close it, and then we can just close it like that, and then we can export default profile followings. I said profile followings, my mistake. Let's do videos, profile videos, simply just like that. We want to right click on that. You want to add import from Next, and should be working. So here, this is the vidchill.org website. Let's go back to our local host. If we click on this, we see hello world. This is profile video, profile followings, and here's the user's user ID right here. Now let's also import our layout. So we can go here, we can say layout, and we can push enter. It automatically pulls it up for us. We can close it simply like that. And then we're going to copy that. And then we're going to do that. We're just going to paste hello world right there. Let's make sure we have it wrong. Perfect. Profile videos. There you go. And you see hello world. This is profile videos. Now what you want to do is you want to go back up to components and you want to make a new file. And this file is going to be called profile. Hold on. Profile. And do we want to say header dot tsx. Simply just like that. Then you want to just do the following. So of course we want to export it. We want to return. Then we're going to say, put these brackets there and say, hello, this is profile header CSX. Cool. Just for a little test. Then we can close it just like that. Cool. And then anytime we create a new component, we want to go back up to our components and then we want to export it. So let's do that. We can simply come over here and we can just say export default profile header. We can scroll back to our profile videos simply like that. And then we can just import it. So we can say, let's say profile header, push like that. And there you go, profile header. We come back to it. It says, hello, this is profile header.tsx. Hello, this is profile video. So we have both of these rendered. Now let's start building out our profile header, which is profile header is just this nice little background with followings and profile image, etc. One thing I want to mention really quickly is that when we're building this, you see how we have an edit button right here for our own playlist or our own profile. But when we have when we go to a user's one, it says follow. This is something else that we're going to be implementing inside of our application. So let's get started now. So the first thing that we're going to do is we can go back to our router, our user router. We can simply push this. And now we're going to write a new method saying get channel by ID. So let's do that now. I come here and I can simply say get channel by ID. And we're going to make this a public procedure so anybody can access this function. Second, then we want to have our inputs. So we say dot input. And the things that we're going to put is the actual user ID, and also a viewer ID. I'll show you what this actually means just in 1 second. Then we want to run that query, right? Because we were trying to retrieve data from the database. And then now we're going to just close it. Simply like that. Cool. Next, we can open this back up. And now what we're going to do is we're going to first find we're going to first write a query to find the user. So this is how we're going to do this. We're going to say const user await prisma.user find unique, and this simply finds the unique user by the ID. Simple as that. Secondly, we want to throw an error if we don't find a user. So if not user, throw new error equals user not found. Simple as that. Now we also want to do two things. We want to count how many followers the user has, and we also want to count how many followings the user has. So let's do that now. For this, we can just say const followers dot count. So it goes into the following engagement, and then it counts where the following ID is matched with the user ID. So this just counts how many followings this user is doing. So how many followings does this user have? How many followers that this user has? Right, and we're going to do the same thing for followings, and just say const followings following the engagement, and it gives us a count where follower ID is equal to user ID, and does the exact same thing. Now, very similarly to what we did with, you see how we have this says follow right here, and then if I follow this user, and then I go back, you see it automatically tells us that, hey, look, I am following this user called Code Steal. But we're going to implement that into our get channel by ID as well. So anytime that me as a viewer is coming to this channel, it'll tell me if I'm following him or not. We're going to implement that as well. And it's very similar to what we did with videos, right? I come to a video and it automatically shows me if I'm following or not. We're going to have the same implementation here. So you see how if we go back to get video by ID, right? It's right in our video router. You see where we have this if input.viewerID and input.viewerID is not equal to null. Well, we can just basically copy this, and we can just copy where it says viewer has followed as well. So let's go ahead and do that. Head back over to user, and I can put it right here just like that. I can also say let viewer has followed. We can copy and paste that. And then now let's add our conditional, our if statement. If viewer.id simply is that, give us the conditional. Simple as that. One last thing, instead of using raw video, we're going to just say user, and we want to say user.id. Simple as that. And then we want to return the things that we have. So we want to first say const viewer, very similar to what we have done back with our video. We now want to make one more variable. We're going to say user with engagements, and this all has all the properties that we have with user. It also adds on to the followers and followings, and then we're just going to return it simply like this. We're going to just say return user with engagements, and we are pretty much done. Let me see. I think I'm missing. There you go. Viewer is added. And instead of putting that there, we're going to just put that there. And now we have get channel by ID, and we're returning the entire user with all the engagements, and we're also returning if a user, when they visit the page, is following that person or not. Cool. So now let's head back over to profile header. We can close this, and now we're going to actually call get channel by ID. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to call router. So router, we're going hover over there, and do we say import from next router. Then we're going to say user ID, right? Router.query. And then we want to say, we want to use session as well. We can hover over that. We could say import next auth. Now, one thing we're going to do, we also want to check if this is the user's profile page or not. So for example, if I go here, right? If I go to Code Steal, right? See, this is not my page. But if I go right here, if I click right here, you see your videos, this is my page. So we want to differentiate. And the way we can do that is just by making a check saying that if user ID is equal to session, then we can say this is your profile. Simply like that. If user ID, which is the one that we got from router, is equivalent to session data.user ID, then this is your profile. Simply like that. Now we can write similar to how we have done queries before. Right underneath this, we can say const equals that. We can say API dot, and we can say get channel by ID, use query. And then what we're going to be passing in there is the ID, so which is the user ID, whatever the user ID from React query, and the viewer ID from session.data. And let's just make sure we go back up and we add API. Simply like that. There you go. Now what we want to do is we want to write errors just to make sure. We want to define some variables to just make sure if there's any errors, we call them as well. So we can say const channel is equal to data.user. And then we can say viewer, const viewer is equal to data.viewer. Then we can say error types. Let's define our error types. We can say const error types equals if there's not a channel, or there's not a viewer, or if it shows us error. Now, very similar to what we have done before, like in index, etc., we can go here and we can just copy this component right here where it says const error. We can just drag our mouse over this right here from the home page, and then we're going to go back to profile header and just paste that. Very similar to that. So const error. So if is loading, then it shows us the loading message. Let's hover over that. And then we say add all missing imports. So this would add the error message component and the loading message. And then instead of having green play as our component, we hover over here. We go here. We can have green horn, green people, green play. In this case, we're going to have green people as our icon. So let's put that. We can say green people. And then we can just say error loading message or error loading channel if there's an error. And then we can say for the description, sorry, there was an error loading the channel, just in case if we can't do it. Cool. We want to just say error types as that, and we're going to say if it's not data. And another thing, instead of saying error types or not data, we can just add or not data to the error types. Simply as that. Cool, is loading, etc. Looks like we are good there. Now let's add, we're going to start adding some things to this. So for each one of our, for the head, right, where you see Zamir vid show channel, you see that it always stays the same. Where we're going to route the head is always in profile header. It's going to be the same regardless. So let's do that here. We can delete this and we can just say head. Just say head. And we're going to say next head, just like that. Then we're going to close it, open it, and then inside of here, we're going to just say the title. We're going to say title equals channel.name. So that's the thing that we're going to say. And then we're going to say vid chill channel. So regardless of what's happening, it's always going to tell us, and let's go back to the main one. This is our local host. We refresh. It will always say explore. Well, this page that we're on is the channel's name Explore God. So it'll say Explore God vid chill channel, simply like that. Next, we can add in context, etc. We come here. We'll just say meta description and then the content dot description, etc. Cool. Now we're going to render our errors. So if error types, then we're not rendering anything. So if error types, then nothing will render error. Simply like that. Let's close this. And then let's also render hello folks, and that should be cool. So we have these right here. Let's back that up right here, and let's just add these types and let's save it. Should be working now. We go back, we see hello folks, and this is profile video still. Hello folks is from our profile header. Cool. Cool, so the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a div. I'm gonna call this div, simply like that. Let me give it some class names. Class names I'm gonna give it is margin auto. We're gonna say that the padding on the x-axis is gonna be 4, which would be 16 on left and right. Then we'll say small, and then large, we give it some different paddings. Cool. Next, what we want to do is very similar. We want to say, call another div. It's here, and then we're going to close this. Simply like that. And then what we're doing is just we're going to say the margin top. We're going to say the min width when it's small, and a couple other things when it is small. We have the display is small. Next you want to do is you want to call a div, and we'll go through each one of these a little bit more in depth, but I want to get the main thing here. Now, first thing we're going to do is we're going to call user image, right? So that a component that we've used in videos and etc. We use this in the video. Remember that small right here. This is going to be user image. So we'll call that. We can delete hello folks, and we can just say user image, and then we can give it some class names, and then we can pass the actual image inside there. So we'll say user image, we say class name channel.image. We can say the height is 24, it's rounded, it's a ring. When it's small, the height is smaller, and when it's small, the width is smaller. Now what we can do is we can highlight over it, give it some minute, right click, and then we can say add imports. Cool, just like that, and now you actually see the profile picture. Cool, now let's add the background picture. So let's go right on top of here. Simply like that. And we can just put some brackets around here. Simply like that. And we're just going to call a basic image. So we're just going to say image. Say image. We can say class name, a height, width, object cover. And when we want to give it a large height of 64. We can say the channel, the source is going to be channel.background image. And if there isn't, we're just going to default back to our background.jpg. Remember, we're getting that is found right here in our public folder, background.jpg or JPG. Then we can just say, we could say alt. Cool. Then you want to just add height and width, simply like that. You want to say height is 1080, and then you want to say width is 1080, and then height is 128. And then if we save it, we make sure that we highlight over this and import our image. Next image, we come back, we see that we have our nice little background image, and you see it's right above that, just like that. Now what we can do is we can start adding in some of the info. So we're gonna first say we're gonna call it h1 tag, and what we're gonna say is trunket. We're gonna say text is 2xl. We're gonna say font bold. We're gonna say text gray 900, etc. Cool. So now we have channel.name. We look at it. You see Explore Guide right here. Cool. Let's add some other properties. Right underneath this, we can actually make another paragraph tag, and we can actually say text regular. We can say text gray equals 600, and then we can say channel dots handle. So we look at the object right here. You'll see that we have handle. We can say dots handle here. We can save it, and then we can come back, and you see Explore Guide right here. Let's make another paragraph tag, and in this case, we're going to do channel.followers. So let's do that here. We can say channel.followers. We're going to say text small, text gray. We can save it. You see 8 followers. We can give it a bullet point. Let's do that here. So right there, you say 8 followers, and there's a bullet point. And then we can also say channel followings, very similar to what we did before. Followings, etc. Cool. Now we have all the data rendered. Yeah, 8 followers, 8 following. Now let's add some div tags in order to better organize this. So we can actually, let's make a div in between the followers and following. Let's just say div. We say it's a margin top of 1. We say it's flex, right? So we'll put this automatically in a column. We say item start, so this will align it to the start. Then we can say text is small, etc. Here, and then we can close it simply like that. We can go back to this, and we can see it a little bit better now. Cool. Let's go all the way up, and we'll say H1, and then we're going to just say, div class name. We're going to give it a margin at the top. We're going to say min width. We're going to give it flex. And then also when it's medium, we're going to say it's a block. Do we go here, and then we're going to close it simply like that. And you see that now we have it on top, stacked on top of each other, simply like that. Cool. Now let's add another. We're going to add in our button now. Let's do that. We're going to come down here. We're just going to say user ID is equivalent to session.user ID. So this statement right here just means that, hey, user, this is your own profile. So then we can do is we can call our button. We can say button. Then if we hover over it, we can add imports from buttons. We can say the variant equals primary. The class name that we're going to give this is margin left, and it will say flex. We're then going to say size, and we're going to say the size is 2XL. And then we're going to say when you push this, this is an edit button, so when you push this, it automatically goes to settings. Then inside of here, we can close this simply like that, and then we can just say edit. Just like that. Cool. And also one more thing that we can add is just the actual icon. So we just say inside here, we just say edit, which is our edit button. Simply like that. So let's add some more properties. We say else we can say else, we can put that like that, we can save it, and it automatically makes it look nice for us. Okay, we hover over our edit button, our edit icon, right click, and we just said add imports from icons, simply as that. Cool. Now we don't have our button pop up there because we're not signed in. Let's do one thing. Let's also make a follow button. So this is how we'll do this. Let's just say we can head over to our video page and we can actually just copy and paste this follow button. So let's do that. Copy this. And then we come right here. We say follow button. And instead of saying user.id, all we need to do is just say user ID as string. And then we can highlight this. We can click that and then update imports as button. Simple as that. And now you see that we have a follow button. Now, in order to make this a little bit better, a little bit nicer, we're going to add in just a div right here. So we're going to say div, we're going to say flex, we're going to say small, etc. Then we're going to close it at the end. Just like that. And then this will help us make it much more responsive, right? And we're going to add a div just in a second in order so we can fix the profile picture as well. So let's do that now. We can scroll up to the very top. We can come right here and we can paste this. Right, so this will allow us to have small flex, item center, etc. Let me just close that just to make it a little bit easier to see. Cool. And then where we're going to close it at, you want to close it right here at the bottom. Just like that. So now you have 4 divs right there. Cool. So after now that's done, we're going to scroll back up and now we're going to make tabs. So tabs are similar to if we come here. You see how we have video, playlist, announcement, following? Well, we're about to build those now. So let's do that. Very similar to how we did our sidebar navigation. We're going to do very, very similar with our profile header navigation. So let's do that. First thing you can say is const tab. Let me close this for you. Tabs equals, and you can make it array. And then inside here, we're going to make the first one we're going to call. We're going to just say is name is going to call videos. We're going to say the path is equal string, which is user ID. We're going to put the user ID here. And remember, I said the user ID is from the router. So we're going to say user ID / profile videos. And then it checks for the current to say if router.path name is equivalent to user that profile videos. Now current just makes it highlight, right? So remember how this just makes it highlight. That's what we're doing here. Now you also want to do playlist. So we'll say name playlist, profile playlist, etc. We're going to do one for announcement. Then I say announcement. Then we're going to do one for following as well. Simple as that. So we have our tabs. And now anytime you're going to do the tabs, remember in sidebar, we have something called use effect. And this updates depending on what page you are on. It updates the current status, so it automatically highlights it. See, so for example, you see back here on vidshield.org, you see how we are on the profile videos page, and sidebar automatically highlights because we're on you're on profile videos. we are going to be using use effect in order to highlight these things. Sidebar does this, and we're about to do this with profile header. So we're going to now make use effect. And in fact, you can go to sidebar and you can actually highlight just take the use effect that they have. Do you want to close it, say router.path name, and instead of having desktop, you can just say tabs. Now, anytime you're using use effect, you want to make sure you import it. So let's do that now. We can say import from React, and now we have this. One more thing that you want to add is, remember we had this conditional class names right here. We want to add this to our function as well in profile header. So let's do that here. We can come anywhere and we can just say function class names just like that. Cool. So the first thing is we're going to come all the way down right here. And then we're going to say, we're going to make a div. We're going to say class name, give it a class name. And then inside this, we're going to put in some CSS. We're going to say margin bottom. We're going to say margin top equals 4. Then you say overflow auto. We're going to say border bottom, and then we're going to say border color as well. Cool. We can close it, and then we're going to say nav. Let's go inside here. We're going to say nav. Then we're going to close this navigation, just like that. And now we're going to map the tabs. If you come back here, you can see that we have the border right here. Can't see the actual background or anything, but you're seeing that right there. What we can do is we can map the tabs. So we can say tabs.map. First thing that we're going to do is that, then we're going to close it. Just like that. Then we're going to add in our link. We're going to first say link from Next.js. Then we want to just close this. Just like that. Just like that. Now let's add some properties to it. We can say key, and then we can say nav.name. We can say href. We can say it's going to be the tab dot the nav dot or the tab. We want to make sure this is tab. Make sure this is tab. We want to make sure this is tab. So tab.name, tab.path. There, then we can say on click. Then on click, it's going, we want to prevent it from refreshing, and then it automatically pushes the router to whatever we decided it to be. So we'll say on click, void router.push, tab.path. And this is very similar to what we did over here with on click with our sidebar. Very similar. Cool. To see how everything is working, we can now go inside. We can say tab.name, and we will add the CSS just in 1 second. Let's just make sure. Perfect. You see videos, playlist announcements following. We click one of them. You see it gives us the profile playlists, etc. Cool. Now let's add in some of the CSS, the class names. Cool. So first, we're going to do that. Remember the conditional that we had. We say class name. Then we say tab.current. If it's current, then we want to do a border. We want to give it primary 500. Then the background primary. The background is going to be primary 50, and then the text is going to be 600. Simple as that. And in fact, let's just make it congruent. We'll just say this is 600 as well. Simple as that. Else, then we're going to say border transparent, text gray 500. You hover it over it, it's going to give it 300, etc. Simple as that. And then the CSS that's going to be true regardless of what happens is this right here. We're going to say it's width. We're going to give it a border. We're going to say text small, and then the font is going to be that size as well. Cool. Then we can close it. Simple as that. Save it. Simply like that. Then we can say already current. This is a page. Then now it's just the undefined. Save. And then this is how we get our background. See, when I hover over it, it gives me a border. Hover it over it as well. Simply like that. Cool. And now we pretty much have the entire page done, and then a user can like and follow. So let me sign into this really quickly. And now a person can go ahead and follow this person, etc. And it will be the same for all other types of profile pages. Cool. So now we're going to build the profile videos page. Let's do that now. We got to first go over to our videos router, right? Because we are querying videos, and we can just go simply here. We could say get videos by user ID, and this is going to be a public procedure. Then we're going to say input z string. Then we're going to say dot query async, and then we're going to close this right here. Just like that, put in a comma, there we have it. Cool. Next thing we want to do is actually get the videos. So let's do that now. We can say const video with user. Right? So what this is doing is we're finding as many videos where the user ID is equal to our input. Right? Our input is going to be an ID. We're going to pass the ID here, and we're publish is true. So we want to make sure that the user, we only want videos that the user has actually published. Cool. And then include, because this is in the videos, this is a dot video, we also want to include the user. So we say include user is true, simply like that. And we want to close this query, simply like that. Cool. Now, anytime we do this, we always want to make sure that we separate the video and the user. We also want to make sure we get the view count as well. So let's go ahead and do that now. We can simply just go right here where it says get random videos, and we can just copy this right here, which will split videos into separate arrays, simply all of this. And it'll also get our the user's view count. We can simply just copy this. We can place this right into here. Simply like that. And then what we want to do is return videos with view count, and we want to return users. So let's do that here. Simply like that. So we return videos with view count and also with users. This is exactly what we did over here with get random videos. Very similar. Now we can go as we can close this. We can now actually query our data. So let's go ahead and do this. We're going to first say const data, just write our normal query, simply how we have it. We can say const data, and we can say equals, and we can say API, and then we can say dot video dot get videos by user ID. Then we can query it, and then inside here we're going to be passing in the user ID as string. Cool. Okay, so then you say, where do we get the user ID? That's where we end up having our router. So next router, so we say const router. We're going to say user ID is equal to router.query, so whatever the query was. And if we highlight over this and then say quick fix, it will add our router up above, router.query, and it'll automatically have our ID right in there. Now, if you end up heading over to our Figma designs, and like I said, I have the entire design of the entire website right here on Figma. I have a link in the description below. You can go ahead and see that we have different types of states that we have. So we have the regular video page. If we scroll down, do you see an empty state where it says no videos uploaded? If we scroll down, you see another one where it says no videos uploaded. Press new button to add a new video. All this is doing is that this is just two different states depending on if this is the user's profile or if the user is looking at someone else's profile. And now we're going to implement that functionality now. So let's do that. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say const error types, simply like this. And then this is going to say if it's not data, if data.videos.length is equal to 0, or if there's an error, though error types. Cool. Second, now we can go back over to our index page and we can just copy this error right here. Simply like that. And then we can put it right here in profile videos. And let's do a little bit of changing. So it says is loading, then it'll load our page. Then we can say if user, this is what we're going to do. If user ID is equal to session data, and also before we even do that, let's also implement session data. So we can go over to, we can go any page we want. Let's go to profile header, and we just copy the session data and paste this right here. And then of course we have to import that from Next Auth, simply like that. Then it says if user ID is equal to that and we have some sort of error types, then we're going to throw this message. Now the message we're going to show, remember it said no videos uploaded. That's what we're going to end up doing. So we're going to say message no videos uploaded. We're going to tell the user to click a button, click to upload new video if you have not yet uploaded one, simply like that. And then we're going to also create a button. And this button that we're going to make, we're just going to say button, button, simply like that. Automatically implements it for us. We're going to say variant and size is 2XL. Let's implement that. Then we're going to say href. It's going to send the user straight to the edit page, the profile edit page. And this is where they're going to be able to upload new videos. We're going to make this page very soon, so stay with me. Then we're going to say class name. And inside here, we're going to just give it a margin of left. We're going to say 4, and then we're going to say flex. Simple as that. Then we're going to close it. Simply like that, automatically have that. And then we're going to highlight over one of the things. We're going to say, hold on, give it a second, wrap in J. Okay, there you go. Wrap this in the JSX element like that. So that's else if this is the user's own profile. This is what this is checking. And then we also, and instead of or, my mistake, we want to say and. We want to say if the user is signed in and has an error, then we're going to do else if. So this is the error if the user is not, this is not the user's profile. We'll just say error types. And we're just going to just say error message, no videos available. and we can give it an icon of green play. Profile has no videos uploaded. Very simple like that. Else we return that. Cool. Now let's implement this right underneath our profile header, and you'll see what we're doing. So we can change this, delete that. Then we can say error types. If we have any error types, it'll automatically throw the error. And then else, you have that, and what we're going to call inside here is we want to say multi-column video, very similar to what we did before. And in fact, simple as that. And in fact, we can just copy basically exactly what we had from index. So we scroll down, we see multi-column video right here. We're just going to simply copy this from our home page like that. And then we're just going to paste it right there. Now we want to make sure we go up. And if we come over to what we're looking at, we see that we have our entire page, right? Because we already made the multi-column videos. Simple as this. Now, if we go to your videos, you'll see that, oops, no videos is uploaded. And it looks like our error button is like glitchy. So let's change that now. What we want to do inside here, we want to add some things. We want to say new video to tell him he can implement a new video. And then we're going to also add an icon, and we're going to give it a plus. And then we're going to say margin right. We're going to say height is 5, width is 5, stroke is white, and that as well. Highlight over this. We say implement. And if we go back here, we see no videos uploaded, and we have it's like super large. Let's see what's wrong with it. Okay, so inside that we made one small error. We're going to change this. But before I show you, I want to show you something that we have done. In the error message, if we go back over here, you see where we have children, right? Children. The children is being delivered right in here, right under this paragraph tag. Right here. And in this case, our children is going to be this button. So let's just change this. We'll get rid of that. And we'll just say button error message. And then if we go back here, you'll see that now we have our regular button. And then if we click it, it sends us to our profile edit page. Simple as that. Simple as that. And you also see that we have our edit button, right, to show us that this is our page. Cool. So the next page that we're going to go ahead and build is we're going to say new, and we're going to say I want you to make a new file. Try that again. We'll say profile playlist.tsx. Simple as that. Cool. We can also go ahead and make a the next thing I want you to go and do is just go over to your playlist, and then we're going to go back to playlist routers, and we're going to make a new one called get playlist by user ID. Let's do that now. So we can say get playlist by user ID. We can say it's a public procedure. We can give it an input of Z string. We can give it .query, and then of course, you know the drill. We're going to go and close it. Simply as that. Cool. Next, we're going to say const raw playlist. And we're going to say playlist where user ID. And inside here, we're going to include the user, true. We're going to include the videos, etc. And anytime we do that, we also have to destructure it. We have to put them in their own categories as well. So let's do this now. We're going to say include user. We're going to include the videos, and inside the videos, because when we select this, it's including videos, but it's going from videos, playlist has videos, and then it goes to video. So I can show you that in, I'll show you that in Prisma Studio. So I'm here over at Prisma Studio, and I'm here at the playlist. So anytime we're trying to get a video, let's scroll over a little bit. Anytime I'm getting a video, the video is going to be on video playlist, a video, and it's going to be selected at playlist has video. So here's the playlist has video model. And then that's when we select the video. So that's the reason why when you see here, when you go somewhere right here, we say include videos, and then we have to say include video. After we have that, we can go on and say const playlist, and we are going to, or by mistake, we're going to say const playlist. And what we have to really do is we're going to get the video count. So how many videos we have. We're also going to select the video with the first video in the playlist, right? And we're going to use that as our thumbnail. So let's actually go ahead and do that now. So we can say const playlist wait, then we say raw.map playlist. And then what we're going to do is we're going to count how many videos is inside this playlist. So video count each one of them. So just like that. The next one we're going to do is we're going to say const first video in playlist. And this is going to be our thumbnail for the playlist. We can go ahead and say equals await. And this is where playlist ID. So we're going into the playlist has video model. They were saying find first where playlist equals ID. And then we say include video, select thumbnail URL. This is going to be our URL or our thumbnail for the playlist. I'll show you. When we come to something like this, this thumbnail is based off of the first video that's inside the playlist. Just want you to keep that in mind. Okay, we can come back here and let's finish writing our code. We can then go ahead and say return. Simply like that. We can say playlist. We can say the entire video count. So how many videos are inside this playlist? And then we can say the actual thumbnail. So we can say playlist thumbnail, first video in playlist, dot video dot thumbnail. Then we can close it. Simply like that. Then we want to add just another. And then right here, you want to say return playlist. And here you have it. And before, one more thing to add, if you're having problems, make sure that you add in public procedure, and this should clear up a lot of the issues that you have. Cool. Now, the first thing I'm going to pretty much do is just copy this entire thing from profile videos, pretty much, and then just paste it right here. We can close this simply like that, and then we're going to export it as well. So I can come back down here and say export default videos, and to set of videos, we want to say it's for a playlist. Profile playlists. And then we can highlight over this, and then we can just say add all missing imports. Simple as that. Next thing we can do is we can go ahead and say return. Return We say profile playlist, simply like that. We can close it, save it, and then we should be up and running. Let's test it. We come back here, we see that it is profile playlists. Here we go. We have it all up and ready. Now, the first type of code that we're going to be writing is we are going to write, let's actually query our data. So let's just say, we're going to say const. We go inside here. We can say const data. We can say API playlist, get playlist by user ID. So this is the code that we just wrote, our model, our method. Let's just add import, and then automatically comes up for us. Simple as that. And in fact, let's put this right underneath this. Simply like that, just like that. Cool. The second thing that we want to do is we're going to run up our error types. So in this case, we're going to say error types. We're going to say if not data, or if data dot length equals 0. So if we're not getting anything from this data, in this case, we're getting back user and a couple other properties. If we say that this is equivalent to 0, then we're going to run up an error. Then we can do is we could go back to profile videos real quick and pretty much get the exact same error message that we have, although we're just going to change some of the values that is inside of it. So we can go ahead and just copy this and paste this over here. Simple as that. We're going to hover over this and we're going to just say quick fix. Give it a second. And we'll say add all missing imports. It just implements it right here at the top. Now we scroll down, we can say, we can get rid of this icon. Now, when we get rid of this icon, it automatically gives us the default, whatever the default icon is. So in this case, the default we had was green play. So in reality, we really don't even have to replay that. You can keep it if you want. In this case, I'm gonna just delete it. Makes it a little bit easier for me to see. I'm gonna say no playlists up created. I'm gonna say this for the user. You have not yet created a playlist inside your library, and in this case, you don't need this button. Simple as that, and then we can just say that. There you go. Else, we'll say no libraries created, and it will say profile has not yet created a, we'll delete these, it will say playlist. Simple as that. And then we have the return. Cool. Now let's implement this right into our, let's actually export this or put this into our return statement. I'm gonna come back. Now I'm gonna come back to our profile videos, and I'm gonna just take this entire return statement. Simple as that. We're gonna come back to profile videos, and we can just replace this simply like that. And in this case, you can just get rid of all of this. And then just say, you have an opening, closing, and then we'll just say paragraph, hello world. Simple as that. Let's just import some of this. We can say, hold on, give it a second. This quick fix. We can say import. You say import there as well. There you go. You have profile header, error types, hello world, and if we go over here, you see that we're right here, profile playlist, and here's hello world. Cool. Now let's start adding in some of the actual playlists that you see right here. I'm gonna come up and I'm gonna make a new file, and I'm gonna call this playlist. Give it a second. I'm gonna call this playlist. Having a rough time today. Let's see. There we go. Playlist components.tsx. And inside here, this is where we're going to put in all, similar to how we did video component. This is going to be all of our playlists, everything for our playlists. So let's do that now. Now, the first thing that we want to do is actually just make a single of these playlists. And then we're going to have two, or if the user has multiple, we're going to end up rendering multiple of these in something called multi-column playlists. But let's first make the single playlist. So let's do that now. So what we're going to do is we're going to say export, export function single. And then inside here, we're going to put in playlist. Inside here, we're going to just put in all the things that we use for our playlist. So let's do that here. We use all the properties we pass to it is playlist, the ID, the title, the video count. Remember playlist thumbnail? Remember playlist thumbnail just means the first video that the playlist holds. Let me just there, and then we can say children as well. If we have any, we can do that, or we can just say return single playlist. There you go. And we can close this. And let's just make sure we close that as well. Cool. So next what we're going to do is we're going to also have in something called multi-column playlist. So this is taking, what this is going to do is this is a component that's taking multiple different playlists and then mapping them out. So this we're going to create this now. So we're going to say export function, and you'll see how all of this comes together in just a second. So we'll say export function, we'll say playlists, and then the properties, the playlist that we're going to actually implement. And you see that you'll see that GitHub Copilot has pretty much got it for me. So you can see here, and this is basically what we're going to be writing so far. And we're going to simply just export this. So we go to components and we just say export, simply like that. We basically have just the building blocks of this together. So we're going to take many different single playlists and then put them inside the multi-column playlist. And then we're going to render the multi-column playlist. So let's actually do that as well. Now we're going to come here to profile playlist, and this is what we're going to do. We're going to say multi-column playlist, simple as this. Say multi-column playlist, and then we're just going to map all the data that's inside of it. So we're going to say playlist.map, and then we're going to pass in these values below. Simple as that. Then we also want to just close it. Simple as that. Let's make sure we get rid of that. There you go. And then of course we want to do a quick fix. Update components just like that. And then if we come to it, you'll see multi-column playlist is being uploaded. Simple as that. And remember, this is getting the data from get playlist by user ID. And inside get playlist user ID, this is where we return the playlist, the video count, and then the playlist thumbnail. This is not getting all the videos in it. We're just trying to get the initial. We're just trying to get enough data so we can render this. Remember that. We're just trying to get the video count like you see here, the name, the description, the title of it, how many years ago is it, and a nice picture. That's the only thing that we're getting here. Then when the user clicks into it, then that's when we get all the videos. Now let's start actually writing some of this code in here. So let's go back to our playlist component. So now we're going to start writing some code for this. So let's start with playlist.map. What we can do is we can go inside here. We're going to delete this right here. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to make a div. Caps is on. We're going to do div class name. And then inside here, we're going to have some CSS. Pasted some CSS in here. And I'll explain what this is doing right here. What this is basically doing is this is getting a grid. Just trying to put everything in a grid. And then we have some conditions on as it gets larger, we want to do give it a column of 2, max width of none, etc. as it gets bigger. Cool. Next, what we want to do is we want to say playlist.map. Then we're going to map the playlist. And then we want to close this. Simply like that. Then what we want to do is we want to link it. Hold on. Let's just make sure it's closed right. Yep. Then we want to make a link. Inside here, we want to say the key is going to be key playlist.id. We're going to say her ref tag. As soon as we push on one of these columns, it's going to send it to the actual playlist page, and we'll be making that very soon, so we can do this. And then a class name, we could say class, and then we could say flex column, item start, justify in between, and the background is going to be 100. And you'll see all of what this does in just a few seconds. Cool, we can close it. You have that. Now, what we're going to do is we're end up having a single playlist. So we're going to call this playlist just like this. We're going to call single playlist, and we're basically just going to pass in all this data right here. Right, for one playlist, we're just going to pass it to the single playlist as props. And then we also want to have, just in case, we're going to make a playlist paragraph tag. And inside here, we're going to have the text regular. We're going to have max height of 12, overflow hidden, etc. And inside here, we're just going to say, let me just give it some more space. Inside here, we're just going to say playlist.description. And then we're going to pass this down as children. So you'll see just like that. There you have it. Why are we doing this? Because in this scenario, we're going in every single time we do single playlists, we're not going to be implementing the description. But in this case, we are going to be implementing the description. So this is the reason why we're passing this down as children instead of just writing the description in single playlists. You'll see more of how this interacts in just a little bit. Add all missing imports. And you want to implement this description right there. Just like that, and everything should be good. In this case, for my profile playlist, I have multiple different playlists. So you see that they're being mapped single playlist, single playlist, single playlist multiple different times. And you see that right here. Let's go here. Let's clear this out. What we're going to say is div class name, and then we're going to close this just like that. Inside here, I'm going to do this again, just like that. Then I'm going to close it just like that. So here, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to have the thumbnail. So we'll say thumbnail, and then we're going to just import this from video component. Video component, just like that. Then if we come over here, we'll see that we have a bunch of different playlists, just like that. Second thing that we're going to do is that we're going to make a div right underneath this. And then with the values, the CSS that we're going to provide it with is going to be, we're going to say absolute. We're going to say max height equals that. We're going to say rounded. We're going to say background gray, background opacity, background blur, etc. You'll see how this all works in just a second. We'll make another one. We say here, just like this. Make sure that we close it. You say margin top is flex, item start, gap, font semi-bold, etc. Close that. Then this is where we say, this is our first one, where we say, we make a paragraph tag where we say playlist. Then we're going to make another one, another paragraph tag. And in this one, we're going to say playlist video count. And then we're going to say inside here, we're going to call it span. Just like that. And then we're just going to paste videos right inside there. So let's see what we have so far. So we have playlist, and then you see span where it says 8 videos. And this is how we end up getting playlists, and then you have the video count right beside it. So in this case, this one has 8 videos. There you go. Now we're going to get one with the time. So we'll say div, when it was taken, we'll say paragraph x equals white, and then we're going to call playlist.created the moment function. Remember this. Close this, and then we're going to close this div. Hit there, we say add moment, then we come back and look at our component. We can see that now it says that it's 2 years away. And this is how we end up getting this. We go back 2 years away, simply like that. I'm going to add place content between, just a couple other properties, and we look back at it. We see that we're starting to get this blur playlist 2 years ago, 8 videos. How many videos did we totally have with this? Cool. So now what I want you to do is we're going to write the titles and stuff underneath this. So I want you just to collapse this, and we'll go right here. And now we're going to just say div max width. Do we close this? Like that. We'll say another div right there. Like that. Inside here, I want you to make one big div, just like this. And then I want you to, we're going to make an H3 tag. And inside here, we're going to say height equals auto. We're going to say full width. We're going to say text is 2XL. We're going to say font medium, text gray. And when you hover over it, it gives it that as well. And then inside here, we're going to say the playlist.title and any children that we have. In this case, the children that we have, remember, is from playlist.description. Now, the reason why we do that, like I keep saying, the reason why we don't put description here is because if we look, let's go to vidshield.org. If we look, we see that that we don't have a description, right? We kind of do, but you'll see the reason why in the future. And cool, this is how we end up building it. You can see that we have the names, etc. Looks like we have a small error here. Let's check that out. There you have it. And you see if there is and these are the little, remember when we were messing around with the playlist button, or the playlist, the save button on the video page? These is the ones that we end up creating. So you see that we have children's educational content, and then you have like a little description underneath it. Here's history, here's like the videos, etc. We keep going over here, etc. We can click this and it'll send us straight over to our video page, just like that. Not every one of these is going to have a description, so there's nothing to worry about. And if there isn't one, then it's just going to give us this blank background like that. Cool. This is profile playlist. Now we're going to make the profile page. Let's do that now. Next thing that we're going to go ahead and add is actually this playlist page right here. So if you look at the URL, you see playlist, and you see the ID of that playlist. So this is it right here. You have the videos, you have the actual playlist name, how many videos it has, the name, the description, etc. And yeah, let's go and build this now. First thing you want to do is you want to go ahead to pages, and you want to, similar to how we have video, you want to make a new folder as well. So I'm going to go ahead and right click. And I'm going to call this folder playlist. And inside there, very similar to what we did with video ID right here. We have video ID. We're going to do this with playlist. So let's just say brackets. We can say playlist ID.t. And let's just make sure we close that just like that. Close it. And there you have it right there. Now I want you to go down to playlist, and we're going to be making a get playlist by ID. So let's do that now. And come here. We can say get playlist by ID. We can call it a public procedure. You know the drill. We can say dot query, etc. We can close it. We put a comma right there as well. There you have it. Okay. Then we can say const raw playlist. and then we're saying .id, and then everything that we're going to include, we can just say include right here. We're going to include user true. We want to include all the videos in this one. We're going to include, we're going to say video. And on each video, we want to include the user as well. So I know it looks pretty complex, which it kind of is, but this is everything that we need to include in order so we can get it. And then we're going to close these tags as well. And now we're going to separate them just to make it a little bit easier to understand. And so we can pass a lot of the stuff in as props. Next, we're going to do is we're going to say if not raw playlist, we're going to throw an error. Just do that right there. Actually, let's move this right down here just so it's better. Now what we're going to do is we're going to count the followers as well. And we go here and we look at this profile page, we see that here's the user, and then everything that this user has, they have their profile picture, they have their name, and they even have their follower count. So that's what we're going to end up adding. Let's do that now. We come back over here. We say const followers, and then we count how many followers that this user has. And then we're going to, similar to how we have done this before, we're going to append this to one thing. So we'll say const user with followers, and we'll just say raw playlist.user. So right here, the user. So where user is true, we're going to be adding this followers count. We can also start to return this in order to make it a little bit easier to understand. We'll just say user equals user with followers. That is the one thing that we're going to be exporting. The next thing that we want to do is that every single user you see right here, look at the videos we have. We see that this has and in this case, we'll call it an author. So we separate this user, the guy who owns this playlist versus the people with the videos. So we're going to call these ones authors, right? So these are the authors of the videos. This this guy, he's going to be an author. This is going to be an author, etc. So just to separate those a little bit. Let's go back. We could say video with user. We can say videos with user, and then what we're doing is we're just putting in the parameters for the entire video page, videos, and then we're appending their author. So you say video.user. Then we're going to do const videos and const users, very similar to what we have done before. Videos with user, you have author, then video. And then we're going to count the engagements that each video has. So very similar to what we have done before with finding how many views that the videos have. We can just come to video where get random videos is, right? That method, and we could just copy this videos with counts, and we're going to be just copying and paste that entire thing right here, just like that. We'll add this, and then we're going to be exporting all of this down here just like this. Just like that. And let's import engagement type from Prisma. And there you have it. Very similar to what we have done in the past. Very similar. Just, Just doing things a little more. It's just trying to separate all the includes that we have. Just keep that in mind, right? So for each include we have an include user with video, and then video with videos, and then user, and then we have the playlist itself. We're just separating all of those and just saying, okay, here's the playlist, here's the video, and we're also putting in how many views that that each video has. Here's the author of those videos we were just talking about. We were just calling it authors. Okay, here is user. And we also put the followers, how many followers that this user have. That's basically what we're doing. Just keep that in mind. Just trying to separate the queries, the models. We can go back to profile, or not even profile, playlist. We can go back to playlist.id, and we can start building our page now. I'm going to go off and make const playlist next page. If we highlight over this, we say import. Cool. Next, I can do router. Hold on, give it a second. I can go over here, add that. Then I can say what the playlist ID is. And then I can write our actual query. So in this case, this would be API get playlist by ID, and then we're passing in this ID, which is from our React query. So as soon as we push on one of these, it automatically puts our ID right on React query. Cool. And we can highlight over this. And if it's not perfectly highlighting, we can go back to any one of our other pages and just copy import API. And I could just put this up here just like that. You can say return. Simply like that. And I can do that. And last thing, I can say export default playlist, just like that. And here you go. Next thing we're going to do is render our errors. So let's do that now. We can go ahead and similarly copy what we have right here. A const error. Let's copy this. Let's go back to playlist ID. Let's say const error is loading. Right here. Just wait for it to pop up. Add all missing imports. There you have it there. In this case, that is exactly what we need. We can say no playlists are available. And we could tell the user to go create some playlists, something very simple. Next thing that we need to do is make a playlist page component. So let's head over and do that now. We can go back to our playlist components. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to make a huge interface. And this interface is going to basically encapsulate every single thing that we possibly are going to pass into this. So let's do that now. We can say playlist props. We can say we want playlist. Oh, sorry. Oh, hold up. Let's close that right there. We say playlist. And then inside here, we can say ID and title. We can say description and video count. We can also say playlist thumbnail, create that, and we can close it. Now that's some props that we're going to give it, but we're also going to give it videos as well. So we can say videos, and then we can pass it all the different props that this playlist page is going to use. Next, we're going to make something called authors. Excuse me. Let's say authors. And this is going to be ID, name, and image. And what authors is, as we talked about this before, is that it's just the person's name right here. Right? These are the authors of these videos. So that's what that is. And then the last one is our user. So the person who actually uploaded this, this playlist and the creator of the playlist. We're going to have user right there. And then this is all the props that we are going to be passing into this component. Cool. Now we're going to go off and we're going to say export const. We're going to say playlist. We're going to say videos. We're going to say authors and user. Then we're going to close it. We pass that in. And then we're going to write an if statement to see if there's any errors, or for some reason we can't get any values. We're going to say if any of these is not available, then we're going to throw an error. We're going to say that. We're going to then say return. And then we're going to say playlist page. Simple as that. We want to close it there. And then we want to close it like that. Cool. And like I said, this is the vidshield.org website. We're going to go back to our local host and see how everything is going. You see that we have the playlist right here. And we can even go back to our own. So we can go back to our own library. And you see that all of our profile playlists, we can click it. We have a 404. We're going to fix that. Now let's actually add this. And how we were going to add it, let's just go here. We're going to say playlist page right here. Now, the first thing that we want to do is that we want to actually write a const playlist data.playlist just to check if we have it. Then we will have layout. We have our traditional layout. And if we say not playlist, throw error. Then else, this is where we're going to put in our playlist page. Now, let's also add this up here. We have it added. Cool. And what we're going to do is that we're going to pass, you remember this entire interface? This is all the props that we are going to be passing to this playlist page. So we have to write it all in here, and let's do that now. So the first thing I'm going to write, simply open this up. I'm going to write playlist like that. And inside this playlist, I'm going to give it an ID and a title and a description. Let's do that now. Let's just say ID, title, description. I'm going to say video count. I'm going to say playlist thumbnail and the time that it was created at. Simply like that. We're going to close it. Okay, cool. What else do we have? We need to write videos, authors, and user. Let's do that really quickly. Let's do videos. Map. You say an ID. We're going to give it a title and a thumbnail. We're going to say created at and a view count. That's for each video. We're going to close it just like that. Next, we have authors. Say author, say ID, say name. We're also going to do image. Then we're going to close it. And the last one is user. So user equals, and to make it quick, user ID, the image, the name, and the follower count. Cool. And now we have it. All the data is being passed in there. We go back to playlist component. We see that we're saying playlist page. That's what we're returning. Let's check to see it's working. If we come over to our playlist, you see playlist and it says 12. We can go to another one. And you say, here's a user, here's the playlist, and then here's the ID for it. And you see it says playlist page, and it's in our playlist is coming, playlist page is coming straight from here. And yeah, there it is. Now, because we're making a page, the first thing we want to do is to have our head. So let's do that now. Do that real quick. We're going to say head. We want to give it a title. So the title we're going to give it is playlist.title. So if playlist.title, then we say playlist title plus VidHill, else then there's nothing there. Then we give it a description and a link. We use favicon. Simple as that. Then we want to close it. Just make sure everything's going well. Make sure this is closed. And there you have it. Then I'm going to highlight over it. Nope, we're not getting anything. So let's go ahead and we're going to say import head from next head. Simple as that. And now we should have a header, right? You see a fave icon and then it says history. So this is the history playlist. Come here. You see children's educational content right there. Let's go back over here. Now we're going to add some more properties. Now we're going to just say main. Right underneath it, main. Then we want to close it. Simple as that. And inside this main, we're going to give it a margin of auto. We're going to give it a gap of 4. And then we're going to say when it's large, we want to flex it. Simple as that. Then inside here, remember there's going to be 2 sides, right? So one side is going to take half the screen. The other side is going to take the other half. So in this case, we want to take half the screen for one of the divs, and the other div is going to take the other half. So we say div. Oop. Simple as that. And then I will take another div. Div gap of 4. When it's large, it's going to take a width of half, etc. And then we're going to close it. Now you can expect what is going to go in this div. In the second div, we're going to put in small single column video. As simple as that. So we can call this. We can say small column size video. And then inside there, as our props, we can say videos or we can say for our props, let's start with user. Inside there, we can pass in our users, and inside there, we're basically passing in the author name. So the author of these videos, we're going to pass in the ID, the name, and the image. Simple as that. And then also, it also takes videos. So we want to actually put us in the video. So we'll say video.videos, and then we're going to map the videos. map videos. Simple as that. So we have videos, videos.map, and all the properties that we have it. And let's go up. Well, let's just close this. Simple as that. And let's hover over it, see if we can quick fix it. And this should automatically import it for us. Update video components. There you have it. We can go back over and we can see, let's go back to the actual page that we have from our local host. We see small single column videos is not defined. Let's go over to see why not. We scroll up. You see small single video. Let's just give it some time. Okay, perfect. We see it. And we see that these is all the videos that are in this playlist. Cool. Now I'm going to add one more thing. I'm going to actually sort them, and I'm going to sort them by the date. So the date that they were added to this column. So similar. So you have videos.map right before that, before the map. I can also do a dot sort. We can say dot sort, and we're going to sort them by the time. So now if you look, you see that they're in time. So this is 4 months ago, 2 years, 2 years, 2 years, 3 years, 3 years, etc. Just like that. Cool. Let's go back over to VS Code. And now we have, we basically have our entire videos already implemented. Cool. Now in this div, the first div I said make, now we're going to actually start building out the actual implementation. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to make a link. My mistake. Instead of not link, you want to make single playlists, right? Because if we look over here, let's go back to vidshow.org. You look right here, you just see that this is a single playlist. So we're going to actually implement that component right here. So let's actually do that. We're going to say single playlist, just like that. And then, of course, all of the components that we have for that, we can actually just copy and paste this and go over here. We can just say playlist, just take all the data that we are planning on passing it, and it goes straight right there to the playlist, and we can close it just like that. Oh, we have to get rid of data as well. Let's go ahead and delete description. Go off and delete data. And this one we want to say playlist video count. So let's do that here. And then here we want to say playlist that thumbnail. There we have it. Now we go over here, we see it right here. The next thing that we want to add is our description. And what we're going to say is description like that. And then we're going to say text there. Then we'll say length and border. Length, the max length we want is 250. And then the border, we're going to say false. Simple as that. We can hover over it. If we're not popping up, we can go back up and we can just say, we just import this from /components, and we can even make it a little easier. And then we can just do the same thing with this. And for some reason, I didn't have thumbnail over there, so I'm going to just add this right there to our components page, and there we have it. Let's go back down to playlist component. And there we have it. Let's scroll back down. Do we have our description working? Let's check it out. we should have a description if maybe we don't have one for this playlist. If not, I can go into the database and add one. Looks like if we go back to our description, just make sure that you have this piece returned, because I think I might have missed this in the last part. Just make sure each one of these is returned, and we can go back. Here we can say border equals false. Let's go back, and you see that we have our little border just like that. And if it becomes longer, too long, then we can simply push a button to expand and contract it. There we go. Now, next thing we can do is we can make a div. And let's zoom in a little bit just so everyone can see. Let's make a div. Then let's close this div just like that. Come here with it. Then we're going to say link. And this link is going to go straight to profile videos. So what we're basically making is just this right here. We're going to make this. And say link href user.id to profile videos. As soon as we hit that, it'll send us to profile videos. Link. Then we can make another div inside here. This div, we're going to close it. What this is going to do is margin top. It's going to display flex row, and we're going to give it a gap. Now we're going to make a user image, simply like that. Then we can highlight over here. We can, if it's not popping up, we can just scroll up and then just drop user image just like that. And now if we go here, we can see that this is the user image, and we can click it, and it'll send us the profile videos, the user's page. Let's go back, which is our page to be exact. Cool. That's what we can do. Next, we're going to make a paragraph tag. Let's do that now. We say paragraph. We can say width is max, text, etc. Semi-bold. Then we can say user.name, and then we can close it. Then we can make another paragraph tag. Say paragraph. Then inside here we'll say user.followers, and then we'll say span followers, just like that. And then we're going to close it just like that. We can save it. We come here, we see that we're getting a name and then how many followers this user have. Let's put it inside of a div, and then we're going to flex column it. So we say div flex column, just like that. Then we can end it just like that. If we come over here, we see that we have the profile, and we also have the name and then how many followers the user has. Cool. And then once we have that, we are pretty much finished with our profile page. Looks exactly like how we have it on VidChill, where we have the name, the followers here, and then we have all the videos ranked and the date they were added. Simple as that. Cool. Cool. So the next thing that we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to build our history and our liked videos page. So for example, you go here, you go to history, it takes you to playlist/history. That's the next thing that we're going to go ahead and build now. And you see that it says no playlist is available. We're going to fix that now. Now, the first thing you want to do is you want to go ahead and inside this playlist, you want to go ahead and make history. Wait, hold on. Let's see. History.tsx. Simply as that. And you can go ahead and make another one called liked videos. Simple as that. Now, before we actually implement the CSS and stuff here, and the HTML, and we export it, etc., we're going to just add one thing. We want to make we want to add get playlist by title inside of our playlist. So let's go ahead and do that. Our playlist router. Let's go ahead and do that. We go here. We can come over here to one of them. Let me close these for you, and we can go ahead and say, we can say get is a public procedure. Let's say get playlist by title. Then we can say input string. We can say dot query, and let's go ahead and close this. Put a comma right there. Do you have it? Inside here, the inputs, we are going to actually say, you want to say, instead of having string, you want to say it's going to be an object, and it's going to be a title of string, user ID, etc. Now the next thing that we're going to do is that we're going to see if we have the data first. So we say let raw playlist. We say let raw playlist where input dot title and user ID a title, just like that. And if not, then we also want to include all of these. Then we say, we'll close it. Then we say if raw playlist equals null or raw playlist is equal undefined, then we're going to go ahead and create. Just like that. Right, and so we have everything that we included, very similar to get video by or get playlist by ID. However, we are just getting it by its title and user ID. Next, what we can do is we could go up to get playlist by ID, and we could just basically take all of this code right here, and we could just copy and paste it. Just like that. Now let's head back over to our history page, simply right here. And now we're going to export it. But what we can do is just basically just take this entire page and just copy and paste it. Just like this. And we scroll up, we can just change playlist to history. Then we can change playlist to dot get playlist by title. Inside here, what we want to do is we want to pass in the user ID like we said. We also want to put in, say, user ID. And in this case, instead of saying playlist ID, we're going to say, we don't even need this, but we can say, or we don't even need router for that matter, what we can just say is const query title equals history, and then pass in that. Let's also make sure that we have session as well. Say query title, and then we can say title was there, just like that. Let's just go up and make sure that we import this. All missing inputs. And here we can say, if there is nothing, we say no current history, just like that. We have an extra space. and then tell the user to go watch some history if he doesn't have any. You say watching some videos in order to add history, something like that. Because this is an object, we also want to add curly brackets here. So let's just make sure we do that. And also let's just take this history and let's come down here to export default history. Then if we come here, then refresh, we see that everything that we ever watched is right here. And sometimes it has it multiple times just because like we watched it multiple different times. Cool. Now we have the history page. Now we can basically do the exact same thing, but this time for liked videos. So let's just copy this. We go to over to liked videos, copy that. We just call this liked videos. Simply as that. We can go back up. We can call it liked videos. And then instead of calling it history, the playlist that we have called it for all of our liked videos is liked videos, like that. We can save it. Then if we go to it, right here, we click on liked videos. It shows us every video that we have ever liked. And to prove it to you, we can go here and you can see that we have a liked video. Now, when we push off this, and then we go back to our liked videos, you can see that it's gone. Simple as that. Let's try another one. Let's just add this one to our liked videos. Let's go over to liked video and you see how it's added. There we go. So now our liked videos, playlist / liked videos is added. Now we are going, let's go back. Now we have videos and we also have playlist. Now we need to add announcements. Let's go on to do that. In order to do this, let's first go down to our routers and we are going to make a brand new router called announcement. Let's do that now. We say announcement.ts. Cool. Once you have done that, then we have like the traditional things. We want to say import engagement type from Prisma. And then we're going to also import Z from Zod. Then we also want to import our create TRPC router and also public procedure. Simply as that. Then we're going to create a new create TRPC router. We're going to export const just like that. Then we're going to close it. Simply as that. Then we're going to go over to our root folder and then we're going to add this as well. So we're going to say, announcement, an announcement router. And then if I hover over it, give it some time, quick fix, you can say add import from announcement. And there we have it. We have our new import. So let's go over to it. And now what we're going to add, the first thing that we're going to add is we're going to say, we're going to add get announcement by user ID. So let's do that now, which is a public procedure. We say get announcement by user ID. Then we can go off and say input. And we can say viewer ID as well. Right. So we're going to, this is going to let, we'll see what that does in a second. Then we're going to say dot query. Our query just like that. First things first is we're going to do is we're going to call announcement with user, but we're going to also include the user. So let me show you. So we say announcement with user. User, and then we're going to include it. Then we're going to say user true, and then we're going to end that, and then we're going to close it. Simple as that. Now, then we're going to destructure it, and then we're going to separate announcement and user. So we say announcement with user, then we have user is now defined, and then announcement is also defined. Now we're going to do the same thing with user. So let's just say const user, set her like this, announcement with engagements, and then we destructure the user. Cool. Now what we're going to do is announcement with engagement. So we're going to count how many likes and how many dislikes we have. Very similar to what we do with followers and a couple other stuff. So let's do that now. So you say const with engagement, promise.all, and then we're map, and then we say announcements, and then we count how many likes. Count the likes, const likes, announcement engagement.count, and then we say const dislikes. Simple as that. Then we can close it, and then we can pretty much return everything. Return. Simple as that. Cool. One more thing that we want to add is very similar to how if we go to vidshow.org, this is the page that we're building. You see how we have like and dislike, right? If I dislike, like, dislike, and dislike, I want this to remain the same every single time I come here. So if we go to playlist, we refresh the page, and then we come back at the announcements, we still see that the same state is still here. This is very similar to what we have done with video page, where as soon as we like the video and we go to another page, we come back, our like still exists right here. And the way that we do that, and the way that we did do that, is that we go to video. You can see get video by ID. We can still see that we have let viewer has followed, let viewer has liked, and has disliked. We are going to do the exact same thing, however, just with announcement engagement. So let's do that now. Right now, I'm going to make two variables called let viewer has liked and has disliked, very similar to what we did with video. And then we're going to run our if statement. So it's if input.viewer, etc. If viewer has liked, so we'll say viewer has liked, await find first where announcement ID, user ID, and engagement.like equals all of these things right here. We're going to do the same thing, and it's very similar to what we did. Very, very similar to what we did. However, instead of using video ID, we're just using announcement ID. Very similar. Very, very similar. And instead of video engagement, we're going to be going into announcement engagement. Let's also add viewer has disliked as well. And then we can go ahead and close this. Close our if statement. And then we could do very similar to what we did with const viewer. We would say const viewer has dislike, and then we can export it. Just like that. Cool. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go back over to components. We're going to go to, or not even components. My mistake. We're going to go back to pages, and we are going to go to profile. We're going to make a new page called profile. I'm going to say announcements.tsx. Simple as that. Now, the next thing that we're going to do is we are going to do const profile announcements next page. simply like how we have it. We're then going to do return, some parentheses like here. Simple as that, just return. We can import the next page. Quick fix, say add import. Cool, and now we can actually query our data. So let's do const. We say data is loading error refresh. This is all the data we were using. We can say the API that we want to call is announcement at get announcements by ID. So the API, this is the router name. This is the .get announcements by user ID. And here's the query. In the query, we are going to pass it the ID and also the viewer ID. This is very similar. We're not doing much different than what we have been doing in the previous. We want to close it. Very similar to that. And we also want to call our import API. So let's do that here. Let's just say import API, just like that. We also want to do .session. We want to import this as well. So we say use session. And the last thing we want to do is we want to get this ID, this user ID. And the way that we do this is, of course, go to our const router. Very similar to what we did before. We go here where you say user ID. We can just basically just copy this, really. Router.query. Now we have our user ID, and then we're passing that straight to our query. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to come back here. We want to just get our use router. So let's get that. Come back to profile announcements. Simple as that. Now we have the basic, we got our query finished. Simple as that. And now we want to do is export this as well. Make sure everything is running well. We say export default profile announcements. Let's head back over to profile videos, and what we're just going to do is just copy this error, because it's going to be very similar. Just like that. Let's head back over to profile announcements, and then we're just going to paste this below just like that. Let's also not forget our error types. So in this case, we're going to say error types. Well, in this case, we're going to first say const announcements. So let's just define this. So we say const announcements equals data.announcements. And then we're going to also have error types. In that case, we're going to say error types is if we have not data, data.announcements.length is equivalent to 0, or if we have error, if it actually just throws an error. This is what our error types would be. And then we're just going to throw these right into else if. Cool. Very similar. This is nothing too much different than what we have done before. We want to come here. We wanted to say add all imports. And this will add our loading message, our error, and our button straight from our components. Now, this first one is if user ID is equivalent to the current session.user ID and error types, then we're going to throw this message. In this case, we're going to change this a little bit. And if we go to error message, remember we have different ones we can use. You can use a green horn, green people, green play. In this case, we're going to use a green horn. Let's say green horn. We're going to say no announcements. Message equals no announcements. And then you say you haven't made any announcements yet. We're just going to give that as a description. Post one now. In this case, we don't actually need this button right here, so we can delete this. And we can simply do this as well. Oops, it looks like it delete multiple. In that case, we can just keep it like this. Let's see. That looks better. Just put an E right there, and then we have our error message back, just like that. Okay, we're going to do the same thing with a green horn, no announcements. And this is for if this is not the user, like this is not for if this is your own profile page. In that case, you say no announcements, and we say this page is yet to make an announcement. If we head back over to our Figma, where, like I said, all the designs for this file is right in the description below. If we zoom in, we can see this is all the states that the profile announcement would have. So this is the right one. So this is if this is not the user's own page, right? So you see a follow button. Here's all the announcements, and here's the mobile version of this as well. You see that? Then you go down and you see there's no announcements. That's what we have basically done right here. No announcements. We scroll down, then this is what it will look like once if the user wants to make his own announcement. Write an announcement, and you can send it, and it'll automatically post. Write an announcement, and it's the same thing with right here. And actually, I'll show you how this works right here in vidchill.org. We head over to vidchill.org. We can go to your videos, and we can go over to announcements, and you see how we have a couple announcements like this. We can like our own and dislike our own. We can say hello world. We can post, and you see how it says hello world right here. This is basically where we're going to be implementing. Yeah, so let's actually get started. The first thing we're going to do is just map all of this out, and then the second thing we're going to do is write announcements. So let's do that now. Let's head back over to profile videos. And what we're going to do is just basically just copy pretty much everything that's inside of here, because it makes it a lot easier to get started with. Let's head back over to profile announcements, and I'm just going to copy, paste what's in here, just like that. Let me get rid of that. Let me get rid of that. Simply like that. And I can just delete this. Now all I'm going to do is I'm going to just create a paragraph tag like this. I'm going to just say, what up? And then I can go here to layout, copy layout, bring that up. And looks like we don't have it there. What we can do is just hover over it, see if it imports. Add import from components. In that case, we can also do that with layout. There you go. We have it imported. If we go over to our profile announcements, you just see we have our announcements page. And like I said, use effect when we put back in our profile header. Remember that automatically route, because we have use effect, it automatically highlights the current one for us. So when we come here, it automatically does it. Cool. Now the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna map out all of our announcements. So let's do that now. I can say UL, let's say role, and I'm gonna give it some CSS like this. So I can say here, then I can close it just like that. Let's open it. Then I can come in here and I can say announcements, and then I can come in here and I can say sort, and I'm gonna sort it by its given time. So let's do that. So you see dot sort, set her like that. Then after I have dot sort, I can also come here and say dot map. And this is, like I said, this is very, very, very similar to what we have already done, especially with our comment section. Very similar to what we've done with our comments section. We have comments, we got .sort and then .map. Very similar. So, you know, very easy to comprehend. We got .map, and then we say announcement. This is the actual announcement, and then this is the number of announcement that we are on. Say imply. Then I'm gonna go ahead and close it right here. Now the first thing that we're going to do is we are going to do const user, and we're gonna check to make sure if there's any errors. So very similar. If we go back up to our video component and we go back up to videos, you remember how we have this const user? We check, and then we check the index and not user, etc. Well, we're basically going to be doing the exact same thing. So let's go back over to profile components, profile announcement, and then we're going to just say const user data.user index. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to say if say not user, then you're going to return null. Simple as that. Next thing we're going to do is just return it. Then we're going to say a list item, and then we're going to close this. Inside here, we're going to call a div. And then we're going to say the user image. And that'll be the first thing that we end up writing. Just like that. And let's import it. We go up here, dash user image. Oh, took out layout. We say layout T, just like that. We come over here. We see that we have the circle, and then we have a big line underneath it. This is what we're aiming for. Cool. The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to just come here and say div. We're going to say give it a display of flex full width, and we're going to say column. Then we're going to close it. Simply like that. We're going to put it up. We're going to open it a little bit. Now inside this flex column, we're just going to say, we're going to give a paragraph tag. And then inside here, we're going to say announcement dot message. Simple as that. Then we're going to go ahead and close it. Just like that. So we come back here and look at it. Then we see that we have this circle, which is the profile, the user's profile picture, and then we have the message right here. Now what we need to do is we need to add two more things. We have to add the like and dislike button. We're going to do that in 1 second, and we also have to add in some more of the information, such as the name and the handle, etc. So let's do that first, and then we'll handle the buttons. So if I come back here, we can make another div. Now this one I can say flex, I can say flex row, I can say item start and gap, and then text text of small. I'm gonna close this div. Just like that. I'm gonna open it back up. Then the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna make another paragraph tag, and then inside here we're gonna say user.name. So I say paragraph. I say this is a max width. We say text is small, font semi-bold, its line height is 6. It will say text that gray is dark. Then we'll close it simply like that. And let's say paragraph tag, close it, perfect. And inside here, we're going to say user.name. Cool. Do you see right here the user's name? Next, what we need to do is we need to add our the time that this announcement was made. So we'll make another paragraph tag. Scroll back over. Let me just do this. Paragraph tag. Then I'm going to say announcement created at. And anytime we use our created at, we also want to use moment. We didn't want to get that moment import. So you say moment announcement created at. Then I can close it. I can do that, and I can say add import at the top, and it automatically imports my moment. Just like that. I scroll back down. We come over. We see cold still a month ago, 2 months ago, 6 months ago, and see how it orders the messages just by their date. Cool. We have that. The next thing we want to do. The last thing that we want to add is our user.handle. Let's do that. So we can make it just another paragraph tag. Simple as this. Then inside of here, we can just say user.handle as that. And then we can close it. Simple as that. And then it's all inside the div. We go back up here. We see cold still. Oh, looks like we might have put it in the wrong place. Let's go back up. Let's go ahead and take user handle, put it right here. And then we're going to make one more div. I'm going to put it right here. I'm going to say div class name. And in this one, we're just going to say flex column. Just like that. And then where this one is going to end is right underneath user handle. Just like that. We come back over. Here you go. This is our div now. This is what it looks like. Now the only thing that is missing is the like and dislike button. So let's go ahead and implement this now. Now on our previous like and dislike button, we can go over back to our video page. And you see how we scroll up. Let's get rid of this real quick. We scroll up, you see like and dislike button. Well, we're going to do something very, 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 very similar to that. Just in this case, we're just going to be changing everything to announcement. So let's go ahead and do that now. I can go down to where I want the buttons. I want them right here. And before we even do that, let's just make sure that we export it. So we can go here to buttons. We can make a new button. And in this case, we're going to call this announcement button. So let's do that. Let's try that again. Announcement button.tsx. I push enter. And now let's go ahead and start writing this. So if we go back to our like and dislike button where it actually says, we can look at a lot of the implementation here. We're basically going to be doing pretty much the exact same thing, but just very different CSS. So we can go ahead and we can just copy this. Just like that. We call it interface. Instead that we're just going to call this announcement button props. Next thing that we want to do is we want to export our function, our component. So we say announcement button. Then we'll say engagement data and viewer. This is what we're going to be passing it. And then we're going to pass it the props. Simply as that. Cool. Now, the next thing that we're going to do is if you look at like and dislike button, you usually see that we have we use this hook right here. So remember that we have our hook. Our hooks are use engagement hooks. Well, we're going to simply do something very similar where we have engagement data, viewer, add like mutation, and dislike mutation. We're going to be adding that now. So let's go back over to announcement router, and we're going to add in .add like and add dislike before announcements. Let's head over to server, API, router, announcements. There we go. And I'm going to close this simply as that. Cool. So I'm going to make an add like engage, my mistake. Add like announcement. I'm going to call it a protected procedure. The things that I'm going to pass it is the ID and the user ID. So this is the guy, the ID of the announcement and the user ID of who is liking it. So we say, let's say input and mutation. We're going to simply close it like that. And then we're going to first look if it, remember how we do these announcements and the like and dislike. If the user already liked the video, or liked the announcement, and we hit this query again, this mutation again, then it's going to unlike it. So this is more of a like or unlike. Like or unlike. So we're first going to run const existing like. Then we're going to say where announcement ID, user ID, and engagement equals the properties below. So we say where announcement ID, the input ID. So we're hitting announcement. We're saying where the user ID is, and then where the engagement type equals like, dot like. And then once we hit this, we also want to find any existing dislikes as well. Right? Because if the user likes this announcement, we also want to subtract the dislike. So we're going to be doing that. So we have both of these. Then we're going to say if existing dislike, delete that dislike. So if existing dislike, then I want you to delete that dislike. Next. If there's an already existing like, I want you to delete that existing like. Right? Because I told you this is just doing the opposite. If the user already liked it and he pushed the like button again, we're going to delete that like. Very similar. We go to VidChill. I already like this. I push like again. I'm going to unlike it. I'm going to unlike it. I'm not going to dislike it. I'm going to unlike it. Then we can say return delete. Then we can run else. And then this is where if there isn't an existing like, then we could just run the like. We could say const like announcement engagement dot create. We can put the data in the database right here. Just like that. And then we can return like. Then we can just do that. And there we have it. So this is our add like announcement. But this based, like I said, with these like and dislike buttons is that they like the button or they unlike the button. They dislike the button or the announcement, the video, or they undislike the button. That's the way to think about this. Just want to reiterate. Cool. Next, we're going to have add dislike announcement. Let's do that in here. And let me close these for you. We'll say add dislike protected procedure. We want to run these in there as well. And then these are going to be dot mutation. Then we are going to close them just like that. We're going to first look for if there's any existing dislikes. So let's do that now. This runs any existing dislikes. We're looking in the announcement engagement model. We're looking for if the announcement ID, the user ID, and engagement type all equals to that. This is very similar to video engagement. There's no difference between them besides the model. Then we're going to do const existing like. This is looking where the announcement ID equals the input ID, the user ID, and then engagement like. So we have that. Then we're just saying something very similar. We're going to say if existing like dot length is greater than 0, then we're going to delete that like. If existing dislike, do the exact same thing. If there's an existing dislike, then we're going to undislike this button, this announcement. Dot dislike, and then we're going to run an else, and then we're going to say if we don't have an existing like or dislike or any of that, then we can create a new dislike. We can return dislike just like that. I can put my curly bracket there. Simple as that. Cool. So now let's go ahead and make our button. Cool. So once we're going to come back up here. Now, very similar. I can just copy and paste this really. So all of this where we have a like count, dislike count, user choice, handle like, etc. All this that creates our hook. We can just basically copy this right into announcement button. And just put it right here. And instead of using add video engagement, we're going to change that to announcement. And before we even do that, let's just grab our API, import API. We can come back up here. We say add import API. We can come here, dot, we say announcement. It pops up for us. We can say dot add like announcement. There you go. It good thing about TRPC is that it automatically has type safe APIs. So we say announcement, and then we say dot add dislike announcement mutation. And let's also highlight over this. We click on that, and it automatically imports our hooks. Nice. So the next thing that we're going to do is let's go back to like and dislike. We're going to import sign in and use session. And we are going to import use session just like that. Cool. So next thing we're going to do is we want to add use session. Let's go back over to here. I'll copy this. Use session right there. Then we're going to return. Now this is where we end up implementing the CSS. So first thing first, we're going to add a div. Let's just close this. Just add a div. Then we're going to close this as well. Just like that. Then we're going to have a new button. I'll close this button like that. And here we're going to say type. I say type button. Or say on click. And in fact, we can really copy a lot of the stuff that we already have here. we can just say button on click pretty much to right here. And your like and dislike component. And we can just paste that right there. Let's close that. Cool. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to add some class names. Let's say class name. We are going to say, let's say focus. Let's say text regular, group, relative, inline display, inline flex, align items to center. We're going to say everything is rounded. We're going to have a bit of padding of everything on the x-axis of 2. Same thing with on the y-axis, and then focus. We're going to put it as z index, so this is going to push it to the back. Simple as that. And then we're going to have a conditional. And then we're going to say if user choice dot like. So if the person has liked it, it's going to be one color. If he doesn't like it, it's going to be another color. So what we're going to do is we're going to say group, text primary, hover, etc. So that's if the user has already liked it. If the user has not liked it, then we're going to say group, background white, text gray, hover, text primary, etc. Just like that. And let's go ahead and we're going to close all of this. Just like that. Let's just move this a little bit. Just like that. We can go ahead and look at what we have so far. Oh, one more thing that we have to add. We have to add actually our light count. So let's go ahead and do that. So we can go to here and we can just say light count, very similar to what we already have. We can copy that. We can paste this right inside this button like this. And then we head back over. And we don't see it because I almost forgot to actually import it. So let's do that now. If we come back over here to our profile announcements, and then we come to about right here. We want to do announcement button, and then everything inside here, very similar to what we already done with like and dislike button. We just want to say engagement data. It's going to be ID, the announcement ID, the how much likes it has and dislikes. And then we're going to do the same thing with viewer. So we say viewer has disliked, liked, and disliked. Then we're going to close it, simply as that. Then we can go ahead, and I almost forgot, we have buttons right here. We can go ahead and export announcement buttons. So let's do that. I'm here, announcement button. We can come back over here to profile announcements. We can hover over it, quick fix, and then we can pretty much add it anywhere. Pretty much, we can just add it here. And one thing I forgot, it should be announcement.viewer. So announcement.viewer dot has liked, and we'll do the same thing right here. Dot has disliked, and then we come back over here. Let's refresh. CSS view context. Oh, there should be. Let's remove that. We come here, and we see it says 3. We have to make sure that we put the right CSS in. But if we like this, you see that it gives a 4, 7, or a 2. Right? We gotta just put this back over here. So we'll do that now. Now I'm gonna come back here. I'm gonna say thumbs up. Say thumbs up. Then I'm gonna say class name Group is going to be a height of 5, a width of 5, strength 0. Then we're going to say based off of this user choice like, it's going to be the same type of program. So we're going to say if the user has liked, it's going to be group, it's going to fill primary, stroke primary, etc. Then if they didn't, it's going to be stroke gray. Then we can close it just like that. We come up. Come here. Do we add import from icons to icons? We have our button. If we come back over here, you see that we have our button and it's working. We just have to put it over here and we have to just fix our CSS. We'll do that in a little bit. Cool. So what we can really do is just copy this entire button again, and we're just going to change some of the properties inside of here. So like handle, dislike, etc. So instead of saying handle like, let's say handle dislike. We'll pass in the same properties. And let's actually just make this a little bit smaller. Type handle dislike. And then we're going to have this same CSS right here. Okay, first we're going to do, we are going to change text primary pretty much to error. So anywhere it says primary, you want to pretty much just change the error. So we can just do that really. Error, hover, error. We want to say error. We want to say, oop. Error, error, and error. And that's pretty much it for an oat. Instead of saying thumbs up, you want to say thumbs down. And we can push that. It should automatically pop up there. Perfect. Then we come here. You see that we have our dislike button. Last thing that we have to do, instead of saying like count, we're going to say dislike count. Dislike count, and it says user choice.like. We want to say user choice.dislike, and we want to do that up here as well. Dislike, dislike, just like that. We come back over, we see like, we see dislike, we see that they're opposite from each other. Perfect. All right, now let's just put this over here. Now we come back to our profile announcements, and then we close some of these divs. Notice that this is outside of even the div or the message. We want it right underneath it. So we're just going to move this closing div and we're going to put it right here, just like that. And if we come back over, we see that it is perfect. And then we can like, dislike, just like that. Cool. Now what we want to do is we are signed in. You see the edit page. So this is our own profile. We want to be able to make new announcements. So we're going to go and add that now. The first thing first we want to go and do is we want to go back to our routers. And then we want to create engagement, or my mistake. We want to make add announcement. We can say add announcement protected procedure. We can say input. And the message we're going to give it is max and min of 200. So min is going to be 5. Very similar to what we have already done with comments. Very, very similar. And then we're going to write mutation. dot mutation. Then inside there, we're just going to say await Prisma announcement, etc. Just like that. And what this is basically doing is it's just taking our user ID. So whatever the user was that made the announcement, and then putting it into a message, and it's doing this right at the Prisma model, the announcement model. Oh, let's go back. There we go. Close it like that. And there we have add announcement. Cool. Now let's go ahead and make this. Cool. If we go here, we're gonna put it right underneath profile header, and we're gonna say user ID is equivalent to session user ID. So we do that, and then we're going to close this. Oh, let's just close it like there. And we say else, and the thing that it's going to be, if it's else, then it's just nothing. So that's what we are going to do. And let's just add the curly bracket at the end, just like that, just to make sure. Cool. Cool and cool. Just like that. Cool. Next thing that we're going to add is we want to make a new form. Okay, and we are going to say on form submit. This is very similar to what we did with comment section. Before we even go there, let's go back to our comment section, see how we did this. We basically said form on submit, handle submit. We have a couple values, text area, set comment, etc. We have the add comment, handle comment, etc. This is what we did. We're going to be basically doing almost the equivalent to what we have done here. Cool. So let's head back over to profile announcement. We said handle announcement submit. And then I'm going to actually close this, and we're going to make that now. So if we scroll up, and let's go right here. We are going to say handle announcement submit, and then once we submit this, we're going to stop the page from refreshing, and then we're going to add announcement, simply like that. Inside this announcement, we're going to have user ID, making sure that we have the user signed in, and announcement input. Perfect. Then as soon as we have this, we have to add the add announcement. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's go ahead up. And let's make sure we close this part. Just like that. Let's say const add announcement. Just like this. We're going to say add announcement dot mutate, which is the input. We're going to say on success. On success, you want to refetch, and you want to set the announcement input blank. Just like that. Now let's just add the two things here. We are going, remember when we had comment state where we had, or it's basically the exact same thing. We said set comment input, and then to nothing, we are going to define a state just like that. So let's do that. We can come up. We can say const announcement input equals set state. Let's go ahead and input use state. We can fix that and import from React. Cool. And the last thing we have to do is just add our API. We say add announcement mutation, and there we have it. So this is what we are doing. Very similar, very exact same structure as we basically did with comment section. Very same structure. Cool. So we say on submit, we handle announcement submit. Then we're going to make a div right here. This div, we're going to say position relative. We're going to say margin top, flex row, and then we're going to give it a gap. Then we're going to close this just like that. Then we're going to make another div. We're going to close it. Now we're going to do text area inside here. We say text area. We're going to give it as a rows. We're going to give it a name and ID of announcement. We're going to give it a value of announcement input. We're going to do on change. It's going to set announcement input to the event target.value. So you remember what we did here. It's very, very similar. Very similar. On change set comment input to e target. Very similar. Pretty much the exact same. We're just going to be doing set announcement input to e target value. Then we are going to write a placeholder. Then we are going to close this. And we are about to add our CSS in just 1 second. We come over here and you see that we have it right here. We just have to add the CSS, but we say what up. And we cannot post it because we need to add a post button. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, before we go anywhere, let's just add a class name and we're going to add the CSS here. And I'll explain everything what's happening. We have a display block. We have width is going to be full. We have rounded. It's going to make it a border, a rounded border radius. We're going to give the border width, border width of 0. We're going to give it a padding. We're going to give it padding on the y-axis of 1.5. We're going to say the text is gray. We're going to give it a shadow. We're going to give it a ring gray 300. We can give it a placeholder color and a couple other things. Let's just like when it's small, this is what it'll be, and etc. Leading as well. So there we go. We save it, and then you see this is the new text box, just like that. Now, very similar to comment section, you also need to write a button right here. So let's go ahead and do that. In this case, we're going to say, we're going to close this one. We're going to go underneath it. We're going to say div. We're going to close it. This new div. Inside here, we're going to just make a button. Not a button that we normally make, just a regular button. We say type. We're going to say submit. And inside here, we're going to give it some class names right here. We're going to close it. Button, and inside here, we're going to call it, we're going to say post. Just like that. And then the CSS that we have in here, we have inline flex. We have items as center, so we're aligning it in the middle. We're going to say border radius is going to be rounded of 6 pixels. We're going to give it a background primary 600. We're going to give it padding on the x-axis is 3. Padding on the y-axis is 2. We're going to say the text is going to be small. We're going to say the text is going to be semi-bold. Text is going to be white. You just see something. Yeah. We're going to say shadow, small, hover, background, primary 500, etc. And we have some things for focus when you hover over it. Perfect. We save that there. We come over here. We see Now I have an announcement, and then I have my post. And now if I write something, hello, people of YouTube, I can post it. And you see, hello, people of YouTube. And I can like it, dislike. If I refresh it, it's still there. Here we go. Simple as that. And that is pretty much our entire profile announcements page. Last thing we have to do is going to do profile following. That's one of the last things that we have to do. And then we have to make our dashboard, a settings page, and maybe one or two other pages, and we'll finally be fun. We'll be pretty much done with this. So yeah, thank you. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to head over and create profile following. So let me just show you a demo of it to begin with. So if we go back to vidshield.org and we head over here and we click on here, what this page will do is it'll show all the people that this user is following, right? And you can go ahead and follow this person, you know, unfollow them, etc. So this is the thing that we're going to be building next. Let's go ahead and do it. First, I like building we're gonna head over to user, and we're going to build a new type of method that's going to pull all the users followings. So let's do that now. First, what we're going to do is get user following, and then we're going to make it a public procedure. Then for the input, we're going to be using an object, and inside that object there's going to be an ID. And it's going to be a viewer ID, right? Because as soon as we come here and we refresh the page, or we go to another page, it will automatically tell, because we're signed in, it automatically will tell us if we are following this person, the same person or not. So that's why we're adding viewer ID. Very similar to what we have already done with our video page and with profile announcements, etc. So we can say that, and it'll take an ID. So an ID means user ID, and it'll take in viewer ID. Simple as that. Next, we're going to take in a query. Dot query. Simple as that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to close this just like that. There you have it. And let's just make this dot right here. There you have it. Cool. Next thing that we have to add is we're going to add const user, and then we're going to go into the user model, and then we're going to find the user based off of their ID. So we're going to say where ID equals input.id, and then everything that we're going to be including, we're going to include the followings, including follow. And I'll explain what's happening here because it's quite difficult to understand it at the beginning, but you'll understand it in just 1 second. So what we are including here is basically the user, and then all the user's followings, and then include the following. It's multiple layers down. Better yet, the best way for me to explain it is if we actually just go look at a console.log and then see what's actually being outputted, because that's the easiest way to explain the includes that we have here in order to properly pull out the following and the followers. So we say including followings, including following, including followings. Now we say if a user does not exist, then we can go ahead and then just throw a null. Let's make sure we put that right here. Just like that. We'll go back here. Then we're going to say get a list of all followings. So this is going to be const followings. Who all the people the user is following. And now what we're going to do is just return it. And we're going to return and just say return. We'll put it in array. And we'll just say, we'll return the user and the followings. Cool, just like that. Now what we need to do is we have to add, we just have to add one more thing. So we're gonna check if the user is following that page, that channel. So let's do that now. Very similar to what we have done before. We're going to just say const. We'll say following with viewer following status promise, and then we'll say followings that map. And so for every following, we're going to check if this user is following them. Inside here, we're going to say let viewer has followed equals false, and then we'll say if input.viewer ID is not equal to null, right? Then we can go ahead and check, very similar to what we already have done. In fact, we can go over, or, in fact, we can just come here and we can say viewer has followed, and then we're going to do a find to see where the following ID matches this and where the input equals, so the user ID, the channel that we're going to be using, here, and then the actual user ID of the person, the viewer, is going to be here. Next, we want to close this, and then we want to return. Close this, and then we want to return the following, and if that person has followed them or not. We'll close it like that. Then we'll close just like that. Just like that. And we want to make sure this is on top of here. Just like that. And now when we end up looking at this, what's basically happening is that it's, oh, and one last thing. We also have to change this. So followings is now going to be follow with viewer status. And if we look here, we're just getting the user. So all the user data, and then we're going to be checking the viewer we're going to be knowing if the viewer is actually following this user or not. We'll see this in the front end in a second. Now, the next thing that we're going to go do is we're going to go back to our user ID folder. Then we're going to create a new file. And in this file, we're going to call it profile following. So let's head and do that. We'll say profile following .tsx. Simple as that. Cool. Now what we're going to do is the usual. So we first have to create a next page with this on it. First, I'm going to say const profile following. Simple as that. I'm going to come here. I'm going to close it. And come over here. I'm gonna right click. There you have it, just like that. And then what we can do is go ahead and export default, and we'll export default profile followings. Simple as that. Cool. So the next thing we want to do is pretty much copy a lot of the things that we already have done, simply with profile videos, really. Let's first take this router, user ID, and session. Let's go back over to profile followings. Let's just paste that there. The next thing that we need is we're going to write a query. We can just copy this one here, and we can change this from video to user, and then we can say dot. And in fact, let's just make sure we have all the imports first, so we can get the type safety correct. Here we go. Then we say user. We say dot. We wait for it. We see get channel by ID. That's how we get it. And then inside here, we're going to say, remember the two things that we're passing in is ID. And we want to pass in the session, the user's session ID for viewer. And we'll do that right here, just like that. Go ahead and close it. And also because this is an object, you want to make sure that you put this into curly brackets just like that. Cool. Profile followings. The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to look for errors. So error types. So we say const error types, and the error types that we're going to be using are, we're going to say if not user.followings, if there's error, or if there's user.followings.length is equivalent to 0. That's going to be our error types for this one. Then we can go down here and we can basically, we can just grab something similar to this. We scroll down just like that. We go back to profile followings. We can just paste it in there like that. One thing also, let's go back up here. We're just going to add type to next page. Next thing we can do is we can actually come here and we can just define user. We can just do this just like that. It's one way for us to define our user, because in this case we don't have many different things. We don't need to define a video and user and author. We can just say user just like that. Oops. And one thing that I just realized that user.followings is not working. Instead of using get shadow by ID, by mistake, we should do dot get user followings just like that. And now we see that the type safe error is gone. Next thing that we want to do is just highlight over here. We come here, we say add all missing imports, and then this will solve our loading message, error message, and button problems just like that. Now we're going to change this to blue green horn. We say no people followed. And we're going to tell the user, you have yet to follow anyone. Follow someone now. And in that case, we don't even need this button, so we can get rid of that. Simple as that. We can go back down, and for this one, we're going to do something very similar to green horn. No people followed, and we're going to say this profile has yet to follow anyone. So remember, if this is the own user's profile, this is the else if. If not, this is when the user is visiting someone else's profile. So keep that in mind. Cool. Now we can make our return statement. And if you're seeing this profile followings error right here, it's just because we haven't returned anything yet. So let's do that now. We can go return. We can say brackets, and very similar. Let's go over to profile videos, and let's just grab this first. Well, in fact, we can grab everything right here that's in layout. Let's do that. Let's open it up. Do that. And we can get rid of that right there. And just for a time being, make sure everything is working. Let's go ahead and make a paragraph tag. Just like that, and put these in the brackets. Last thing that we're going to do is we want to import these so we can highlight over them. Like that one. Come up here. just gonna layout. Just like there. And then we come over to VidChill. Let's go to our following, which is their page right here. We see Hello World right here. And we say not error types. Well, we're not, it's actually, we say not error types. And we say not error types. You should get an error. We're going to say user ID and not user types. We say no people followed. You have not yet followed. Follow anyone else. Follow someone now. Perfect. Let's go ahead and delete these. Perfect. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to come here. We are going to make this a list just like that. And so here we're going to put role equals list. And so here we're going to say class name. And inside here we're going to give it margin top of negative. We want margin top of -8. So this brings it down a little bit. We're going to divide y, and then we're going to divide grade 200. So you're seeing that it automatically pushes every property inside here up a little bit. Now what we want to do is we're going to say user.following. We're going to actually map the following. So let's do that now. We say user.following. We can go ahead and close it just like that. And then we can give it a list. And we can say following.following ID. We close it, and now we see that it is in there implemented. For those that's wondering why we have to say following.following.id, let me show you the reason why here. If we go over to our console, we can, and we go to our query, so where it says user.get user following, the query, the results that's popping up is result, you have data. So this is all the data that's passed in, that is passed back. So let me just show you a little bit better. We have data. Then we say data dot, then we say followings. So this is all the array of followings. Then we have a following. This is one person that the user is following. We dot that. And then we can get the user. So we say followings, which is the array, and then following, which is one follower, one following. And we have an array of this. So you say followings, and then you select the one that you want. So you say following.following, which is the one that's being mapped over, .id. The next thing I want to go ahead and do is I'm going to make a new div. That div we're going to say flex, and then we're going to give it a gap of 0.5. Then we're going to close it. Simple as that. Then we're going to open it. And then we're going to put in user image, and then we're going to paste in the following, that following image. Simple as that. Just how you see it. If we go back over to Chrome, we see now we're having all the images pop up right here, and we're having the border line at the bottom. And also just make sure that you have user image. You import it from components up here as well. Next thing I want to go ahead and do is inside this div, I want to make a new div. We want to close it. And the first thing, well, the first thing that we want to add to this is we're going to actually import our follow button. So let's head on over, let's head up where it says button. We can just say buttons, just like that. Put it around some brackets, and then we can say follow button, just like that. And the properties that our follow button is going to have, since we have already pretty much done it, we can go to video, and we already pretty much done it. We scroll down where video, we have the following ID, which is user.id and has followed. This is going to be very, very similar to what we have already have done. So I can pretty much just copy this right here. I can go back here and I can paste it right here. And I can say follow button, and we're going to change some of the properties. So we're going to say following dot following, and for example, if we just if we look at the properties that are hanging off of this, it says dots, and you see following ID, etc. We're just going to say following, and then we say the properties is hanging off of this. We have all of this. We're going to just say ID. In that case, we don't need that. And then we're going to say following dot viewer has followed. Simple as that. Has followed equals following dot viewer has followed. Just like that. And then we go over, we see that we have our button. And now, because this is our own profile, everybody here is going to be followed. We can unfollow them. And if you refresh, then like we kind of lose the following. So, but yeah, cool. Cool. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to make a div. We're going to close it. And inside this div, all we're doing is we're going to say display flex. We're going to give it a column, and then we're going to say the text inside of it is small. Cool. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to make a paragraph tag. Inside there, we're going to say font semi-bold, and then we're going to say text gray. We'll say follow name, and then we're going to close it. And then the next one we're going to do is just make a paragraph tag, and we're just going to change the color, the text gray. We'll say following, not following, and then we'll say handle. And then we're going to close it. Simple as that. And if we go over to this, we see that we have the name and also the username, just like that. So now if we go over to another page, someone else's page, let's go here. We go here and we look at their following. We can see all the people they're following, and then we can go ahead and we can follow them as well. And if we refresh, we see that it says following as well. Here we have it. Cool. And we can go back to our page. We can just click it and it automatically takes us right back to our page. Here we have it. Cool. The next thing that we're going to be making is one huge page called dashboard. And I'm actually just going to give you a demo real quick. We go over here and we push Creator Studio. We can see that there's a lot of things happening here. We have a status button. So when we click it, it'll give us a publish or unpublish. We can go ahead and edit. We have an edit button. We have a delete button that is a modal pop-up. We also have an upload button that we can upload some of our things. If I just push upload, we see that it automatically uploads this, and then we can publish it, and then we can change the name. And we can save it. We can add photos. We can crop. We can save. And there it has it. We can even search it to prove. We can search it up, and you see it right here. So yeah, there is and it tracks all the likes, the dislikes, etc. So there's a lot of stuff happening here, and we're going to go through that now. Each one of these are different buttons that we have to individually build. So this page is probably the hardest page to make. However, we will go through it step by step. Just a lot of different things, and a lot of the stuff we already have done, we can just implement it here, right? Because we already built videos, we already built buttons before, we already built we already changed things before, etc. So yeah, let's do that now. Cool. So the first thing that we want to do is we want to go over to our user router. Very similar to what we have there. Cool. So the first thing you want to do is come down here, and we're going to say get dashboard data. And we're going to say public protected procedure, right? So the user has to be authorized in order to get any of the data that's inside of here. Then we say async. Then we can close it. Whoop. Come here. We can close it. Whoa. We can open this back up. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to do const user, and then we say prisma.user. We're going to say find unique, where ID, because we're finding one user. So we say find unique, and then we're going to say include videos equals true. So we're getting the user, all the user's data, and also all their videos. Then we're going to check if there's an error. So we're going to say if not user, throw error, simply like that. Next thing that we can do is we're going to say we're going to count all the data from each video. We're going to count the data. So we say videos with counts, and then we're going to say user.videos.map, simply like that. And we're going to count each video. We're going to count the likes, very similar to what we already have done. If we actually head back to our video router, and we scroll down, we can see const likes, dislikes, and views. We can basically just copy this because this is very similar to what we already done right here in the get video by ID. We can just basically copy this right here. You say const like, dislike, and views. We can copy this, and then we can paste it right here. Right, very similar to what we have already have done. Then we're going to return. We're going to return the video, the individual video with its likes, and we're going to pin the likes, dislikes, and the views that we have just found inside of our database. Cool. Let's close this up. Just like that. Now we have the videos with counts. Now let's get the total number of likes that we have, and the total number of views we have, and the total number of followers. So let's do that now. We can say const total videos, and what we're going to do is say videos with counts. We're going to simply add them. I'm going to say dot reduce. Here we can say const total likes, and then we say video with counts dot reduce. What is happening here is that we are saying for each video dot likes that we have, for all of them, we're going to be adding the total plus the video likes, and then for each video that it's going to add video dot likes to total, right? So for each video that we do this for, it's going to add. It's going to run this piece of data right here. And we're starting this off at 0. We're starting this accumulator right here at 0. So that's what's basically happening. We can do the same thing with total views. Say total views, and then it'll get the total view count. And we can do something very similar with total followers. But in order to do that, we're going to have to actually count how many followers that we have because it's not located in the videos. So we can do this here. We can say const total followers, and we can go to Prisma dot follow engagement. So we're going to the follow engagement model. And we're saying following ID user.id, and it's going to just count all the followers that this given user has. And then what we can do is come down here and return everything inside. Just like that. We're returning the user, the total followers, all the videos that they have, the total likes, and the total views. Next thing that we're going to do is we're going to go back over to pages, and we're going to make new file. We're going to call this dashboard.tsx, just like that. Now, the next thing we want to do is we want to just come here. We want to say dashboard. Then we're going to return just like that. Just like that. And we'll just say hello world dashboard. Simply as that. We'll go ahead and close it just like that. And we come here. We can just go here and add it. We know the protocol. And one thing we want to do is export. So let's do that as well. We say export default dashboard. Just like that. Cool. Now what we can do is we are going to add, we are going to query our API. So if I come here to the home page, I can just grab this. I can say import. And inside here, I'm going to get a whole bunch of different variables. So I'm going to say const data is loading, error, and refetch. And then I can say API dot user dot get. Let's see if it auto corrects. No, we're not getting it. It's fine. Get dash. There we go. Dashboard data. We say dot use query. Simply as that. And then what we can do is we are going to pass it the user ID as string. Now, in order to get the user ID, we already know the protocol. We have to do session. So let's get session. In this case, we're going to say const data session. Simple as that. And then we have to import it. So let's go ahead and import it now. We say import use session, just like how we usually do. And now we have this data. Oh, and one more thing, we have to define this. So we say const user ID session ID, and then we have the user ID, and then we're passing it right into this query right here. Cool. So the first thing that we're going to do here is we're going to say head, and then we're going to call it title. Inside the title, we're going to say Creator Studio Vid Chill, because that's what we're calling it. You say head there, and then we're going to say link. We're going to give it a fave icon, and then we're going to close it. Something like that. We can save it. We can highlight over this. It says checking for quick updates. Give it a second. We click over that. Let's try it one more time. There. We say add import head. We save it. There we go. We come back to it. We say Creator Studio -vid chill. Cool. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to add our layout. And in this case, we're going to close the sidebar. Simple as that. Nope. Let's go back. Let's say layout. Okay, well, let's just do that. Okay, cool. There we go. And inside there, we can make those signs. And we can paste this right inside there. Then we come back here. We refresh. We refresh. There you have it. You have Hello World there. You have Navbar, and you have the sidebar, and they're closed. Simple as that. Next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna render the error. So let's do that now. We can basically just copy and paste what we have already here at the index file. So we come here, we say not data. Just copy this. We bring this over to dashboard. Simple as that. Oop. Come here. If it's not data, it just say paragraph, people. Simple as that. And now let's make our error so we can copy and paste that. Say const error, highlight this. Paste that in there, just like that. And it says is loading, etc. And then for a message, we'll say error loading channel. And then, sorry, there is an error at this time. Simple as that. We can highlight over this. We can say add all missing imports. Now we have it just like there. And now if we go over here, we see this, and if we refresh it, you'll see that we have the loading component right there. Okay, let's go to our console and let's just see what data we're actually getting. So we come here, we go to result, data, user, and this is everything that we have inside here. So we have the total followers, total likes, views, the actual user himself, and then the videos and all the videos that the person has. So let's go and start adding things like this now. Let's first start off by making a div. Div, say class name, just like that. Inside here, we're going to say flex column, and give it a gap, etc. We're going to say shadow, and then with a small, we're going to say rounded. Everything inside there. Cool. The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to make another div. So let's do that now. Make another div. With a couple, a little bit more properties. And like I said, you'll see what is actually being done in just a few seconds. And then we're going to make another div. And then we're going to close it just like this. Cool. And then we're going to write an H1 tag. And then we're going to say welcome back. And then we're going to say the user's name. We can close it now. Simple as that. And then we're going to write a paragraph tag. And then we're going to close it just like that. Cool. Let's head back over. Then you see welcome back, and then the name that we have for this user, Cold Steel, is right there, and it has a line right underneath it. Cool. If we go over, you see a little bit of that. Cool. Now, if we come back to vidshow.org, you notice where we have a big upload button right here. Well, we're going to come back to that. Our upload button is going to come right underneath this. So what we can do right here is we can just say upload button here. And then we're just going to save it just like that. And we will come back to that in the future. Next thing I'm gonna write is I'm gonna write this total views, total followers, and total likes. So we can do that now. When we scroll up, we are going to do something very similar to what we have done in the past, where we had const stats, where we had an array of different items that we want to render to the page, right? So back when we had sidebar, if we go back to sidebar real quick, we have an array of things that we all want to render to the page, where we're going to do something very similar. And in this case, with desktop navigation, we had name, we had an icon, etc. We're going to do something very similar. So let's do that. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to come over here. And for this one, we can just close this. And now we are going to come up here and we're going to start writing the stats, and then we're going to display them. So let's do that now. Let's go out here and we're going to create a new interface. This interface, we're going to call it stats item. Stats item. And then inside here, we're going to say name is a string. We're going to say stats is a string. And then we're going to say icon. Then we're going to say class name, JS element. And then we're going to close it just like that. Very similar to what we did with sidebar, if you remember. We have interface, name, icon, etc. Very, very similar. Now we're going to come down a little bit. And then we're going to say const stats. And we can put it right here. Say const stats. And then we could say, for the first one, we're going to say total views. And then we're going to say data dot total views dot to string. And if it's not a string, we're going to say, if it's not a number, we're going to say 0. If we're not actually getting any data here. And we're also going to have for the icon a green eye. We go here. You see that we have a green eye here. We have a user with a check, and we have a heart. That's the ones that we're going to be putting. The icons we're going to be using. Close that there. The next one we're going to do is we're going to do total followers. Simple as that. And then the last one we're going to do is total likes. Simple as that. We can save these. We can hover over them. Let's see. It says checking for quick updates. If we click, hold on, give it a second. See if this one pops up. There we go. Add all missing imports. And there we go. We have all three of them, which is perfect. Cool. So now we scroll back down. We're going to finally map these. So we're going to map them right here. The first thing we're going to say, we're going to write a tag. We're going to make a description list, DL. And inside here, let me just close this so everyone can see. Inside here, we're going to say margin top. We're going to say 5. We're going to say it's going to be a grid underneath this. We're going to say grid columns 1. We're going to say divide Y. We're going to say divide. The division is going to be gray 200. Overflow hidden, rounded. We're going to give it a border. We're going to say border color is 200. We're going to give it a shadow small. And here's some other properties. When it becomes a medium, we want to make it 3 columns, etc. Here we go. Then we can go ahead and close this. So we say DL, just like that. Save it. Then we come back over here. Now we can go ahead and map it. So we can say stats.map, simply like that. Then we can make another div. Div. We're going to say the key is going to be item.name, etc. We're going to go ahead and close this. and then we're going to close the stats.map as well. There we go. We can save it. Then we prettier would modify it. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and open it. We're going to first say we have item.name. Right underneath it, we want to say item.icon. Right there. And then we're going to pass it a height of 4 and a width of 4. If we save this and we go back to our actual page, you see that we end up having the icons pop up just like that. The next thing we want to do is one of the description titles. We want to say right underneath it, we want to say DT, and then we want to say item.name. So we're going to actually name this, and then we're going to close it just like that. And then here we're going to say text is normal text. We're going to say font normal, and then we're going to say gray 900 or making it dark. There you go. You say total views, total followers, total likes. Okay. Next thing we're going to do. Now we're going to say description. We're going to say description. We're going to say DD, which means description. Actual description we're going to be having. Say DD. Then we're going to say class name. We say equal. We're going to open it, and then we're going to say margin top text 3XL, just like that. Then we're going to say font semi-bold. A couple other properties. We're going to say text primary 600, and then we're going to say when it's medium, we want to put it in a block. When it's large, we want it to be flex. Simple as that. We can go ahead and close it. Just like that. When we open it, we're going to put inside items.stat. Item.stat, just like that. We save it. We go over to our window. We see that we have the actual number. So this is how many views we have in total, so many followers, and this is how many total likes. We can refresh it. You see the same thing. There you go. Just like that, we see welcome back, total views, numbers, etc. No, and let's add track and manage your channel and videos. Let's go back up and add that real quick. We scroll up. Looks like we already made the paragraph tag. Let's just say track and manage your channel and videos, just like that. We save it. We come back up. Oh, looks like we have to add flex. Let's do that real quick. Back up here. Just finished adding it. See, there we have it. Cool. So the next thing that we're going to go ahead and build is if we're going to build this part right here. So this is going to be the status. We're going to allow it to publish and unpublish button, etc. We're going to be building all of this section primarily right here. So we can go back to our code and let's start doing that now. Let's make a div, and inside this div, we're going to say rounded. We're going to give it a border. We're going to say border gray 200. We're going to give it a padding of 6. We're going to give padding on the x-axis of 4. We're going to give it a shadow. We're going to say small, etc. Let's close it. Next div we have is we're going to say div class name. We're going to give it a margin top of 8 and then full root. Simple as that. All right, and the next div that we have close it. We're going to say div. We're going to give it a Margin of left, right. We're going to say here. We're going to say overflow, etc. Say div right there. Let's close these. Okay, now we're going to make a table. So let's do this now. We're going to say table. We're going to say class name. Inside here, we're going to say min width. And then we're going to say divide y, divide gray 200. And then we're going to close this. Simply as that. If we go to it, let's go to localhost. Next, we can go over and say head, and then we can give it a class name. Or actually, we won't even give it a class name at all. We'll say head. Inside here, we'll say here tr, and here we'll say scope column, just like that. Let's close this. Our scope column, and then we're going to give it some class names. Say padding 3.5. Text left, text semi, text small, font semi bold, text gray 900, etc. Padding to the left. Cool. And then we're going to say status. That's our first one that we have. Make sure that you have this inside the TR and TH. It's like that. And if we go over here, you see status is right there. Let's go to our next one. We could just copy this. And then we could say uploaded. Let's do another one where we say rating. Do another one where we say data uploaded. If you start looking at them, you see status uploaded, data rating, etc. Then we're going to do another one, and we're going to say edit. Here we say column, we're going to say relative. Small, SR dash only. Cool. Now we're done with T head. Now we're going to do T body. So now we could just make another one. Say T body. Let's say divide 200. Just like that. And we're going to close it. Just like that. And inside here, we're going to map all of the videos. Let's do that right now. We can say data.videos.map. Just like that. Right here, normally we would have our publish button, so we're going to just say publish button here. We will come back to that in a little bit. We're going to make a TD, And we're going to say white space wrap. We're going to give it some padding, and we're going to say small, etc. We are going to then close it. Then we're going to say div. Flex name. Then we're going to close it. Just like this. Inside here, we're going to say another div. We'll say a height 16, width 16, etc. Close it now. And then we're going to say thumbnail, and then we're going to import thumbnail, and then we're going to pass the thumbnail URL. Let's do that. So we come up here, and it looks like we don't have it imported. Let's just import it real quick. Do that. Say that, just like that. Just like that. Cool. We'll come back down to right underneath it. We're going to make another div. And in this div, we're going to say ML, font name, etc. We're going to say video.title. And then we are going to go ahead and close it. Simple as that. And now you're starting to see the beginning of this. Now we just have a couple more things that we have to add. Let's go back over here. If we highlight over this, we see that it says TR missing key. Let's go ahead and add that real quick. We can say TR. We say video. Just like that. And then we can come back here and close it. Just like that underneath it. If we then come back over to our dashboard, we see that now it's starting to display a lot better. Next thing that we want to add is we want to also add, we're going to make another TD tag. We're going to say class name. No wrap. We're going to say padding, and our X is going to be 3. We're going to say padding Y. It's 5 is going to say text is small. We're going to say text is gray. Then we're going to close this. Cool. Inside here, we want to do a span. We'll say inline flex, rounded, full, big success, etc. Font medium. We want to. Inside here, we're going to say videos likes. Right here, we're going to close it. And we got to make sure that we put a space right here so you can have video.likes and then the space. If we keep it like this, it won't actually hold. Let's go over here. You see how it likes, but we have to make sure we have a space right there. And you'll get 5 likes. We're going to make another one. Very similar. In this case, it's going to be background error 100. Very same. And then text error 700. These are the colors that we're using. We come back over here. Did you see that we have 0 dislikes? Let's go back. Some of the CSS we're using inline flex. Item center, rounded full. So the border radius is fully rounded. We have in the background of 100 and the text is 700. We can go off and close this one. We're going to make another one. And we're going to say very similar. So we're going to say another one. So we can say TD and close it. And then inside here, we're going to say video.created. And we're going to say to a local date string. And if we come here, you'll see that we have the actual date right here. And like I said, what we're missing here is the publish button. So once we put the publish button, it's going to force everything over. Just like that. Cool. And that's pretty much it for everything that is not button related. Now let's go ahead and implement some buttons. So the first button that we're going to end up implementing is going to be our publish button. So let's go ahead and do that now. We can, well, let's actually go ahead and we're going to come back here. We're going to go to buttons and then we're going to say new and then we're going to say publish button.tsx. Simply like that. We're going to come to it. We can come here. We're going to go to buttons right here and then we're going to export publish buttons just like that. We want to save it. Now it's still red because we still haven't actually exported the component yet. So let's go ahead and make the component. First thing we're going to do is we're going to make an interface. In the interface, we're going to say publish buttons, and inside there, we're going to say video. We're going to open it like that. Then we're going to say ID. Underneath that, we're going to say publish, which is a Boolean. Just like that. We're going to close it, and then we are going to close this as well. Simply like that. And then the next thing that we're going to make is we're going to say export default function. We're going to say publish button. Simply like that. So we got publish button. We have the video and then all the props that we're going to be passing into this video. In this case, we can actually just name this props. Props. Just like that. Then we can come down here. We can return. Like that. Put some brackets here. Button. I know I misspelled that, but it's fine. Come back down here. Close that. And I think we're missing brackets right there. There we go. We save it. Looks like it's working perfectly here, and we no longer have this error right here as well. So looks pretty good. Once we have this, we can come back over here to dashboard. Once we have published button here, we're going to paste this right underneath the TR near our key. And then if we go over here, we see publish button, publish button, publish button. Cool. Let's head back over to publish button. We can simply just go ahead and delete this right here. Or in another case, before we even delete this, we are going to actually go down and just create the publish video mutation, and then we'll come back to this component. So let's go ahead and do that first. We come here. Let's close these. Ooh. So, all right, let's go back to video. There we go. We close them. We can go to the bottom, and then all we have to really do is just say publish video, protect it. Then we can say the input. We can give the video ID and then the user ID. Then we can have a mutation, async, and then we're going to say const video check video ownership. So we have publish video. We have dot mutation. The next thing that we want to do is actually check the video ownership. We are going to make this a function right outside of our video router. So let's go, and I'll show you what I mean by doing that in 1 second. Let's just close that. We can come back up to this. Then we're going to make a new function called const check video ownership. Right here. And this is very similar to, let's see, very similar to our video engagement page, where we end up making a async function outside of outside of create TRPC router, where we can use get or create playlists in many different mutations. And we're about to make something very similar with a async function outside of the router. So let's go ahead and do that now. The first thing I want to do is I want to just copy this, and I'm gonna bring this back over to video, and I'm gonna just say this right here. So it's type context Prisma client. We're gonna highlight over this, and then we're gonna copy it and say add all missing imports. The second thing that we want to do is we want to bring this down. We're gonna say all the props that we're gonna pass into this. We're gonna say context. We're gonna say ID equals string, and then we're also going to say the user ID, and we're going to say string. Then we're going to close it just like that. Then I can do that just like that. Now we're going to actually run our find unique. So we're just, the only thing we're doing is going to be finding finding the ID of the video. So let's do that now. So if I say const video like this, await, we're just going to be finding the video where the ID equals ID. So where ID is equal to ID, then we're going to close it, and then we're going to write a statement saying that if not video or video.user ID is not equivalent to user ID, so the video user ID, then we're going to throw a TRPC error. Just like that. We're going to say internal server error, video not found. We're going to throw that back to the server. And then right underneath this, we can say return video. Just like that. And now if we come over, and one more thing, let's highlight this. And then we can say add imports from TRPC server. We can slide down. And if we come back to our published video, we can go ahead and finish writing this. So now what we're going to check is we're going to say const video await check video user ID, and then we pass in these properties right here. And this is very useful of doing check video ownership, because we're going to be doing this with delete video. We're going to write that. We're going to make a update video mutation. We're going to create a create video mutation as well. And all of the, well, besides create video, all of these is very useful of just running this function, and then it just tells us if the video exists. Just querying the video. Simple as that. Next thing we can do is we can say const updated video. Let's go ahead and do that now. We can say update, and we're going to say where ID is equal to video ID. Simple as that. Say publish video. You have that. Let's make this an update. Simple as that. Then we say where, and then we want to say the thing that we're going to be updating is just data publish, and we're just going to be doing the opposite of whatever the video.publish said, right? So for example, this works very similar. I don't want to explain it again, but this works very similar to what we did with like button and dislike button. Publish video allows me to either publish a video or unpublish a video with the same mutation. That's the thing to keep in mind. Cool. Then we could say return publish video, and that's that. Now we can head back over to publish button. Let's do that. Now let's start actually writing some of our parameter, our mutations in here. So the first thing we're going to do is I'm going to call our API. Let's do that real quick. We say import API. We're going to say this at the top. We can open that. We say API, just like that. The next thing I want to add is I want to add session. So we'll do that as well. We'll say import use session. And then I'm going to add use state for now. Just that. Now, the first thing I'm going to add is I'm going to say const session data, use session. Then I'm going to make a state. Let's do that. We're going to say const user choice, set user choice. And then we're going to say publish dot video publish. We can go ahead and close that. Now let's actually write the mutation. We have an error. Let me see video. Published. Oh, just grab that. Just like that. Published. Here we go. Then I'm gonna make the mutation. I'm gonna say const publish video mutation, just like that. And inside there, I'm gonna make something for handle public mutation. Very similar to what we have already done with many different properties inside this. I'm gonna say const handle publish video input. Then I'm gonna say if user choice dot publish. Then we're gonna say set user choice to publish equals false. So if user choice publish equals true, then we're gonna, once this is hit, because we're handling this published, once this is hit, we're gonna change this to false. Then we're going to say else, which is going to be the vice versa. So once the user says, hey, look, we want to publish the video, we're pushing the button. If it's true, then we're going to change it to false. If it's false, then we're going to change it to true. Simple as that. Then we can say publish video mutation dot mutate. Then we can close that. If we go back up to our follow button, it's very similar to what we have already done. Very, very similar, almost a copy and paste. Very similar to const. We have the mutation right here. We have the handle. And then depending on what the user does, we just do the opposite. We go back to publish video. Or publish button. You have handle publish video right here. Then we have that. Now let's actually make the return statement. So I'm going to say TD, right? Because this is going to be another element inside of our table. Then I'm going to close it just like that. Inside of here, I'm going, and before we even do that, I want to import something from Headless UI. If we head over to Headless UI, you see that we have this switch toggle right here, and we see some of the code for this. This is basically what we're going to be doing. We see Headless UI switch, so we can just copy that. We can come back over here and we can just put switch right there. We already have Headless UI already installed pretty much. I'm gonna open this up. I'm gonna say switch. And inside here, to let it know if it's switched or not already. Let's close that. To let it know if it's switched or not already, we're going to just say whatever the user choice was. User choice.publish is. If it's true, then just put out true. If it's false, whatever. Then we're going to actually handle the user's change. So we can say, let's say on change, we're going to say handle publish video. Handle publish video. And then the things that we're going to be passing into there is the video ID and then the user, the session data. Just like that. And then we can close it just like that. It's very, if we go back to follow button, it's very similar to what we have already done. Instead, we just don't need the, we don't need to have the, we just don't have to have this parameter here. We don't have to say if it's session data or not. But it's very similar. Handle button, etc., where we already have a variant, etc. It's very similar. That's why I'm not spending crazy amount of time going into like crazy amount of depth into it. just like that. Next thing I want to do, one more thing I want to do is I want to grab let's go to Navbar real quick. I want to grab this function, the conditional function. And we scroll down, we see it right here. Let's grab this. We go back to publish button. We're going to just put this right here. And then we're going to make a conditional class name. We're going to say class names just like that. Then we're going to say when the user choice is true, the background color is going to be 600. And you can see this right here. So like when it's true, it's green. When it's false, it's going to be white. We're going to implement that here. So I say user choice dot publish. We say background primary 600. Then we say background gray 600. Close that. And then we're going to say all the other CSS in order to make this work regardless of the conditional. So we have like border transparent, rounded, cursor pointer, etc. Let me close this so people could see. Your transition colors, borders transparent. Just like that. And now let me just go ahead and add this right here. Just like that, we come back over here. We start to see the emergence of this. We have to add just a couple more things. Let's go, we come back over here. Next thing we have to add is this like little white button right here. And we have a transition for that. Let's go, if we go back over, we can say, we are going to go smack dab in the middle of the switch. And then we're going to say span just like that. Then we're going to say class name. Just like that. And inside here, we are going to say on user dot choice dot publish, we can translate to on the x-axis of 5, and then on the and then vice versa when it's false. Then I'm gonna add in some CSS just right underneath there. Let me close this span. Just like that. CSS, and you see ease out, transition, duration, etc. We talked a little bit about these properties back when we was making Navbar and Sidebar, etc. We come here, we even go back to the cell and the headless UI docs. You see where the span and the class names are. We even scroll up a little bit. We see some of the conditionals and then the class names right underneath it. And we go back over to Creator Studio, you see that we actually have our button. Cool, we have the button that moves and everything. All right, we're gonna come back over here. And now we're going to add, real quick, I wanna show you, we're gonna add the unpublished, and then when it clicks, then it says publish. We're gonna add that feature. So let's do that now. If we scroll down, we're gonna make another TD tag, just like this. Let's say white space, no wrap, we're on pixels, etc. Then we're going to close it. Just like that. Then we're going to come down. We're going to say user choice.publish. If user choice.publish equals true, then it's going to show blue or green. If not, then it's going to show orange. So let's do that now. We say span, inline, flex items, rounded border CSS 700, font medium, text CSS, etc. 700. Then we can say, let's close it. We can say inside here, we're going to say published, and then we're going to close the span, and then it's unpublished. Pretty much going to do the exact same thing, but say text error. And instead of saying text error, we're going to just say warning, right? Because it just, I don't want to have deep orange. I just want to have or deep red. I want to have orange. It makes it look a little better. Cool. Then we can close this just like that. Then we can close that just like that. We can save it. And then if we come back over here, you see that it says we have the button, but looks like we are running into some sort of error. Let's check it out. Got it. Instead, we're going to take this and we're going to relocate it outside, and we're going to put it right here. This is a better place to put it. We come back, we see that now it is working perfectly. And now we have the status uploaded, rating, and data uploaded. Getting there. Cool. All right, I'm gonna head back to dashboard. Now if you come here, you end up seeing that it says publish is missing type, it's missing these properties. What we can go ahead and do is actually delete this and then just put video, and then we put in the direct properties that we want. So we say ID and then published, and then it'll accept these as props. If we go back over, everything still works. Everything is still being passed in. So just in case you're starting to get that error. Now the next button that we're going to be making is the delete button. So you click this and then a modal pops up, dialog, and then you can either delete it, not. So in this case, I'll actually delete this now. Push delete, and you see that it's gone from the UI. It's gone for good. There you go. Let's go ahead and make this now. I'm going to first come to our buttons. I'm going to push new. I'm going to say here, let's say, I'm going to say delete button. Then I'm going to say .tsx, just like that. I have the delete button. Next I want to do is we're going to export it. So let's do that. So we say export default function delete button. And the properties we're going to be passing this is just the video ID and also the refetch. So refetch the entire dashboard, simply because remember when we just clicked this, it updated all of this right down here. The way that we was able to do that was just by a refetching the entire page. So that's why we're grabbing that, put that as props, and then we're going to pass in the actual types. We say video ID equals string, refetch, etc. You can go ahead and close that. We can go ahead and make a return. We say delete button, just like that. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create the delete mutation. So we can head over to user.ts, and I'm going to close these for you. And then we have, my mistake, not user. We want to go to video. Video, where we say publish video, we're going to say delete video right underneath it. I'm going to close these just like that. I'm going to say delete video, and I'm going to call it a protected procedure, just like that. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put the inputs in. So it's very similar to what we already have done. Inputs, and then we're going to say .mutation async. And then it's very similar to what we already have done with published video. We can just basically just copy const video check await ownership. We can copy that from the published video, and then we can click it, and then we can pretty much just copy with IntelliJ or GitHub Copilot really has. If you put type, you pretty much just copy this, pasting in exactly what we have, because all we're doing is just saying const delete video, and then we're just saying video.id. Pretty much that simple. It's not anything complicated. We can go back over up to our delete button. So let's do that. We say delete button. I'm gonna go off. We're gonna come back over to dashboard, and we're gonna go into data.videos.map right here, and we're going to scroll down to the list items. We're going to make a new item. We're going to say TD white space no wrap, and then we're going to say padding, padding of X and 3, padding Y, text is small, etc. Then we're going to go ahead and open it. Then we're going to import our delete button. So we just say delete. Hold on. Sorry, I got caps locks on. Delete button. We enter. And then the properties we're going to pass into it is video. Instead of having on delete, remember we come over here, we see our props. We're going to have refetch. So we're going to implement that as well. So we say refetch equals refetch. Then we're going to close it just like that. And if it doesn't pop up, hold on, let's give it some time. No quick fix. Okay, looks like it got it. Then we come here, we see it says delete button, and that is being rendered straight from our paragraph tag right here. Cool. Cool. So the first thing that we're going to write is we're going to make some state variables, etc. So we're going to, we want to come right here, and I'm going to import some things for React. I'm going to say use ref. I'm going to say use state. A couple of these properties right here. Just like that. And then I'm going to say const open and then set open. This will allow us to open and, whoop, my mistake. We're going to put it right here. We're going to say open and set open. This will allow us to open and close our modal. Remember very similarly to our save button, where on push, it pops up the dialog. Very similar to here. We're basically going to be putting in a lot of the same values. So if we scroll back up here, we say we have use state, etc. to open and close it. And we go down, we have transition root, dialog, child, right? So as soon as the first transition that happens is the background. So it has the black background. So this is when you push, let's go back to vidchill.org. We're in vidchill. When I push this, it makes the whole background black. This is what this top part is doing right here. And then underneath it is the actual dialogue. Everything for our dialogue right here. That's that. Back at save button. So we are going to be implementing that as well. We're going to come back to that. So don't just hold your horses. Next thing we want to do is say cancel button ref. Just like that. This is going to allow us to close our button, etc. We want to say const handle click. Just like that, handle click, and we're going to say set true. So when the button is clicked, it automatically says true. Then we're going to say session data. And now let's write the actual mutation. Before we even do that, we want to import. So we're going to come here and we're going to say import use session, just like that. Next thing we want to do is we want to handle the delete mutation. We can go and import it from our API. Just like that. Then we say const handle delete video. Just like this. And then we say delete video.mutate input. And then we say on success. We want to refetch the entire page. And then we want to say set open is false. So we're going to close the modal. Very simple and easy as that. Cool. Now, this is all the logic that we're going to be using. Now let's actually implement it. So the first thing I'm going to input is this actual button that you see right here. So we're going to actually make a button with a trash can on it. Let's do that. If I come here and then I say button, I say on click, and I say, when I push this, button on click, handle click, just like that. Let's close it. This button automatically, if we see it, we don't see a button. It's fine. Let's put something random in it. When I click this button, it automatically would open the mode our dialogue, modal, whatever you want to call it. Cool. In here, we are going to put a trash can. So we're going to say trash for our icon, TR. We see it right here. We just click it and it automatically imports it for us at the top. And then some class names we're going to give it. Oop. We're going to say class name. We're going to say margin right. We're going to say height 5 here. We're going to say strength, and we're going to say stroke gray of 600. If we come back and we look at it, we see that it's right here. We're at localhost. We see that it's right here. And then I can get rid of this delete button right here because we no longer need that test. Then if we come right here, you see that we have just a trash can. Simple as that. Next part, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually go to save button because we already have a modal that we created where we end up having the transition.child and transition.root, the dialog already set up. We're basically just going to be doing the exact same thing. So let's go ahead to our save button, and we see transition root here. We have our background, and let me just close this for you, and I can keep going down. And then I'm going to stop right here. And I'm going to come right here. Oop, let's go back to delete button. Then I'm going to just paste this right underneath it. Now if we hover over it, give it a second. We have to import everything from Headless UI. So let's go ahead and do that. Missing imports. If we come up here, we see transition and dialog is imported now. One thing I noticed is that they automatically ended this for us. We don't want that. Well, in that case, well, we can keep it. We can keep it, and we just open that up just right there. One thing we can also do is close these div tags that we have. So let's do that. Oop, sorry. Say div, close. Just like that. We see that we open transition root and dialog right here. So we're gonna scroll down and we're going to implement those in tag. Just like that. And we see React fragment. Let's go ahead and implement that. Let's go back to save button. If we come up, we see it says fragment from React. Let's do that. Come back up. Looks like we have it. Let's see what the issue might be. Let's refresh. And after refresh, we see that we are good. Let's go back to Create Studio. Here we go. And then if I click this, looks like we're having some issues. Let's see what's the problem. This error might be happening because we haven't implemented anything into our transition child. So let's go ahead and do that. We can go ahead and say dialog panel. So the next part. So basically the part that we had right here. If we scroll down, we see dialog.panel. And this is basically the white box that we see. This is everything with the white box. This is the panel itself. And here's the title for the panel. Let's implement that now. So I'm going to say dialog panel, and then I'm going to give it some class names. Let's go back to, now we're back at delete button. We're going to say dialog panel, very simple like this. That we were in the class names we're going to give it is position relative. Let's say transform, overflow, rounded, large, background white. We'll give it some padding, some text left, shadow, transition all, a couple other things as well. We can go ahead and close this. Oop. Dialog panel, just like that. We can go ahead and open it. With every dialog panel, you're also going to need a title. Let's go ahead and do that now. And before I even implement a title, let's implement some more divs and some class names. So I'm gonna make a div class name. I'm gonna give it small. With a small, I want flex, and then with a small, I want items to align like at the start. I'm gonna go ahead and close this. Now we're going to, the first thing we're going to do is end up importing our red icon. So let's do that here. We can come here and say div, and then inside here we can say red trash. So we're going to import that from our imports, and then we can go ahead and close this right here. Just like that, we can save it, and then we have it. We're giving it a margin auto. Margin left, everything on the x-axis, the margin is going to be auto. We're going to say flex. We're going to say height, and then the exclamation mark means important, and then width important as well. And then we say aria./hidden. And if we go here, we see that we end up having our trash can right here. Cool. The next thing that we're going to make is we are going to have a tag right underneath this. We're going to say div class name. We're going to say margin top, text center, and some things for small. We're going to go ahead and close this div just like that. Come down here, and then we're going to say dialogue. We're going to give it a title. Dialogue title. We're going to say it's going to be a H3, and then we are going to say text based, font semi-bold, leading. So this is going to be line height, and then it's going to be, the color is going to be text of 600. We can go ahead and close this. Oh, and before we do that, we're going to say delete video, give it an actual tag, and then we're going to close it. Next, right underneath this, we're going to say div. We're going to say it's going to be a margin of 2 inside of it. We're going to close it just like that. And come here. And inside here, we're going to make a paragraph tag. The paragraph tag is going to say, are you sure you want to delete this video? Once you have deleted, you cannot recover it. Then we can go ahead and close this just like that. You can save it. Just like that. And if we come up, you see that we're starting to get this delete. And are you sure you want to delete this video? Simple and easy, just like that. Now what we need to do is make our cancel button and our actual delete button. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to say div class name, and we're going to pass some classes inside of there. So we say div class name, margin top, couple small, flex, reverse, etc. We're going to go ahead and close this. And inside here, we're going to have 2 buttons. The first button is going to be our actual delete. And we say delete, oh, my mistake. We say button, we say type equals button, just like that. We're going to give it some class names. Class names. And let me close this just like that so we can correct it. And the class names we're giving it is going to say inline flex, width full, justify center, say rounded. It's going to be a background of red. A couple more, we're going to say text is going to be white, and then when you hover, it's going to be a background of red 500, etc. And then this one is going to be margin left, and width is going to be auto. So like, well, I'll show you. Let's see. Right, so when I close it, you see if it would go. Let's see if I do this. I'll show you in one. We'll come right back to it. Let's actually get the button done first. Yeah, we'll come right back to it. Cool. I can say delete just like that. And then I'm going to make an on click. I could come over here, and then I say on click, and it's very similar to every single button we have already made. If we go to published button, anything like that, we say We just say handle, publish video, etc. It's very, very similar to what we are doing with our deletes button. Cool. We can say handle delete. We can say on click, we're going to handle delete video. And because we've already pretty much done this, I can just put this right here. So we say on click, and then we're going to handle delete video. Inside there, we're going to pass the video. We're going to say ID and then video ID. And then we get video ID from, it's passed in there as props. And the user is going to be the session.user ID, just like that. And then we're right underneath it, we're going to make another button. We're going to say button. We're going to say type button. We're going to give it, let's say ref cancel. This is going to cancel the entire thing. We're going to say on click. When we click it, it's going to close the modal. So this is going to be set open to false. You remember the set open up here where it says set open to false. Handle click set open to true. Yep. You see right here. We're going to put in some class names and I'll explain what's happening. Names, and then I'm going to close it just like that. I'm going to close it just like that. And then I'm going to say cancel just like that. And then what we're doing is we're going to say margin top. We're going to say inline flex, width is full, rounded, background is white, font semi-bold, a couple other properties like shadow and ring gray 300, etc. Let's go show you now. If we come to this, you see it. We make it small. You end up seeing that when it's small, you end up seeing that the button becomes like a full width, and then when it grows, you see that it goes even bigger. You even see it right here. Just like that. We can come back and make it full screen, close that, and now we have our button. And let's just make sure it works. If I come here, I can say delete video. Let's delete it. Cool. And it deletes our video. There we have it. Cool. So the next thing that we're going to end up building is a edit button. So if we come here and we say edit, you see that we have this is the best year. We can change this to title vid, whatever. It doesn't even matter. So that we save it, and then you see that we have changed the title just like that. We can upload image. So let's try doing that. We come here and we just say raster times, and then we crop it. We can crop it just like that. And then when you see how I just cropped it, there's another modal that has actually popped up. So we have to build both of those. We have to build this model and then the second one. I'll show you that one more time. We come here, we upload a file, we select what we want. We have to build this page as well. So this is two things we got to do. We got to build the edit one, and then we have to build the image cropper one. So that's all things that we're going to do. You can make this as big as you want and then crop it as such. And then here's your image. And then you can save it, and then it will actually change the actual thumbnail URL. So that's the next thing that we're building. Let's actually just get started. So if we go back to dashboard and we scroll down, we see that we have our delete button. We import that. We are going to be making an edit button right underneath this. Very similar to what we have done right with the delete button. So let's go ahead and do that now. We come here, we scroll out, we say new, we say edit button. Then we say .tsx, just like that. Let's come up to buttons. Then what we are going to do is export our edit button. So let's do that. We say export end button from edit button, and then we can come down, and then we are going to say we are first going to make an interface. We're going to say everything that we're going to be passing into this edit button. We're going to say interface, edit button props. Then we're going to say we're going to put in video. Oop. Inside there, we're going to say ID, string, and say title, description, and then thumbnail, and then inside there, we're going to just say URL, just like that. We're going to go ahead off and close this, and then we're going to make a refetch, just like that. We'll save it. This edit button props, and then inside edit button props, or inside we're gonna create our export function. So let's do that. We say export function edit button. We say the video, so our video object and our refetch. And then here's our edit button props. We can go off and say return. We can put in some brackets like that. And inside here, we can actually just start. We'll say button, and then we'll close it. And inside here, we can say edit. So this will be the edit icon. And inside here, we're going to give it a couple names. We'll say edits, class name. We'll say margin right, we'll say height of 5, width of 5, we'll say strength of 0, and the color is going to be gray 600. Cool. We can come here, we can close this and then save it, and then we can highlight over this like that, and then we can say add imports from icons. Then let's come back over to dashboard. Then now we can say, come here, we can say edit button right here. And inside here, everything that we said from our interface, we're going to pass it in there. So we can say refetch, just like that, save it. Then we can also say video, and then we're going to pass in all the properties. We're going to say video. So it's video.id, or just empty string. Same thing with title, same thing with description, same thing with thumbnail URL. We can highlight over it. We can click. We can say add imports from buttons / buttons. Simple as that. If we head over to our local host, we can see that now we end up having a button. Just like that. Now, in order to get this a little bit better organized, we can come up here and let's close this. We can say div, and then we're going to say flex, and give it a class name of flex row, and then gap of 2. We can come down here and close it, just like that. Save it, and then we come back. We see that the gap is much larger, just like that. Cool. If we head over back to our edit button, remember that this is a modal, right? Or a dialog. When we push this, we click on this button, it automatically will open. So let's go ahead and implement some of that functionality here. We can first say const open, set open, and actually we can go to our delete button, and then we can just copy basically what it has right here, because we're going to be doing something very, very similar. Hit open, and then we can highlight over it, click, and then say add import use state. Next we can do is we can say cancel button ref, very similar, just like that. Then we could come back to our delete button, and we can just highlight const handle click, and then when this button is when the edit button is clicked, it'll automatically open this modal. Let's do that. And now we can come down to here and we can just say on click, handle button, just like that. Handle click, just like that. Let's highlight over this, and then we're going to update import from React, just like that. Use ref, very similar. Then we can come back over here. We want to add one more thing that we want to add. We want to add dash fragment. Fragment, just like that. Added that. Cool. We can come back over to delete button, and we can just copy basically the first portion of this. It's very similar. And we can even do stop here. I can scroll down and I can put this right here, right underneath it. Just like that. Then I'm going to add the closing tags. We can, let's go back. We say transition.child. We want to close the divs. We're going to close the dialog that we have right here. And we want to close transition root. You save it. Now what we need to do, we can come back to delete button. We can just copy these imports like here from headless UI. Scroll up. Transition. There we go. We have no more errors. Cool. Let's also go and copy dialog panel. It's pretty much the exact same. Copy this. Come back here. We could say dialog panel, and then we can also close it just like that. And remember, dialog panel is where we're going to be putting on all of our data, everything that we want, the actual modal. Cool. We're going to come up a little bit, and we're going to add. Remember, we're gonna make 2 pages here. So one page is going to be the main modal, and the second page is going to be the crop. So let's go ahead and we're going to make a new state that encapsulates that now. So we're going to say const current page. We say it just like that, const current page, and we'll say current page state 1. That's what it'll begin with. Etc. We're going to come back down, and then we are going to start with this. We're going to say if current page, let's go into the dialog. We say current page is equivalent to 1. Then we can say page 1, just like that. Else we can close that just like that, and then we can say current page is equivalent to 2, page 2. Let's go just like that. Current page 1, page 1, 2, just like that. Let's go and check to see how we're doing. We come here, we say page 1. And then I can just come here and I could just say use state. This will be the first state. Come here, it says page 2. Simple as that. We're going to set the state back to 1. Let's scroll back up. The next thing that we're going to do is actually write the mutation in order to actually update the video. So we're going to go ahead and do that now. Let's come down. We're going to go down to video. we can go ahead and close these. And this one is going to be pretty straightforward. We're going to say update video. Say update video, which is a protected procedure. And for the input, our input can pretty much be every single thing that the entire user model. My mistake, the entire video model. So let's go ahead and update. Let's go and implement that here. We can say z.input, just like that. For the input, we can have ID, user ID, and the things we can update is title, description, and thumbnail URL. Then we're going to say dot mutation async. First thing it's going to do is it's going to get the ownership, very similar to what we have already done. So we can actually just copy this, come to delete video and just say const video check ownership, paste it in there. Let me go ahead and close this for you. Like that, get rid of this comma, just like that. Then after that, then it's going to say data. And this is the actual data that we're going to be passing in there. Let's say const update video, Prisma.update, just like that. And then we're going to say where ID video.id. We can close it. Then we say data. We say title, input, description, input, etc. So pretty much all of our properties that we can pass into there, we're going to put in there, and then we're going to close it, and then we're going to update, return updated video, just like that. Pretty much simple, very similar to what we pretty much have already done. Cool. So once we have that finished, we can come back to our edit button. And now what we are going to do is just say const add video update mutation. Say this right here, and we can come up here. Say quick fix, and then we say add import to utils. We are going to come back to this in just a little while, so just hold your horses. Let's come back down here, and we're going to delete this. We're going to put these brackets inside. We are going to open these like this. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to say div. Say div, and then we're going to close it. Just like that. And inside this div, we are going to make another div. So let's do that. We're going to say div. Just like that. Inside here, we're saying margin top, width is full. We're going to say text is center. And these are some properties for small when it becomes small. As simple as that. Now we're going to go ahead and say dialog title. So we say dialog title. We're going to say as equals h3. And then underneath it, we are going to give it some CSS names, some class names. We're going to say text is base, font semi-bold, leading, text is gray, etc. We can go ahead and close it. Just like that. And inside here, we're going to give it a name. We're going to say edit video, just like that. Cool. Let's go up and see it. We click this. We see now it says edit video. Next thing that we can do is we can say, we can give it a paragraph tag. And we're going to say, inside here, we'll say, edit your thumbnail, title, or description. Just like that. And then we can go ahead and close this. Just like that. Just go ahead and see it. You start to see it's coming together. Let's actually give it a margin top 2 pixels, just like that. Just to give it some separation. Cool. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to make another div underneath this. And we're going to say div column span is full. We can go ahead and close this. Next thing we're going to do is say label. See label. And we'll say HTML. It's going to be a cover photo. And inside here, we're going to say block. Text is small. Font medium. Your leading text is gray, etc. We can go ahead and close this as well. Inside here, I'm going to say cover photo. Just like that. We come to it. You see that we says cover photo. Let's come here. And now what we're going to be making is we're just going to be making this part. So you see the actual, and if I actually, let's just refresh this real quick. We're going to be making this part right here. So where you can click it and you can upload it. That's what we're going to be making. So let's do that. Let's go back to our code. I can say div, give it some class names. I can say margin top of 2. I can say display flex, justify center. I can give it a border rounded radius, border radius round of large. I can say border. I can say border dashed. So that gives it a dash style instead of like just a solid border. It has like dashes. I can give it a color. I can give it a padding on the x-axis as 6 and then padding on the y-axis as 10. Go ahead and close this just like that. Let's go back and open it. So now we're going to make one more div. We're going to say div, class name, and then we're going to say text dash center. Simple as that. And now we are going to go up to the top and I'm going to make a state and we're going to call it a cropped image. Let's do that now. If I come here, I can simply say const cropped image or set cropped image. This is going to be, once we finish cropping the image, then this is going to be that image right here. And now what I want to do is I'm going to come down here and I'm going to just say, I'm going to make an if statement, a conditional statement saying that if the image is cropped, then we just want to display that. Let's come down. Where was we? We was right here. We say cropped image. Is the image cropped? If so, we're just going to say image just like that. And then the source is going to be that cropped image. Else, if anything else, then it's going to be the actual upload a file. Then it's going to display this, the regular upload a file. And to give you an example, we push this, we come here, we crop the image, we crop it. Cropped image state variable, this is what's going to be shown. So that's why we're doing a conditional. Let's go back. say crop image, else then we can make a div. Let's just do that. And let's also close it just like that. And this is vidshow.org if you're wondering how I'm getting the actual design. Let's come back here to our local host. You see here, let's finish this up. Now inside here, we're going to say div. We're going to say margin top. We're going to say flex, text is small, leading, etc. We're going to close it. Inside here, we're going to give it a label and some class names. Say label, cursor pointer, rounded, background right, text is primary 600, focus, a couple of focus things, just adjusting the color. And we're going to say span. Oh, well, actually, let's close this. Then we're going to say span, upload a file, and then we're going to have an input. We're underneath it, say input. We'll say pretty much exactly when that is popping up, file, upload, etc. And then we're going to make an on change, but we're going to do that in 1 second. So we're going to write a function for when it changes as well. There you go. Then after the label is closed, then we're going to make a paragraph tag. Paragraph tag, and let me zoom down a little bit so people can see. Make a paragraph tag, and I'm gonna just say padding left, and I'm gonna say or drag and drop. Simple as that. Let's go see what we have so far. Cool. Next, what we're gonna do is we're gonna come back down here, and we are going to add just a couple more properties. We'll make another paragraph tag. So here we'll say text is small, leading 5, and the color. We'll say PNG, JPEG, GIF up to 10 megabytes. And let's see it. You see that it is right here. We're just going to add, the more things that we add, it's automatically going to resize itself. And if we say upload a file, you see that it automatically allows us to come here. It's not going to replace this yet because we have to add the crop as well. So yeah, let's go back. Now we're going to come back down here and we're going to make a new div right here. Inside here, we are going to say flex column, flex gap, etc. We're going to close it. And here we're going to make the other two inputs. So this is going to be title and description. So let's do that. We're first going to we're going to say label. Let's do that. Say label. We're going to give it block, text is small, font medium, leading, etc. Then we can say title, and then we can go ahead and close it just like that. Cool. One thing I noticed is that I closed a div way before I was supposed to. So this div right here, we're going to take that and we're going to put this way down in the bottom, just like that. We can save it. And then if we go back to our Google Chrome, you can see that now everything looks like it's supposed to. This was the issue that we ran into. Cool. Let's go back over and we're going to now make our input. So we can say input. And then inside here, we can say type and name is title. Just like that. We can say ID is title. We are now going to give it some class names. We can say class name. We can say block. Width is full. We can say rounded is medium. We can say border. We say text is gray. couple other things, placeholder, ring, etc. Now we can go ahead and close it. One other thing I want to add is, oops, let's get rid of that. We're going to say margin top is 2, just like that. Ooh. Come here that it seems like it's a little too close. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just say that. Cool. So next what we're going to do is the exact same thing, but for description. So let's head on and do it. So we can copy basically this entire label and we'll put it right underneath it. Just like that. And we'll say description. Then we can go underneath it. And then we can say, instead of saying input, we're going to say text area. So text area, we're going to say, we're going to give it rows, name, ID. We're going to give it rows of 4. Then we're going to say class name. Pretty much the exact same class names as was right here. Paste that in there. Then I can go ahead and close it just like that. You see, here we have it. There you go. I'm going to add margin top 2 right here at our label, so it won't just be touching us. And there you go. You have some spacing between them two. There we go. We can go back down. Cool. Now we're going to change the value. So we're going to say value, or in fact, we're going to make a state variable. We're going to change the state. Let's go up. And we're going to change the state. We're going to make a new state called const user set user, and then we'll say title video.description, etc., just like that. And then we can come back down. Then we can say value. We say user.description, and we'll say the same thing with input. Oh, let's put it here. Value.user.title, just like that. And then we can make a on change event. We say on change, and we're about to make this in 1 second. We could say handle input change, and we can do the same thing right here. Let's scroll back up. We can say const handle input change. And then we say we can pass it the event properties. Just like that. And then once we have a change, it's going to set the user. It's going to set the user property right here. So anytime we get a new, something is changed, it's going to automatically update the set user property. So it's going to say set user, whatever the previous user's info was. And then we'll say right there. And then we say event.target.name is going to be put into there. So this automatically just updates our user state right here with the properties right here. Let's go ahead and close this. Just like that. Now, if we scroll down, last 2 things I want to add is I want to add the submit button and the cancel button. So let's go ahead and do that. Now I can scroll way down here and come right here, and I can say we're going to make a new class. We'll say div class name relative margin top flex set our gap, a couple more things. Then we want to close it just like that. Then we're going to make a new button, and we're going to bring in our button component. Just like that, it automatically imports it up top for us. And then we're going to say type and variant is going to be green, right? Because this is the save button. And let me just show you that real quick. See, if we go down, we say this is a primary, variant primary, and this is the variant secondary gray. Let me say type reset, variant is primary. We can say the size of this is going to be large. Oop. And then we can go ahead and close it for right now. We can save it, and then we can type in save for the properties we want. And then we're going to add a on-click handle submit, but we're going to do that. Let's define it first, and then we'll come back to it. Next, we're going to do pretty much the same thing. In fact, I can just copy this. Let's get rid of the type. Let's say secondary dash gray. Just like that. We say size is large. And on this one, we can say on click, and we'll say just set open equals to false. Set open equals to false. And that's going to close our modal. And let me just show you. Now we're back here at our local host. We can click it and we see all the info. Looks like we messed up part of the CSS. So let's go back real quick and let's see. Okay, we want, let's actually move this because we don't want, let's move that one. So we want this at the very bottom. Boom. Perfect. You see that now it's at the end. We can say save and save. Let's say save and cancel. Just like that. We come back to it. We see cancel. Cancel just closes the modal. Just like that. Perfect. Let's come up. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just say const handle submit. Right there. And then I'm going to go ahead and close it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just say console.log submit just for now, because we have a whole bunch of stuff. We have to include Cloudinary and stuff because we have to send the image to Cloudinary, whole bunch of different things. So we're just going to write this for now just to define it. Sorry about that. We'll come out, and then we'll just say on click. Let's just copy this. We say on click. Handle submit. Just like that. Cool. So we're going to come back up here. We're going to make another variable, and we're going to call it const image. And this is the image that is being posted. We say set image and use state, and it's going to be file or null. Simple as that. Then we're going to come back down. We're going to come all the way down to the bottom. And this is where we're going to actually start creating our image cropper, because we pretty much have everything. Let's go back to localhost. We pretty much have everything here. We just have to, when the image is uploaded, we just need to be able to transition to the crop page. Let me show you that. Well, I showed you that already. So let's go over here. We're going to say export function image cropper. And then the things that we're going to pass it is pretty much the variables, all the variables from the top. So we're going to pass it set current page. We're going to pass it set cropped image. We're going to pass it image, handle submit, and a couple other things. And then we're going to close it, and then we're going to write the types for these because it's TypeScript. Let's do that here. We say handle submit. This is the type for the handle submit. This is the type for set current page. This is the type for set cropped image. This is image. This is image type is set open. If I come up here, you'll see that this is pretty much all the variables that we had up here. Then I'm going to go ahead and close this. I'm going to come here. I'm going to say return. I'm going to say image cropper. Cropper, just like that. And then we're going to actually pass these variables, these states into it as props. So we can come back up here to image current page is equivalent to 2, and we can get rid of this, and we can put it into brackets like that. And then we're going to say here, and then I'm going to say image cropper, just like that. And then we're going to pass it this data below, just like that. Passing it to set current page, the set crop page, and the image. And don't worry about some of these, because some of these is we're going to be using for our settings, or setting when we crop our page for our settings. So you don't have to worry too much about it. Let's go ahead and now we're going to start writing our crop image modal. First, make an interface. I'm going to say cropper image element. Just like here. I'm going to say const cropper ref. It just takes what we have from cropper. And then I'm going to say const crop image. And the thing that's going to actually crop the image is this code below, just like this. If we come here, we have something called React Cropper. And then if we look below, this is the library that we actually use in order so we can actually crop our image. And we have some of the code right here. And if you're curious about a little bit more of this, I highly recommend that you go up and look up React Cropper, because this is sort of the way that we are doing this. Let's go ahead and we're going to say MPI PM React Cropper. We come back here. We say bash. We're going to simply download this right into here. Once I have it, then I can come here. I click here and then say import React Cropper. And let me close these for you. React Cropper, just like that. I also want to add in just Cropper.js. Right, so this is a little bit of the CSS to make the cropper look how it is. Then I'm going to come back down. I'm going to write something called complete crop. So when it completes the crop, then it's going to set the current page. I'm going to say crop image. So this is the code to actually crop the image. And then I'm going to say set current page back to page 1. Set current page to back page 1. I can close it. Then I can say, I can make another one called const cancel crop. I can say either the set open is going to be false, or I can say set current page back to 1. Just like that. Cool. And now we're going to head back in here, and I'm going to make a div, and we're going to start building out our actual cropper. Let's close these. I'm going to say div. I'm going to close this. I'm going to close this div right here. Inside here, these is just some elements just for when it's small. Then I'm make another div inside of here. Inside here, I'm gonna say margin is top. I'm gonna say full width. I'm gonna say text center, and a couple other properties. Then I'm going to say, I'm gonna make a conditional. I'm gonna say image. If we have an image, so we get it from here, from our props image. Then we say, let's go ahead and close this. Just like that. Say, we're gonna say a div inside here. We're gonna close it just like that. And it's gonna be margin top of 5. Then I'm gonna say open. I'm gonna say cropper, just like that. Then I'm gonna say, we say reference is gonna be cropped ref. I can say source, and the source that we're going to be using is going to say instance. It's going to be an instance of file. If it is a instance of file, then we're going to create an object URL. Else, then it's just going to be a regular image, right? Because we want to just change our file into a URL. So this is why we call this conditional. Next, we can do style, and we're going to change this to 100%. Ooh. Do that right here. Next, we can do aspect ratio. And what this aspect ratio is going to do is depending on the image type. So image is equivalent to image, then it's going to be an aspect ratio of 1/6. It's going to be an aspect ratio of 1. If it's not, then it's going to be 16/9. The reason why we have this is because if you look up here, we end up having image type of background image and image. I'll give you an example. We come back here and we go to settings. This is vidshield.org. We come back down to settings. You see how we have a background image right here. We click that. We see that this is a different aspect ratio. So this is the reason why we have this. This is a 16:9 aspect ratio. So this is the reason why we're putting that here. Let's go back to our edit button, image cropper. We can say guides is equal to false. And then we can go ahead and close this just like that. And then we're going to make 2 buttons below this. We're going to make a cancel button and then a crop image button. So let's do that. We can say div. We're going to put this in a div. Say div. Then we're going to close this div. Just like that. And inside here, we're going to say button. We're going to give it a variant of second gray. So say button variant secondary gray, just like this. So we got button. The variant is going to be secondary gray. The size is large, and then we say on click is going to be cancel crop. So we want to cancel it, and now I'll run this. And what this would do is automatically send it back to page 1. And if it's a modal that we're hitting, then it's going to just set the modal to false. Then we can say cancel, and then we can go ahead and close this. We're going to make another one very similar to this. So we can just copy and paste this. We're going to change this to primary. primary, just like that. And instead of cancel crop, we're going to say complete crop. And when I complete crop, it's going to run this image that we got from React Cropper to go ahead and crop this page. Then we can say crop image, and then we can go ahead and close it just like that. And if we go back and then we go over here to edit, we upload. We see that the thing does not work. And let's see why. If we come down here. Okay, looks like we almost missed out on our on change event. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to say on change. We're going to make an on change event on file change. And let's go write that function here now. Let's put it right here. We're going to say const. Let's say on file change, which is an event right here. Let's say if event.target.files. So we say if the event that is coming in is actually part of files and it has a length greater than 0, then we're going to say set image to whatever that file is. And then we can also set current page to 2, just like that. Then we can close these just like that. Now let's go ahead and try running it. We can come here. We can say upload a file. Here. And here you see our page. And we can go ahead and make it a little crop right here. Just like that. And then we can save it. But if we save it, nothing's going to happen. The only thing that we'll say is that console.log that we had. Let's go and see it. You'll see submit right here. Cool. So the next thing I want you to do is that we're going to head over to Cloudinary. We're going to push settings. And then we are going to scroll down to upload right there. Smooth this over a little bit. And then we're going to scroll down to where it says upload presets. And we're going to say add upload preset. Simply like that. Then we're going to do is we are going to name this upload preset. So we're going to say user underscore uploads, and in the folder we're going to do is user uploads as well. We are going to actually make this unsigned just for the sake of this tutorial. If we scroll down, that is pretty much everything that we need for this. We're going to go ahead and save. Cool. And now we are able to upload things to Cloudinary, and I will show you how this works. Now let's start building that. Cool. So we head back over from our handle submit. We can scroll up, or let's scroll down right here to handle submit. And we're going to write some code that, and the way this is going to work, we're going to first send the data to Cloudinary. Then we're going to get it back. Then we're going to send it back to PlanetScale, right? So we're going to first upload our image to Cloudinary, and then we are going to upload that URL that we get back from Cloudinary to the database. We are not storing the actual photo itself in the database, just a URL to it. And I'm going to go slow just to make sure that everyone understands. So we're going to first say inside this handle submit, we're going to say type. The type we're going to say is upload response. Simple as that. Then we are going to define our video data, the entire video data that we have. So we say video data. We're going to say ID, user ID, title, description, thumbnail, etc. just like that. So this is all of our data in of itself. We have it defined here. And you'll see why we're doing this in just 1 second. Then we're going to create a new form. We're going to say const form data, and we're going to say, we're going to make it new, just like that. And then we are going to say form data dot append the upload preset and the user uploads. Notice this is the folder that we end up creating right here in Cloudinary. And then what we're going to do is we're going to also append to this form data right here. We're going to append or cropped image. The file, we're going to say file, and we're going to say cropped image. So we are directly appending these directly to our form data. And now we can actually post this to the database. So let's do that now. And one thing before I forget, let's also implement session data really quickly. So I can go ahead and say const session data, very similar to what we have been doing. And then I can highlight it. Nope. Let's see it again. I could say add from next auth. Simple as that. Now we have our session data for the user ID. We can scroll down a little bit. So we say form data dot append. And then I'm going to do fetch. I'm going to say fetch right here. I'm going to say fetch. I'm going to then say part of the URL that we need to send in order so we can actually call this this URL. So we say fetch API cloudinary.com, and then this version, and then we're going to put plus, and then we're going to import our environment variable. So you remember our environment variable that we started out at the beginning, back when we end up seeding the database. So we can go to Prisma, we can go to seed.ts. You remember we called environment variable. So the cloud name, right? This environment variable right here, we can actually just go ahead and copy this, and we're going to bring this back down to edit button. We can go ahead and put this here, Cloudinary name. We can say plus Cloudinary name, and then we're going to say plus image upload. Plus image upload, just like that. And then we're going to define the method that we want to do. We want to say post, because we're posting the data. And then the thing that we're going to be posting is into the body is this entire form data that we have appended these properties to. So I say form data like that. Then I can go ahead and finally close it and save it. Just like this. Ooh, one more thing I want to do. Two things I want to do. Because this is being used on the front end, we want to eliminate this process right here. Like that. And I'm going to go up and I'm going to import our environment, env, right there. And we can get rid of this right there. Now let's add some more properties. We're going to say a .then. Right here, once we get the data back, we're going to say .then. Say .then. And then we're going to say .then response implies response.json, and then we're making a promise right here. And then I'm going to make another .then. And this is the one where we're going to actually hit the mutation to send this back to our own database. I'm going to say .then, we're going to call this data, just like that. We can come here, close this. I'm going to make an if statement for all of our properties. So I'm going to say if user.title is not equivalent to the video.title. So in this user.title, remember that we have this input right here from the what the user's input was right here. If we say user.title is not equivalent to the video.title, and the same thing with user description. And then we have another one where it says data.secure URL is not equivalent to undefined. So for example, if we actually get data from our database and it's not equal to undefined, then we can run this right here. The .secure URL, this is the actual image, the image URL that's being returned. We can say const new video data, and then we can map out where we can put video data. So all of our video data that we ever gotten. And then we're going to also implement data.secure and then define it as thumbnail URL is now equal to data.secured URL. Now, one more thing we have to do, we're going to say if user.title is not equal to video.title, then we're going to run this and we're going to do the same thing with user.description. And this is just checking to see if there's any changes in the data. If there's any change that has been recently made, then we're going to automatically implement it. We're going to add it to this new video data right here. And we're going to run the mutation. Let me write the mutation and then you'll really see what's happening. Let me close this just to make some more room. If I say add video update mutation, so from what we had up here, so I say add video mutation, I say open to false, and we can refetch the entire page. We can close this just like that. Cool. So now this is just only putting in, it's only going to add to this new video data if either title or description is changed. That's what this is doing. And if only data.secure URL has changed. The thumbnail URL has changed. That's what we're doing. So for example, we have to just add a couple more types. But if you come here, let's go to Creator Studio. What we just wrote allows us to basically write title and not having to write have to upload a file in order so we can actually just run this and just change. So this allows us to only change one property without having to change the cover photo and the description in order to actually send new data to the database. Now let's actually do this. Let's finish this up. So I close this up, then I'm going to write a .catch just in case if there's any errors. So we say .catch error, and then we can say something like .catch error, and then it says an error occurred, and it'll let us know which one that is. It seems like we're running into some sort of error. Let's see what's wrong. We come up here. Looks like we have semicolon there. Let's delete that. And everything should be working. Now let's go and try it. Now we're back at our local host. We're not on vidshow.org. We're at our local host, and we're going to see if our code actually works. We can come here. We can say upload a file. We can say, let's just make this. We say crop image. Let's say, hello, this is a change. We can save it. Boom, we have it. Hello, this is a change. And we have the changed image. And you see it right here. And just to make sure everything is working, we can go ahead and search this up. Hello, this is a change. And you see this is the change that we have. Perfect. All here on localhost. Now we're going to head back over to dashboard. And the last thing that we need to add on this is actually our upload button. Once we implement our upload button, we will pretty much be done with our entire dashboard. And then the last page that we're going to build is our settings page. And it's a lot of the components are going to be very similar. So yeah. Let's go back to dashboard. We're going to start off. Let's start off by actually making our create video mutation. So let's go over to video real quick. Let's close these. I'm gonna come right here and I'm gonna just say create video, which is a protected procedure. We're gonna say dot input. We're gonna say the properties we're gonna pass it is user ID, and then the video URL. The video URL is coming directly from Cloudinary. So it's the same process that we have done with our image is going to be the same process that we do with our video. We just upload it to Cloudinary and then that'll be it. Then we're going to write a dot mutation async input. Then we're going to say const video equals await. And then we're going to create a video, create the video model just like that. And then the data that we passed it is going to be the user ID, the video URL, and the publish is going to be false. Just like that. And the reason why the publish is going to be false is just because the only thing that we're just adding, or we're doing first, is just adding a video URL and the user ID, but we don't have a name. The user haven't used the update video method yet to update the name, add a description, upload a thumbnail, URL, etc. So the only thing that the user is doing right now is just uploading a video URL. Then we're going to say return video. Then we're going to give it some more, another parenthesis, just like that. We can close it. And yeah, this is a very simple create video, just like that. Very simple. Next, we're going to head back over to dashboard. I'm going to go and create a new button. We're going to call this upload button .tsx, just like that. Next, we're going to come back to buttons. We're going to add our upload button right here, just like that. Now, let's go to upload button. We're going to just say export function upload button. And the only thing that we're going to do is refetch. So remember, the refetch is just, we're going to just upload or we're just going to refresh the page with this refetch call right here. Let's go ahead and close it. And then I'm going to write a return. I'm going to say return, open it like that. Inside of it, I can do this, and then we're just going to make our first button. We can say button like that, and then the variant I'm gonna give it primary. I'm gonna say the size is 2XL. I'm gonna say the class name is, we're gonna say margin left is gonna be 2, and I'm gonna say flex as well. Cool, and then I can go ahead and close this. Inside there, I'm gonna say this is going to be upload for upload, and inside here, I'm going to actually give it a plus. So we're going to just say upload. We're going to say plus, and then we're going to give it margin of right, width of 5, height of 5, shrink, and we're going to give it the color of white. I can go ahead and highlight this. I can say quick fix, and then I say add icons. There you go. Now we have our button. We can go back to it, and we can refresh. Well, should really be refreshed. Looks like we don't have it. Let's see. Oh, last thing we need to do is actually let's go and add this here. And I remember, if we go back to dashboard, you see I said upload button here. That's perfect. We can go ahead and add this. I say upload button, and then I can push refetch just like that. And then now, if we head back over here, we see we have a nice upload button right there. Cool. I don't like how crunched up this is, so I'm gonna go over back to upload button, and I'm gonna put margin top of 6, and let's see if that fixes this. Perfect. You see that now it's a little bit better. And then now you have it. There you go. Cool. Now let's actually start building this. Remember that this is a modal or dialogue, whatever you call it. We are going to just be taking a lot of the properties we already had. So we just come over to edit button. We can copy pretty much this part. Copy, we bring this back over to upload, and we paste it in there like that. And then we can pretty much close a lot of these properties as well. We scroll down, we can grab this part right here. Just like that. Then we go to edit button, we come back up. We see headless UI React. Just like that. Then we also want to import fragments. We can come here. Say add all missing imports. And then we also want to add our set open and close. So we can cool. So then we're going to hover over this. We're going to say quick fix, add. We are going to implement state. Let's head over to dialog panel. We can go ahead and we can start coding some of this. We can make a blank tags like that. Then we can say div. Then we go ahead and close it. Just like that. We can go ahead and open it again. And let's go to save button really quickly. We're going to grab this dialog title and then put it right back here. We just say dialog title just like that. And inside here, we're going to make another div. Say div. We'll say margin top, width is full, text is center, etc. Then we can go ahead and close it. Just like that. There we have it. And then we want to change this inside here to upload video. Cool. Now let's go and check it. We say upload. Looks like we're not getting anything. Let's see why. I think we forgot to put, yep, we never put a handle click equals open. So let's do that now. We can say on click. Right here. Say handle click. You say open. And we never defined handle click. So let's go ahead. Let's go back up. In that case, we can just create a new function called handle click. Let's say const handle click, and then we say set open equals true. Cool. Now let's try it. There you go. There we have our modal. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to come over to dialog, underneath dialog.title. Then we're going to say div class name column span full, just like that. Then we're going to close it. Next, we are going to call another div right here, just like this. We're going to give border dash, a couple other properties inside there. Just like that. And now we're going to say uploaded video. So if the video is uploaded, then we're going to make a paragraph tag to say your video has been attached, and else please upload video. And then we can come down here. Close it just like that. Now let's define this uploaded video. We can come up here and we can say const uploaded video, set uploaded video. So as soon as the person uploads the video, it comes to right here. Let's create a button like this for this. We can replace this, and let's say div class name, close it. We'll say here flex text small, leading text gray 600, just like that. Next, we can come down here and we can say label, very similar to what we already did. We can say label like that. We can say relative cursor pointer. We say rounded, background white, font semi-bold, a couple other things for focus, and then we can close it. Label. And then inside here, we're going to say span, upload a file, very similar to what we have already done. Input. We can just push that. And instead of saying set uploaded video, we can delete all of this. We're going to say on file change, and then we can close this just like that. And then with on file change, what we're going to do, we can go back up to our edit button, and we can say on file change. We can just copy this. Upload button. You can come right here, put this right underneath that, on file change. In this case, instead of saying set image, we are going to say set uploaded video, just right there, and we can delete this part. Just like that. We can come back down, on change. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to say or drag and drop. Let's go and look at it. We come back over here and we push upload. You see the modal. You see upload file. Just like that. Then we can select it. Here, do you see right after where it says your video has been attached? So we have that. Cool. That's pretty much there. Now let's scroll all the way down to here, and then we're going to make our 2 buttons. We're going to say a div class name relative. We'll say margin top equals 5. We'll say flex row reverse, gap, etc. Then we can close it just like that. We can open it. Then we can say button type equals reset. Oops. Reset. Then we can say variant is primary. Then we can say size is large. And then we can say on click. On click, we're going to handle submit. We're going to write that in 1 second. Let's go ahead and close it. Oh, let's not do that. Let's do this. Just like that. Inside here, we're going to say upload. We save it. Let's scroll up. We can say const handle submit. And inside here, we're just going to say console.log submit. Cool. Let's scroll back down. So now we have that. Then we're going to make a new button. Say button. Or say variant equals secondary dash gray. Just like that. And that's pretty much it. We can go ahead and close it. Just like that. And let's move this right there. We save it. Now we have our button, then our secondary button. Let's go see how it looks. We see it. It says your video has been attached. We can upload it. Then we push it. We come here to our console. We see it says sub ed. There you go. Cool. Now we can scroll back up. In order to run this, we're going to delete this. We're going to say add video update mutation. We're going to say API video and create video. Just like that. If we hover over this, and we click that, give it a second. And import. We come here to handle submit. We're going to open this up. We're going to say type upload response. It's going to be secure URL. And then we're going to say const video. Hold on. Data. Video data equals, we'll open this, and then we'll say user ID and video data here, video URL here. Let's go ahead and add this. So we come over here, we say session data. Let's just copy this. we can go ahead and import it. Let's do that now. There we go. Now we're going to say const form data, very similar to what we already done. And then we're going to say form data dot append upload preset user underscore uploads. And then we're going to say if the user has uploaded a video, then we can append the file to form data. So take the uploaded video and then append it to the form data. If uploaded video is true, then we can go ahead and fetch it. So we're going to just say const cloudinary name, very similar to what we have already done. Make it look a little nicer. We'll put it up here, just like that. Then we can say fetch, very similar to what we already done. We can just copy this. Pretty much we can copy all the way here. We can paste that right there. So cloudinary name, image upload, so forth and so on. Next thing we can say is dot then say dot then we can pass data into there. We say if secure URL is not equal to undefined, then we can run this new data, new video data, just like that. So we can close this just to make it a little neater. Close that as well so we can stay on track. You can also run a dot catch. Let's say dot catch right here. There we have it. Okay, let's finish. And I see we're running into an error here. Let's just hit over there. We say import. Here we go. Okay, no more errors. There we go. Cool. It says const new video data. Dot dot dot. Okay, so we have that. Now what we can do is say add video update mutation dot mutate. We're going to mutate the data, simply as that. Very similar to what we have already done. You can open this and then we can say on success set open to false. You say on success, we can say set open to false and void recache. Simple as that. And then we're going to go ahead and close it. Very similar to what we already done right here in edit video. Very similar. Very, very similar to what we already done with new video data. We even have new video data. Very similar to what we already done. Cool. And I think this is pretty much finished, or almost. We have one more thing to add. We are pretty much done with the upload button. Let's go ahead and check it out, see if it works. We can say upload button. We can say upload. Let's just say this IG post. You say your video has attached, and then we upload. Give it a second. Let's try it again. Nope, look like we're running into some error. Let's see if what's wrong. Let's see what's the problem. So I just ran it and it tells me, see error. So I got secure URL. It says error, invalid image file. Okay, so I see the issue now. My mistake, instead of saying image right here, because we copy and paste it, you want to say video upload, just like that. Now let's try this again. We now try to upload it. Let's actually refresh it. Cool, I checked it out. We're running into a create error. And I think the reason is because we're trying to create it, and if you go to your schema, the Prisma schema file, you notice that thumbnail URL is blank. What we can do is it has to have a value in it. We can put a check mark, string check mark. Oh. Check mark like that. We can save it. We can go to our terminal and let's post this. If we go to our terminal, we can say npx prisma db push, just like that. Run and generate. Perfect. Now let's try to do, and actually let's restart our server. Go to web server. Let's restart this. We say npm run dev. And we refresh it. Now if we try to upload a photo or a video, let's try upload. We have one. Let's say upload. There we go. And now we have our video right here. Perfect. And we can upload, we can give it, you can change it. We can say, give it and upload whatever we want. Let's see if I have something. Say that, crop it. There we go. And I can just see if everything's working. Actually, let's give it a better name. Let's say testing YouTube. Perfect. And then if I search it, testing, and let's close this so everyone can see. If I say testing, you see the video right here. It's published. We say testing YouTube. We see it right here in our YouTube channel code still. Our VidChill channel code still. Cool. So this is our upload button. Pretty much all done. Cool. So the last thing that we need to do is I want you to git commit this. So commit your any changes that you have. So I can do that now. I have an extension where I can just put in the message, say whatever. I say final change, and then I say commit and push. I say yes, just like that. And then now if we go over to Vercel, I say the new one. Now it's rebuilding our project. Come here, you can see that our entire, all the changes that we had, give it 1 second. Let's say visit. We end up having an actual URL for our website. Just like this, and you can go ahead, test it out, send it to your friends, etc. And a full project is here. Congratulations, you have made it through the entire 15 hours of us building a complete replica of YouTube, but just with a completely different user interface for that matter. In this course, we have learned everything from how to build, use the T3 stack to how to even deploy it to Vercel, Planet Scale, etc. If you have any questions about anything that we have done in the course, feel free to just drop them in the comment section and I'll answer them. Also, my email address is in the description below. I also am available on places like Instagram and Twitter, just in case if you want to message me that way as well. It's been a blast. Thank you so much for your time. And yeah, have a good one.